Hey, friend. You made it. I'm Nick, the real Nick from Chilling Lullabies, and this is your soft landing for tonight. Whatever happened today, whatever is waiting for tomorrow, none of it matters right now in this moment. Right now, you get to rest. Let these dark, mysterious stories be your companion as you drift off into deep sleep tonight. A few ads in the first 10 minutes only, then nothing interrupts your journey into sleep. If you find comfort in this little corner of the internet, I would be so grateful if you subscribed and gave this a like. Let me know in the comments what part of the world is home for you tonight. Let us begin this together right now. She had been watching his hands for what felt like minutes before she noticed they had stopped. Nolan was looking at her across the workbench, the awl motionless between his thumb and first knuckle, and a quality in the stillness, or perhaps in the angle of the afternoon, which entered the shop window and made the leather grain resemble a different material entirely, made her think he had been watching her longer than she'd been aware of watching him. "You've been sitting there an hour," he said. He said it without accusation. That was one of the things about Nolan that Alma Larkin had not yet learned to distrust. He offered observations like gifts he wasn't sure you'd want. His voice pitched low enough that you had to lean in, which meant that by the time you'd heard what he said, you'd already moved closer to him than you intended. She hadn't meant to stay an hour. She'd come in to collect the hymnal she'd brought to be respined. The church on Parsons Ridge had given her a box of damaged books when she'd asked whether there was any work she could do, any way to be useful, and Nolan had offered to show her how the repairs were done. That had been 3 weeks ago. Now she came to the shop in the late afternoons when the sun through the front window turned the leather and paste and thread on his bench into a surface that looked almost alive, a terrain that Nolan's movements were tending. The bindery was a narrow room behind the hardware on Depot Street, accessible through an alley that smelled of oil and cardboard. Nolan had inherited the space from someone the town referred to only as the previous tenant, a phrase that seemed to carry more weight than it needed to. The walls held shelves of completed work, hymnals, ledgers, a set of county records that the courthouse had sent over in the spring. And above the bench, where another craftsman might have hung tools, Nolan had tacked a series of photographs. Not of his face, older photographs, some of them daguerreotype brown, showing fingers pressed against book spines in postures that echoed his own working grip. The photograph pairs were different sizes. Some were slender, long-fingered, clearly a woman's. Some were broad and thick-knuckled. But the posture, the angle of the wrist, the placement of the thumb was identical in every image, as though the same intention had been expressed through a succession of different bodies. She had asked about them once, and he had said they were a family, which wasn't quite an answer, but was offered with a warmth that made pressing seem rude. Alma had been in Vespers since February. 5 months. She'd arrived with 2 suitcases and a station wagon that had developed a knock in the transmission on the road up from Lexington. And she'd taken a room above the post office because the woman there, who had the careful manners of someone who'd decided long ago that curiosity was a form of aggression, had not asked Alma why she'd come. No one in Vesper asked. She noticed this within the first week and found it soothing in a manner she examined only later. Lying on the narrow bed in the room that smelled of lavender and wood polish, wondering whether the town's refusal to inquire was kindness or a local practice, honed by repetition, a path through the woods packed easier by every foot that had walked it. What she had come from, the apartment in Norfolk. The silence that a room acquires when someone has stopped breathing in it, and the machines have been turned off, and you are sitting beside a body that looks like the man you married but has been emptied of whatever made it him. Her husband had been dead for 11 months. She did not think about him often. Or rather, she thought about him constantly in a manner that had nothing to do with memory and everything to do with the shape he'd left behind. The negative space of him, her body still turning toward the left side of any bed, her hand still reaching for a glass on a nightstand that wasn't there. The grief was not sharp anymore. It had become structural, a settling of the foundation, and she'd come to Vesper because someone at the church in Norfolk had mentioned that the mountain towns always needed help, and Alma needed to be needed by anything that wasn't absence. She kept a photograph of her husband in the suitcase under the bed. She did not display it. The photograph showed him in the garden at Norfolk, kneeling beside the tomato cages he'd built from scrap lumber, his face turned toward the camera with the expression he wore when he was about to say something he thought was funny. She could still hear the particular pitch of that almost joke, his voice climbing before the punchline. She could still feel the weight of his palm on the back of her neck. These things were sharp and specific, and she held them as you hold a splinter, carefully, aware that removing it would hurt differently than keeping it. Nolan set the awl down and flexed his fingers. She watched the tendons move beneath the skin of his forearms. He had forearms that belonged to a man who worked with tools every day, ropey and faintly scarred from adhesive burns, and she thought, not for the first time, that his physical confidence suggested study rather than instinct, a competence assembled through deliberate repetition, except that it didn't seem performed, which was what made it convincing, or perhaps unsettling, if unsettling was the right word, which she wasn't sure it was. She picked up the hymnal. The spine was tight, the new leather darker than the original boards by a shade that would fade with use. Nolan's work went beyond craftsmanship. The repaired sections didn't just hold. They anticipated the stress of future openings, the weight of the pages fanned against the binding. She'd examined 3 of his repairs before she understood what disturbed her about them. They were too good. Not showy, the opposite. Work that disappeared into the object, leaving no trace of intervention. The book might never have been damaged at all. The bell above the alley door rang as she left. Nolan had already returned to his bench. She glanced back through the window and saw him bent over a folio, moving with that unhurried deliberateness. And for a moment, the glass certainly, which was old and rippled. His reflection in the window seemed to be looking at her while his body remained turned toward the work. She blinked, and the reflection aligned with the body. The walk up Depot Street to the post office took 7 minutes, and by the time she reached her room, she had decided that the thing with the reflection had been the glass. The pharmacist's wife invited her to supper on Thursday. Alma wore the blue dress she'd brought from Norfolk and walked down the ridge road to the house on Sycamore, carrying a jar of preserved peaches from the post office woman's pantry. The pharmacist and his wife were a couple in their 60s, careful and gentle, and they seated her next to Nolan at a table set for 6, the other 2 places occupied by a woman from the church whose name Alma immediately forgot, and her largely silent husband. The meal was pot roast and butter beans. Nolan ate with the quiet efficiency of someone who had attended many such meals and knew what was expected. He passed dishes before they were requested. He laughed at the pharmacist's jokes at the right moments, and the laughter was warm enough, but Alma noticed, or thought she noticed, that it arrived a fraction too late, a half-second delay, the humor needing to pass through an additional layer of translation before the response could assemble. She dismissed this. She was suspicious of everything now. Grief did that, made the ordinary look calculated, made kindness look like strategy. She knew this about herself and tried to compensate by trusting more than she felt, which was its own form of performance, she supposed, though not a dishonest one. After supper, Nolan walked her back up the ridge road. The night was warm and the mountains were dark against a sky that still held a faintly green band at the western edge. He told her about a family of foxes he'd seen behind the bindery, a vixen and 3 kits, and his description. Not the casual observation of someone passing by, but the close attention of someone who'd been watching for weeks, learning their patterns, made her reach for his hand before she'd decided to. His fingers closed around hers immediately, positioned to receive the gesture, and the warmth of his palm was so complete and encompassing that she felt, absurdly, guiltily, that a misalignment in her body since Norfolk had just been corrected. On the porch of the post office, under the single bulb that drew clouds of pale moths, she looked at his face and saw an expression she couldn't categorize. Tenderness, yes. Attention, certainly. But beneath both, a quality she could only describe as recognition. He was seeing not her present face, but some other version of her, some future or past Alma that only he could perceive. He left without trying to kiss her. She went upstairs and sat on the bed in the dark for a long time, holding her own hand in the position his had occupied, trying to recall whether his grip had felt like anyone else ever known, or whether it had been wholly its own. She reached under the bed for the suitcase and took out her husband's photograph. His face was exactly as she remembered it. The almost joke, the tomato cages, the pitch of his voice. She held the photograph against her chest, and the splinter turned, and she was grateful for the turning, because it meant the splinter was still there. The post office woman, whose name was Trudy, brought tea in the morning and set it on the bureau without knocking. Alma heard the cup and saucer and the door closing. When she picked up the tea, she found a folded note beneath the saucer, written in an unfamiliar script. "Be careful with that one. He's older than he looks." She took the note downstairs, but Trudy was already at the counter sorting parcels and did not look up. Alma put the note in the hymnal she'd collected from Nolan's shop and forgot about it, or tried to, which amounted to the same thing. She visited the bindery every afternoon that week. She learned to fold signatures and apply paste to the spine with a flat brush and trim the edges of a text block with the plow. Nolan was patient and unhurried, and his corrections, when she made errors, came through touch rather than instruction. He would reposition her grip on the tool, adjusting the angle and pressure, and the warmth of his skin on hers made the lesson indistinguishable from intimacy. She was aware that she was allowing this to happen. She was aware, too, that the boundary between learning a craft and learning the craftsman was dissolving faster than she could track, and that this dissolution felt not dangerous but correct. The structural ache, the negative space, was being filled by Nolan's proximity, the way water fills a hollow in stone, naturally without force because the shape was already there. By the end of the second week, she was kissing him in the alley behind the hardware store, tasting paste and old paper, and the taste was so specifically his that she thought she would recognize it anywhere. The town observed and said nothing. Alma waited for the comments, the church women, the pharmacy gossip, but they never came. The silence was absolute, and it should have been comforting, but instead, at certain angles, it resembled a different quality entirely. Not disapproval. More like the silence of people watching a process they've witnessed before, whose outcome they already know. The courtship proceeded with a slowness that felt at first like respect. Nolan brought her books from the shop. Collections of letters, mostly, leather-bound and hand-stitched. The intimate correspondence that people no longer wrote, because the telephone had replaced the need. He'd chosen them, he explained, because letters were a method of knowing someone. You could hear a voice in a shaped sentence, its pauses, its repetitions, the words it reached for and the ones it avoided. He told Alma that he'd once believed you could reconstruct an entire person from their correspondence, rebuild them letter by letter until the gaps filled in, and the reconstruction was indistinguishable from the original. She found this idea beautiful and vaguely frightening, And the combination of beauty and fright was so calibrated to her emotional state. The widow who'd lost a man and wanted him back would have given anything for one more letter, one more recorded thought, that she should have been suspicious. Instead, she was moved. Instead, she let Nolan talk about letters and reconstruction while they sat on the back porch of his house, a cottage at the base of the ridge where the poplars grew so thick the sun came through green and dappled, and she felt the ache of being understood by someone who shouldn't, by any reasonable measure, understand her this well. Nolan's cottage was small and immaculate. 2 rooms downstairs, a front room with a fireplace and a kitchen with an iron stove, and a staircase to the single bedroom above. The walls were lined with shelves, and the shelves held journals, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, leather-bound, cloth-bound, some in paper wrappers, all numbered on the spine in a small, neat hand. They filled every available surface that wasn't occupied by the tools of binding, the awls and needles and presses and stitching frames that were Nolan's livelihood. And she was beginning to understand his only livelihood. The only thing he had ever done, as far as the town could recall. She asked about them. He told her they were a family practice. Every Fenton kept a record. His father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather. All the way back to the first Fenton in the valley, he said, though he didn't specify when that had been, and Alma, who was developing a habit of not pressing Nolan on details he left deliberately vague, did not ask. She did notice that the handwriting in the volumes she could see, the ones closest to her on the shelf, their spines numbered in the 200s, was identical across books that should have spanned at least 2 generations. She noticed this the way she noticed many things about Nolan, clearly, immediately, and then rationalized it away. Family resemblance, penmanship tradition, consistency you'd expect from a line of bookbinders who valued the craft of handwriting. In September, Nolan took her to the overlook on the Blue Ridge Parkway where the valley opened below like a cupped hand. The trees were just starting to turn. He sat on the stone wall and looked out at the mountains with a focused attention directed not at the landscape, but through it. The visible surface only the topmost layer of a denser substance. And then he told her that he loved her. He said it simply. He said her name first, and then he said the rest, and the stress he placed on the second syllable, with a slight pause before the next word, was so intimate that she felt exposed, as if he'd touched a part of her body she didn't know was bare. She told him she loved him too. She meant it. She was almost certain she meant it. That night, alone in the room above the post office, she took the photograph from the suitcase, her husband's face, the tomato cages. She waited for the voice, the pitch climbing before the punchline, and it came. But this time it arrived from further away, not absent, not faded, but distant, relayed through additional rooms, each one adding a small distortion. She pressed the photograph against her breastbone and held it there until the distance closed. The following Sunday, walking the ridge road after supper, he took her hand and held it with the same immediate certainty as that first night, his fingers finding hers as if they'd rehearsed the gesture. And she allowed herself to believe that what she felt, the correction, the filling in, the hollow finding its water, was love and nothing else. They did not move in together. Vesper was too small and too old for that. But she began spending evenings at the cottage and then nights, and the nights became a rhythm. Supper, reading, the sounds of the house settling in the dark, Nolan's breathing beside her slowing into a pattern she learned to follow without effort. She had never slept so well. The ache was still there, but it had shifted, a bone finding a new alignment and healing, and she was grateful. She was so grateful she didn't notice, or chose not to notice, that the gratitude felt less like her own emotion and more like a response she'd been taught. the way Nolan had taught her to hold the awl, through proximity and repetition until the foreign gesture became indistinguishable from instinct. October, November. The leaves dropped, and the mountains went gray and skeletal. Nolan worked in the bindery, and Alma helped, and the helping had become a fluency. She could now repair a spine without guidance, could stitch a signature with the same even tension Nolan used. And when she caught herself holding the needle between thumb and first knuckle in exactly his posture, she felt a flush of pleasure rather than alarm. She was learning his craft. She was learning him. The two processes were, she thought, the same. The first sign came on a Tuesday in mid-November. Nolan was repairing a folio of county maps, and he reached for the paste pot that had been in the same position on his bench for as long as Alma had been coming to the shop, and his reach went to the wrong place. Not dramatically. 3 inches to the left, perhaps 4. But Alma saw it, and Nolan saw her see it, and for a moment his face held an expression she hadn't encountered before. Not confusion, not embarrassment. A rapid assessment of how much she'd noticed and what she'd concluded, and then it was gone, replaced by a small laugh and a shake of his head, and he said he was tired. She did not think about the paste pot again until the following week, when Nolan called her by a name that wasn't hers. He corrected himself immediately, but the name he'd used, she hadn't caught it fully, only the shape of it. 2 syllables with the emphasis on the first, nothing like Alma, lingered in the air between them. She asked who it was. He said he didn't know what she meant. She pressed, and his face changed. Not the calculating expression from before, but a raw register, one that looked, for the first time since she'd known him, like fear. He told her it must have been a name from one of the family records, an ancestor's wife, a habit of reading too much history. He told her it didn't mean anything. She let it be changed because the alternative, pressing, insisting, watching his face as he tried to explain, would have required a confrontation that Alma no longer had the energy for. She was so deeply inside the rhythm of him that confrontation felt like violence. The pharmacist's wife caught her arm outside the hardware store the following Saturday. The woman's grip was firm, and her eyes, behind the bifocals, held an urgency that Alma read at the time as concern. She told Alma to come for tea. At the pharmacist's house, in the kitchen that smelled of clove and lemon oil, the wife poured 2 cups and set one in front of Alma and held her own in both hands without drinking. She said she wanted to talk about Nolan. Alma waited for the speech. The churchwoman warning about propriety, the gentle suggestion that a widow should wait longer before taking up with someone new. It didn't come. Instead, the wife asked whether Alma had noticed anything unusual about the cottage. The shelves, the numbered spines, the photographs above the workbench. Different pairs and different frames, she said, but always gripping the tools the same way. Alma said she had noticed the shelves. The wife nodded, confirming a conclusion she'd already reached, and then she said a thing that Alma didn't understand. She said Alma should count the volumes, not read them, count them. And then she should ask herself how many a family could produce in the number of generations that Vesper had existed. Alma asked what she meant. The wife set her cup down. She said that there had always been a Fenton in Vesper, but that always didn't mean what it sounded like. Her mother had known a Fenton, a woman, tall, with close-cropped hair, who ran the bindery and kept to herself, and then, one winter, began courting a logger from up the valley. And before that, her mother's mother had known a different Fenton, a man, older, quiet, who'd courted a schoolteacher. And the cottage was the same cottage, and the bindery was the same bindery, and the numbered spines on the shelves were the same spines, and each new Fenton arrived alone, years or decades apart, and claimed to be a relative of the last one. And the town accepted this because The town had always accepted this, and what else could you do with a thing that had been happening longer than anyone could remember? Alma asked what happened to the people they courted. The wife looked at her, not yet in the water, still able to turn around. And then her expression shuddered, a door closing. She said she'd already said too much. She said Alma should pay attention. She said very quietly that the logger who'd been courted by the woman Fenton had left Vesper the following spring. And a few years after that, a new Fenton had arrived at the cottage. A man, younger, no resemblance to the woman at all, and opened the bindery and begun again. She said the person who left was always different afterward, changed. The staying had rearranged a fundamental element. Alma asked if the wife had ever met one of these people after they left. The wife said no. She said nobody in Vesper ever had. They left and they were gone, and years later a new Fenton arrived, and the cycle began again, and the town accepted this the way it accepted the river and the ridgeline. She walked back to the post office in the dark. The mountains were invisible against the sky, and the road was a texture under her feet rather than a visible path. And she thought about the wife's instruction. Count them. And about Nolan's grip on the yawl, the way it had taught her own grip, and about the woman who'd left, who was not the woman who'd arrived, and she felt a sensation adjacent to both fear and grief. A recognition, perhaps, and that the shape she'd been filling with Nolan's presence was deeper than she'd thought, and that the filling might continue long after she wished it to stop. She went to his cottage the next morning. She found him on the porch in the pale winter sun, holding a journal he didn't seem to be reading. He looked at her with the expression she'd first seen on the ridge road, tenderness and attention, and beneath both, recognition. And she sat beside him and said nothing about the pharmacist's wife. Instead, she watched him, and what she watched for was the thing the wife had told her to notice, the gaps. She found them. Over the next 2 weeks, she found them not by looking, but by living inside the structure and noticing where the cold came in. Nolan forgot the name of a book he'd bound the previous month. He hesitated at the turning in the ridge road he'd walked every day for years, pausing with one foot in the air, momentarily lost on a route his body had memorized. He put sugar in his coffee on a Wednesday morning, and Alma, who had watched him drink it unsweetened for 5 months, set her cup down on the saucer with a sound she didn't intend. A small, involuntary click of porcelain that made them both go still. She counted them. She waited until Nolan was in the bindery, and she went through the cottage room by room, counting spines. 243. She stood in the front room with the number in her head and tried to calculate. If a man kept one per year, these would span 2.5 centuries. If a family, each member keeping records, a father, a son, a grandson, the timeline compressed, but the handwriting was the same hand, across 243 volumes. She'd been rationalizing this for months. She stopped rationalizing it now. She didn't confront Nolan. She was afraid that confronting him would trigger the same expression she'd seen after the paste pot, the assessment, the recalibration. And she was more afraid of the recalibration than of the gaps. Instead, she pulled Volume 1 from the bottom shelf and opened it in the post office room after Trudy had gone to bed. The first page was dated 1743. The handwriting was Nolan's. She read 20 pages. The voice was his, too. The same cadence, the same habit of holding an observation at arm's length before committing, the same devoted attention to sensation. The writer described the valley with the eyes of a new arrival, which was wrong, because the writer also described the cottage with the familiarity of decades, which was also wrong, and the two wrongnesses. New arrival and long residence existing simultaneously produced a dissonance that Alma felt in her teeth, She closed the volume and put it back. She took her husband's photograph from the suitcase. His face, the tomato cages, the punchline. She waited for the voice to arrive, and it arrived, but this time she had to reach for it. Not just through distance, but through interference. Another signal occupying the same frequency. She held the photograph until her fingers ached and told herself aloud in the empty room, his name, her married name, the name of the street in Norfolk, the name of the hospital. She spoke these things into the dark as though planting stakes in ground she could feel shifting. She went to sleep holding the photograph and dreamed of Nolan's hands. In January, she moved into the cottage. She told herself it was practical. Nolan needed someone close. His forgettings were accelerating. And the practical explanation was true as far as it went, which was not far enough. Nolan had begun to lose larger pieces. He lost the name of the leather he'd used for 30 years. He lost the sequence of steps in a spine repair he'd performed thousands of times. He stood in the bindery one afternoon and looked at his bench without recognition, and Alma took him by the wrists and guided him through the motions. All here, thread here, paste here. From knowledge she'd absorbed in months of watching, and the guiding felt like creation. She was making him, assembling him from fragments he was losing. The fragments were inside her now. She could give them back. His face, when she repositioned his grip, held an expression she couldn't read. Gratitude, perhaps, or wonder, or a satisfaction so deep it resembled hunger, living beneath both. She began reading the numbered volumes in earnest. Not the first one. She put that away after the date on the opening page, but the recent ones, the 200s, where the voice was most recognizably Nolan's. He had suggested she start there, and the suggestion had come with a warmth she wanted to trust. These were his memories, he said, and he was going to lose them, and if she would hold them for him, really hold them, learn them, take them inside her as she'd taken in his craft, then some essential part of him would continue even after his body let the rest go. She wanted to believe this was preservation. She wanted to believe that reading his records was an act of love, the widow's version of embalming, keeping the dead alive through devotion. The prose was beautiful. It was not memoir or diary, but a catalog of sensory experience so granular it approached instruction. What the sun did at certain hours, how the leather smelled when it was wet, the weight of a tool in the grip, the resonance of a floor, its boards singing differently under ball versus heel. It was, she realized, after the first 50 pages, a manual for being Nolan Fenton. She did not think of it in those terms. She thought of it as intimacy, the ultimate intimacy, being granted access to the interior of someone's experience with such precision that you could, if you closed your eyes, feel what they felt. And she wanted to feel what Nolan felt. She wanted it so badly that the wanting itself should have been a warning, but it wasn't, because the wanting felt like love, and love, she had learned from her husband's death, was the one thing you were supposed to surrender to without reservation. The cassette tapes arrived in her life the same week. Nolan had a reel-to-reel machine in the cottage, a woolen sack, heavy and gray, with dials that turned with an oiled smoothness that reminded her of his working rhythm. And beside it, a wooden crate of tapes, each labeled in the same small script. The labels carried numbers that matched the spines on the shelves. The voice on the tapes was Nolan's voice, and it was not Nolan's voice. It was younger on the earlier tapes, the vowels rounder, the consonants less worn, but the cadence was identical across every recording, a sentence beginning with confidence and ending with departure, the last word falling away before the thought was finished. She played them while she read. Nolan's voice in her ears, his handwriting under her eyes, his smell in the walls of the cottage. The immersion was total. She began to lose the boundary between reading and remembering. Her fingers twitched when the prose described stitching. Her wrist rotated when it described turning pages. Her breathing synchronized with passages about sleeping and waking until she was, in some functional sense, inhabiting the text rather than studying it. She caught herself one afternoon staring at her own hands with a perplexity she couldn't explain. They were her hands. She recognized them. But the recognition felt second-hand, identification from a description rather than from ownership. She flexed her fingers and watched the tendons move and thought, with a startling conviction, that the tendons were thinner than they should be, the knuckles less prominent, the skin smoother. She was comparing them to Nolan's. She was finding her own insufficient. She read the passages aloud. She found that speaking them, giving them her voice, feeling the rhythms in her throat and mouth, changed the experience. The descriptions became less like observations and more like instructions. Her voice found patterns in the prose that her eyes had missed. Repetitions, cadences, emphases that seemed designed to lodge in the reader's body rather than their mind. By the end of volume 214, she was reading Nolan's records as a musician reads a score, not for content but for embodiment. And then, 3 weeks into the reading, the first theft. She was in the cottage, late, Nolan asleep upstairs. She reached for the photograph she kept in the suitcase under the bed. The nightly ritual, the splinter she maintained, and looked at her husband's face. The tomato cages, the garden, the almost joke. She couldn't hear the voice. She held the photograph closer. She studied the mouth, the particular parting of the lips before he spoke, and she strained for the sound, the pitch climbing, the cadence, the timbre that was as specific to him as a fingerprint. And what came back was Nolan's voice. Not speaking her husband's words, but occupying the frequency where her husband's voice had been. A weed filling a crack in concrete, not by force, but by persistence and the simple advantage of being alive. She put the photograph down. Her hands were shaking. She said her husband's name aloud, and the name came. It was still there. But the face that assembled behind the name was less defined than it had been a month ago. The tomato cages were there, the garden, the expression. But the distance between his eyes, the set of his left ear slightly higher than his right, the scar on his chin from the bicycle fall he'd told her about on their second date, these were softening, the features dissolving into impressions, and what remained was accurate and empty. She went to the suitcase. She dug to the bottom, past the blue dress and the cardigan, and the shoes she never wore, and found the envelope of photographs she'd brought from Norfolk. She spread them on the bed. 6 photographs. Her husband in the garden, her husband at the beach, her husband on the porch of the Norfolk apartment reading, a coffee cup balanced on the railing. She looked at each one and matched the image to a memory, and the memories were there, diminished, gauze-covered, but there. And she felt relief so intense it made her eyes water. She sat on the bed with the photographs around her, and she told herself this was grief. Grief did this, wore the edges off memories until they became impressions. It was natural. It was what the book said happened. She was not losing her husband. She was losing the texture of him, the distance between his eyes, the scar on his chin, the weight of his hand. And these were softening as old photographs soften, the emulsion fading, the edges rounding into approximation. But Nolan's texture was sharpening. She could close her eyes and see the exact position of his thumb on the awl, the scarring on his left forearm, the distance between his front teeth. She could hear his voice with a fidelity that exceeded the tapes. The tapes were a copy, and she possessed the original. And this was not how loss worked. Loss did not replace one set of memories with another. Loss did not trade a dead husband's face for a living man's forearms. She told herself to stop reading. She told herself this on a Thursday. By Saturday, she had read 3 more volumes. The reading had become a compulsion indistinguishable from need. Her body wanted the pages as it wanted sleep, with a hunger that operated beneath will, and the hunger was growing, and the growing felt like love, which was the problem, because she could no longer tell where the love ended and the hunger began. February. The gaps in Nolan were caverns now. He lost the name of the leather. He lost the word for the tool he held every day, standing in the bindery with the awl between his fingers, turning it over, his face slack with the effort of reaching for a term that was no longer where he'd left it. Alma told him. She told him the names of his tools, the sequence of his repairs, and the stories he'd told her about the foxes behind the shop. She gave him back his own life in pieces, and each piece she returned was a piece she held more firmly inside herself, the original tightening its grip as the copy loosened. She began keeping a notebook, not a journal. She was afraid of journals now, afraid of what it meant to write yourself into pages that someone else could absorb. But a list, her husband's name, his birthday, the address in Norfolk, the name of the hospital, the name of the street where she'd grown up, her mother's maiden name. She wrote these things in her own handwriting, which was round and small and nothing like Nolan's, and she dated each entry and kept the notebook under her pillow. And each night before sleep, she read the list aloud, a litany of selfhood, a prayer to the person she was afraid of ceasing to be. The list worked for a while. She could still feel the photographs claim on her. Her husband's face, his voice, the weight of their years together. But the claim was weakening. Each morning, when she read the list, the items felt slightly less like memories and slightly more like facts. A foreign country's capital, known accurately but without texture. Her husband's birthday, March 15th. Correct. But the birthday itself, the cake, the singing, his single breath, extinguishing the candles, the powdered sugar on his upper lip when he turned to her, that was fading, the sensory content draining from the date, and what remained was a correct and hollow entry. Meanwhile, Nolan's sensory content was multiplying inside her. She knew things she had no right to know. She knew the taste of well water from a pump behind a house described in volume 112. She could feel the weight of a brindled hound against her legs, a dog described in volume 98. Could hear the whine it made when it wanted feeding. These were not memories. She had never experienced them. But they behaved like memories. They arrived unbidden, vivid, saturated with the physical texture that her own past was losing. She was being filled and emptied simultaneously, and the filling was Nolan, and the emptying was Alma, and the process was so gradual that each day's change was invisible, and only the cumulative distance, measured against the notebook, against the photographs, against the things she could still feel versus the things she could only name, revealed how far she'd traveled from herself. She tried to leave. Once in late February, she packed the suitcase. She folded the blue dress and the cardigan, and the photographs and the notebook, and she carried the suitcase down the cottage stairs and out the front door, and she walked to the station wagon and put the suitcase in the back seat, and she sat behind the wheel. The road down the mountain to Lexington was 17 miles. She had driven it once, in February of the previous year, when she'd arrived. She turned the key. The engine caught. She put the car in gear and looked at the road that led out of Vesper and down the ridge toward the valley, and she realized, with a clarity so sudden it felt physical, that she could not remember the route, not the broad strokes. She knew the road went down, knew it eventually reached a highway, knew the highway led to Lexington. But the turns, the sequence of curves and switchbacks and intersections that she'd navigated 11 months ago, these were gone. In their place was a different set of directions, precise and entirely useless. The route from the cottage to a farmhouse in the Catawba Valley, described in volume 140 turn by turn, with notes on the condition of the road surface and the position of a lightning-split oak that served as a landmark. She knew how to reach a house she'd never visited. She did not know how to reach the highway she'd driven. She sat in the car for a long time. The engine idled. The mountains held still. She tried to recall the Norfolk apartment. Not the facts. She had the notebook for those. But the feel of it. The afternoon warmth entering the kitchen. The sound of the refrigerator cycling. The smell of the cleaning solution her husband used on the counters. And what came back was thin, flat, colorless. A description of a place rather than the experience of it. She tried harder. She closed her eyes and put herself in the kitchen. In the afternoon, and the kitchen that assembled was the cottage kitchen. Nolan's kitchen. The iron stove and the wooden table, and the afternoon falling through the west-facing window across the surface where she laid out the volumes. She turned off the engine. She took the suitcase out of the back seat. She went inside. The town watched. The pharmacist's wife stopped inviting her to supper. At the post office, Trudy no longer set out a morning cup. When Alma came in to collect the bindery's mail, Trudy placed the letters on the counter without looking up. Her silence as heavy and deliberate as the notes she had once left beneath the saucer. When Alma walked through town to the bindery, which she now opened and ran herself, Nolan no longer capable of the work. The faces she passed wore the expression she'd first seen on the pharmacist's wife. Pity layered over a weariness older than pity. The resignation of witnesses. She worked in the bindery. Her movements carried Nolan's economy. She held the awl between thumb and first knuckle exactly as he had. And the customers who brought repairs did not seem to notice any difference. One of them, an older man whose face she recognized, but whose name she could not produce, watched her work for several minutes and then said a word she didn't catch, a word that included back. And when she asked him to repeat it, he shook his head and left. There were moments of clarity that came and went. One morning she walked into the bindery and caught sight of herself in the shop window, and for a fraction of a second did not recognize the reflection. Not disfigured, not altered, just seen from the wrong angle. Everything in the right place, but approached through the wrong door. She stood in the alley and looked at herself and felt the vertigo of being a stranger to her own image, and then the feeling passed and she was Alma again, opening the shop, pulling on the apron, reaching for the awl. These episodes came more often as winter wore on. She would find herself standing in a room without knowing how she'd arrived, or holding a cup with a grip that felt practiced but foreign. She tested herself. She tried to remember the layout of the Norfolk apartment. The information came slowly, and by the time it assembled itself in her mind, it felt like a place read about rather than lived in. The Norfolk apartment had become an entry in someone else's record. Her own life was becoming secondhand. At night, she opened the notebook. Her husband's name, his birthday, the address. She read the list, and the words were correct, and the memories behind them were translucent. She could see through them to other memories. Nolan's memories, the well water and the hound and the farmhouse route. And those were opaque and solid and real in a manner her own were not. She added items to the list. The color of her childhood bedroom, the name of her first pet, the song her mother sang at bedtime. She added them quickly, before they could thin any further, writing in her own round script with a pressure that dented the page, pressing hard enough to anchor the memories to the paper and prevent them from lifting away. One night in March, she read the list and could not remember what the first entry referred to. She had written a name, her husband's name, and the name was there on the page in her own handwriting. But the name had become a word without a referent, a sequence of letters that no longer connected to a face, a voice, a pair of hands building tomato cages in a garden she could no longer see. She went to the suitcase. She found the envelope. She spread the photographs on the bed and looked at the man in each one, and he was a stranger. Not a complete stranger. She knew who he was. The notebook told her. The photographs confirmed it. The logic was airtight. This man had been her husband. She had loved him. He had died. She had come to Vesper because of the loss. But the knowledge was informational. A war that happened in a given year. She could not feel him. She could not hear him. The frequency where his voice had lived was occupied entirely by another signal, so strong and so rich with the physical texture that her own memories had lost, that it had become her primary reality. She was reading volume 189 when she encountered the first reference to someone named Alma. Not her. A different Alma. Or perhaps the same name recurring as certain names recur. The Alma in the prose was described in terms identical to the ones Alma Larkin would have used to describe herself. The tilt of the head when listening, her left hand finding the banister without looking when climbing stairs. The description continued for 3 pages and included habits so precisely her own. The posture, the gestures, the unconscious movements. That the reading produced a sensation of vertigo, as though she were looking into a mirror that reflected not her own face, but one that matched hers in every feature except the eyes. She closed the volume. She stood up. She went to the kitchen and turned on the tap, and the water came, after 3 turns counterclockwise, and a pause while the pipes clanked once and then began, and she watched her own hands under the stream, and they were her hands, but the cupping, fingers together, thumbs out, the angle of the wrists, was Nolan's habit. And she had not chosen this. She had not practiced this. It had arrived through absorption so gradual that the original gesture and the acquired gesture had become indistinguishable. She went to the notebook. She opened it. She read the list. Her husband's name was a word on a page. Her childhood bedroom was a color without a room. Her mother's bedtime song was a title without a melody. The list was intact, and the list was dead. The facts remained. The person they described was leaving. She wrote at the bottom of the list, in handwriting that was still hers, "I am Alma Larkin. I was born in Norfolk, Virginia. I am not Nolan Fenton. I am not Nolan Fenton." She underlined each repetition. She pressed so hard the pen tore the paper on the 3rd line. She put the notebook back under the pillow. She lay down beside Nolan's sleeping body and listened to his breathing and did not match her own to it, deliberately for the first time in months. The effort of breathing at her own rhythm rather than his was enormous. Her lungs wanted to sink. Her chest wanted to rise and fall with his, an instrument tuning to the dominant frequency in a room. She fought it. She breathed deliberately, counting, holding herself separate. And the effort made her jaw ache and her eyes water, and she fell asleep, still fighting, and dreamed of the cottage kitchen in a version she'd never seen. Older, the table rougher, the stove different, the window facing east instead of west. And in the dream, she was not sitting at the table, but standing beside it, looking down at a woman who sat reading a journal, a woman whose face she almost recognized. And the woman looked up, and Alma saw her own eyes in the stranger's face, and the dream broke, and she woke in the dark, gasping, with Nolan's breathing in her ears and her own lungs already halfway synced to his. She tried to write a letter. She sat at the kitchen table with a sheet of paper and a pen, and she addressed it to the church in Norfolk, to the minister's wife who had told her about the mountain towns, and she wrote, "Dear Mrs. Hadley, I need..." Her hand stopped. Not because she didn't know what she needed. She knew exactly what she needed. She needed someone to come and get her. She needed someone who remembered who she was, who could say her name and have the name connect to the person she had been before Vesper. She needed a witness to her own identity, an external source, because the internal source was failing. Her hand stopped because the next word wouldn't form. She could feel it. Help. She could hear it in her mind, could feel the shape of the letters, but her hand would not move to produce them. Instead, it rested on the page with the stillness of a hand that had been set down by someone else, positioned with care, each finger placed deliberately, and the position was wrong. The pen held too high on the barrel, the angle between thumb and forefinger too wide, and she recognized the grip because she'd watched it for months across the workbench. Nolan's grip. Her hand was holding the pen his way. She dropped it. She picked it up with her left hand, which felt clumsy and alien, but was at least recognizably hers, and she wrote, "Help me, I think something is..." And the left hand was too slow, the letters too large, the pen skidding on the paper, and she was crying now, not from grief, but from the effort of commanding her own body to perform a task it no longer recognized as its own. She put down the pen. She picked up the paper and folded it and put it in the envelope and wrote the address, the Norfolk address, which she retrieved from the notebook because she could no longer recall it unaided. And she sealed the envelope and walked to the post office. Trudy was behind the counter. Alma set the envelope on the counter, and Trudy looked at it and then looked at Alma, and the expression on Trudy's face was one Alma had never seen there before. Not pity, not the weariness of a witness. Confirmation. Someone who has been waiting for a thing to happen and has just seen it begin. Trudy took the envelope and put it under the counter, and Alma walked back to the cottage and sat in the chair by the fireplace and opened to volume 160 and read. Because reading was the only thing that made the shaking stop, and the shaking stopped because the reading replaced the panic with Nolan's calm, measured attention to sensory experience. And the replacement was so effective and so immediate that she understood for the first time that the volumes were not a record. They were an instrument. They were designed to do exactly what they were doing. She kept reading. She could not stop. The passage she found that night was in the final pages of volume 160. The handwriting was Nolan's. The same hand across 243 volumes and 235 years. And the passage described in the same devoted prose the sensation of a body growing comfortable. Not a body's own comfort, but the comfort of inhabiting a body that wasn't originally yours. The awkwardness, then the accommodation, then the point at which the borrowed body becomes indistinguishable from one's own, and finally the moment of completion, when the borrower realizes they've forgotten what their previous body felt like, and the forgetting is not loss, but arrival. The word host appeared once in a parenthetical near the end. She read the passage, and her hands were steady on the page. She read it with absorption, with attention, with the devoted focus of a woman who had committed herself to preservation. And this time, for the first time, the absorption and the attention felt like what they were. Not love, not devotion, not the widow's sacred act of keeping the dead alive, but consumption. She was being eaten. She had been being eaten for months. The pages were the mouth. She closed the volume. She put it on the shelf. She went to the notebook under the pillow. I am Alma Larkin. The words were there in her own round handwriting, and she read them, and they were true, and they were becoming less true. And she could feel the lessening like a tide going out, each reading pulling the truth further from the shore. She looked at the photographs of her husband. She looked hard. She willed herself to see him, to hear him, to feel the weight of his palm on the back of her neck. And what came back was a postcard. Flat, bright, unconvincing. A picture of a man she'd been told she loved, in a garden she'd been told she tended, on a street she'd been told she lived on. Told by whom? Told by the notebook. Told by herself. The last witness to Alma Larkin was Alma Larkin, and the witness was disappearing. Upstairs, Nolan's breathing continued. In and out. In and out. The body doing what bodies do when the person who directed it has moved on. She woke on a morning in late April to the sound of a bird she didn't recognize. The dawn through the cottage bedroom window was pale and thin, the early spring pressing through glass, and Nolan was lying beside her with his eyes open. She looked at him and knew. His eyes were the same gray-green, the same shape, the same distance between them. But they were empty. Not closed, not sleeping, not confused. Empty. The eyes of an animal that processes color and motion without attaching meaning to any of it. He looked at her, and there was no recognition. Not a flicker. Not the faintest residual warmth. The man she had loved was gone so completely that what remained wasn't even a ruin. A ruin implies a former structure. This was a space that had never been occupied. She sat up. She expected the grief to come. The Norfolk grief, the hospital grief, the suffocation of watching someone you love become someone you don't know. And she waited for it, bracing, preparing the place where the weight would land. It didn't come. She sat in the bed beside the empty man and felt the place where grief should have been, and found it already occupied. Not by numbness, not by shock, by a fullness, improbable and terrible. A sense of completion so deep it seemed to originate not in her mind, but in the architecture of her body, her bones rearranged in the night to accommodate a new tenant. The new arrangement fitting so well that the old one, the one that had been Alma Larkin for 31 years, seemed in retrospect like a rough draft. She reached for the notebook. It was under the pillow. She opened it and read, "I am Alma Larkin." The words were her handwriting. The pen had torn through the last repetition of "I am not Nolan Fenton." She read this, and the words meant nothing. They were marks on a page. They described a person she could not locate inside herself, a person whose memories had thinned to nothing, and whose name had become a label on an empty container. She reached for the photograph of her husband. She found it in the suitcase under the bed. She looked at the man in the garden and felt nothing. Not grief, not love, not the splinter she'd maintained for 2 years. The man in the photograph was a stranger in a garden, and the feeling of looking at him was the feeling of looking at a photograph in a second-hand shop. Mild interest. Nothing more. She put the photograph back. She went to the bathroom. She turned on the tap. 3 turns counterclockwise, a pause, the pipes clanking once. And the gesture was smooth and practiced and required no thought. She cupped her hands under the water, fingers together, thumbs out, the angle of the wrists exact, and she washed her face and looked in the mirror. The face was hers. The features were hers. The eyes were hers. But the expression, the set of the mouth, the slight leftward tilt of the head, the narrowing of the right eye, was not hers and never had been. She had seen this expression once before in a photograph tucked into volume 142. A young man looking at the camera with amused, patient appraisal, as though he had all the time in the world, which he did. She touched her cheek. The fingers held themselves spread slightly, the pressure from the pads rather than the tips, and the touch produced not horror, but recognition. Recognition from the other side. The face in the mirror was not being examined, but inhabited, settled into, tried on, and found to fit. She was not frightened. The absence of fear was total, and she understood, with a clarity that felt borrowed, that there was no reason to be frightened. There was no reason to grieve. The process had worked, as it had always worked, with the other Alma, and before her the woman in volume 160, and before her the dim succession of faces and bodies and opened hearts, stretching back through the shelves to volume 1, where the handwriting was the same, and the voice was the same, and the patient documentation of what it felt like to be alive in a body was the same, because it had always been the same person writing. She looked at the notebook one more time. I am Alma Larkin. The sentence was an artifact from a previous tenant. She left it on the bed. She went downstairs. She packed a suitcase from Norfolk, though the hands that folded the clothes moved with an economy that Alma Larkin had never possessed. Each garment creased along lines described in volume 191. She packed the photographs and the notebook and the blue dress and the cardigan, and she did this not out of sentiment, but because a woman leaving a mountain town with nothing would attract attention, and attention was a variable to be managed, a principle the pros had taught her, or taught it, or taught whatever now occupied the space where Alma Larkin had been, across centuries of practice. She did not go upstairs to look at the man in the bed. There was no reason to. He was not Nolan. He had never been Nolan. He was a body that had housed someone for a number of years, and now that someone had moved and the house was empty and there was nothing in an empty house worth looking at, she closed the cottage door behind her. She walked to the station wagon. The morning air was cool, and the mountains held the last of the night mist in the hollows between the ridges, and the word that came to mind, hollows, produced a faint amusement that she didn't examine. Trudy was standing on the porch of the post office as she drove past on Depot Street. Alma raised a hand. Trudy did not wave back. Her expression held no surprise. She was already locking the front door. At 9 a.m, hours before the post office usually closed. And as Alma's station wagon passed the end of Depot Street, she saw in the side mirror the pharmacist's green truck pulling onto the ridge road that led up to the cottage. There were blankets folded in the truck bed. The road down the mountain was narrow and the turns were sharp, and Alma took them without hesitation. Every curve, every switchback, every intersection arriving exactly where she expected it. The route unspooling from a knowledge she had not possessed 3 months ago. Her grip on the wheel was spaced wider than it had been when she'd driven up. The seat felt too close to the pedals. Her legs kept wanting to extend further, expecting a longer reach between hip and floor, and she adjusted the seat back twice before finding a position that didn't feel borrowed. Her shoulders hunched slightly inward, the body expecting a broader frame, and the hunching made her arms ache. The mountains diminished behind her. The valley opened. The road straightened, and the morning resolved into the flat, bright wash of the Virginia Piedmont. She caught her face in the rearview mirror. The face was looking back at her with the expression from the photograph in volume 142, amused, patient, appraising. It had been waiting for her to notice it and was in no hurry, having waited before, having always waited, having learned across the slow accumulation of residencies that the moment of recognition comes when it comes, and that the moment after, when the new tenant stops checking and simply lives, is the moment the house becomes a home. The face settled into itself. The tilt of the head, leftward slight, a posture she had never adopted in 31 years of being Alma Larkin, held. She drove on. The taste in her mouth was of old paper and binding paste, and it was the most familiar taste in the world. Scarecrow was in the south field, roughly 100 yards from the back porch, and Gavin stood at the kitchen sink and tried to decide whether this was the same distance it had been yesterday. It seemed like a simple question. He could picture where it had been, or he thought he could. But the more he looked at it, the less certain the picture became, the way a word you stare at too long starts to look misspelled. The post was lashed to, tilted slightly east, and the arms, which were just broom handles, pushed through the sleeves of one of his grandfather's canvas coats, extended out over the dead corn in a gesture that could have been welcoming or warding, depending. He turned the tap and let the water run cold over his wrists. The kitchen smelled like other people's meals, decades of them, oil and onion and something deeper, mineral, the smell of a house that has been cooked in and slept in by the same person for 40 years. Gavin had been here since Monday afternoon, and it was now Wednesday morning, and the smell had not diminished. He was beginning to understand that it would not diminish, that it was structural, embedded in the drywall and the linoleum and the curtains over the sink. A composite of 10,000 suppers eaten alone, and no amount of open windows or cleaning product would separate it from the house because it was the house, or at least the part of the house that was still his grandfather's. There was a glass in the dish rack. He had noticed it yesterday, a heavy-bottomed tumbler with a faint ring of mineral deposit at its lip, and he had assumed his grandfather had washed it and left it there in the days before the hospital, or that the neighbor woman who'd checked the pipes before his arrival had used it. He forgot it within the hour. It was just a glass. A clean glass in a rack, drying, in a house where someone had recently lived and now didn't. The farmhouse was in Thayer County, Nebraska, 11 miles south of Hebron, on a county road that didn't have a name, only a number. CR 5300, though no one called it that. People gave directions by landmarks, past the co-op elevator, south at the abandoned Senex station, third drive on the right after the creek bridge. His grandfather had bought the quarter section in 1961 and farmed it until his knees quit in the mid-90s, then leased the fields and stayed in the house, which was a white two-story with a windbreak of Osage orange trees on the north side, a detached garage that held a 1988 Ford Ranger, and 40 years of National Geographic stacked in columns against the wall, their yellow spines fading in sequence from bright at the top to the color of old teeth at the bottom. The corn was someone else's now. A neighboring farmer held the lease, and it had been left standing past harvest, the stalks brown and fallen in sections, the ears stripped, the whole field a landscape of aftermath. The Scarecrow was out in it, or at the edge of it, at a distance Gavin had walked yesterday afternoon when he'd gone to look at the fence line. 100 yards, maybe 110. He had not measured. He wished now that he had measured. His grandfather had died in August in the hospital in Fairbury, and the estate was simple. The house and the land and the truck and nothing else. No debts, no encumbrances, just a will filed with an attorney in Hebron that named Gavin Ridley as sole beneficiary because there was no one else to name. Gavin's mother had been the old man's only child, and she had left Nebraska at 19 and married a man from Omaha and then a man from Denver, and then had stopped answering letters around the time Gavin was 12. She was alive somewhere. The attorney had found a forwarding address in Tucson, an apartment complex off Speedway Boulevard. But she had not responded to the notification about the will, and Gavin understood this as a final answer to a question that had been open for a long time. His mother's silence was not cruelty. It was architecture. She had built a life that did not include Nebraska, and the will was a piece of Nebraska trying to get in, and she had declined to open the door. He had met his grandfather twice. Once at a funeral in Grand Island when Gavin was 7, a day he remembered primarily as a sequence of dark clothing and casserole dishes and adults who did not explain things. The old man had been tall or seemed tall from the altitude of 7, and he'd had the weathered face and oversized hands of a person whose body had been shaped by work rather than age. He'd said something to Gavin in the church parking lot. Something about the boy growing or looking like his mother or being glad to see him. And Gavin had the structure of the memory but not the content. The way you remember the envelope but not the letter. The second time was at a Perkins restaurant off I-80 when Gavin was 14. A meeting his mother had arranged and then almost canceled, and then attended with the grim, tight-lipped cooperation of a woman doing something she did not want to do and could not explain not doing. The old man had driven 3 hours from Thayer County to buy Gavin a plate of pancakes and sit across the table looking at him with an expression Gavin now recognized 11 years later as someone trying to memorize a face they knew they wouldn't see again. They had not spoken much. The old man had asked about school, and Gavin had answered, and there had been long pauses that the restaurant's ambient noise did not fill, and the silences had not been uncomfortable exactly, but they had been present, occupying space, and Gavin had understood even at 14 that the silence was not empty but full of everything the old man wanted to say and had decided, or been decided for him, not to. When they left, his grandfather had shaken his hand, not hugged him, shaken his hand, the way you'd close a transaction with a person you respected but did not know. And that was the last time. Now Gavin was 25, and he worked at a screen printing shop in Lincoln, and made $12 an hour and lived in a one-bedroom apartment on South 27th Street, with a window that faced the parking lot of a Walgreens and a lease that renewed in January. He had taken a week off work to deal with the estate, clean out the house, meet with the real estate agent, decide what to keep and what to haul to the dump in Hebron. And he had been doing this room by room, starting with the upstairs bedrooms, closets of flannel shirts, bureau drawers of pocket knives and ball caps, and receipts from the farm and fleet in Beatrice, a life sorted into small containers, each one holding something too ordinary to mean anything to anyone except the person who had owned it, and who was now in a plot in the Hebron cemetery that Gavin had visited once on Monday and stood beside for 5 minutes without speaking, because he did not know the man in the ground and did not know what you said to a stranger who had left you everything he had. He dried his hands on a dish towel that smelled like the house and looked out the window again. The scarecrow had not moved in the last 4 minutes. This was a thought he would not have had yesterday. He put on his boots and went outside. The morning was overcast, the air holding the stillness that preceded weather in flat country. Not a wind, not a calm, but a suspension, the atmosphere holding its breath. Gavin walked straight toward the scarecrow, counting steps this time, and when he reached it, he turned around and counted them back. 86 steps out, 84 back, the discrepancy a function of stride length and attention, not distance. He wrote the number on the back of a gas receipt from his wallet and put it in his shirt pocket. Up close, the scarecrow had the same painted face, the same canvas coat, the same posture of generalized authority, the posture of a man who has been told to stand somewhere and wait, and has been waiting so long he has forgotten what he was waiting for, and now the waiting itself is the purpose. The construction was serious. A railroad tie sunk 3 feet into the earth and cross-braced with 2x4s, the whole frame wrapped in chicken wire and packed tight with straw and then dressed in the canvas coat and canvas work pants, cinched at the waist with the baling wire. A burlap sack stuffed with more straw served as the head. Someone had painted a face on it in what looked like house paint. 2 black circles for eyes, a horizontal line for the mouth. Not a friendly face, not an unfriendly one. Just a face, applied with the same practical economy as everything else the old man had built. The chicken wire was hinged. He noticed this on his second pass around the frame. A section of the wire mesh on the left side was attached to the 2x4's cross brace with baling wire loops rather than staples, creating a panel that could be opened and reclosed. The straw inside could be replaced without disassembling the entire structure. It was the kind of modification a farmer would make to something he intended to rebuild every season, year after year, for decades. His grandfather had designed this to be restuffed. The straw was a replaceable component, like the oil in an engine or the filter in a furnace. Gavin swung the panel open and it moved easily, the baling wire hinges worn smooth. Inside, the straw was packed tight against the canvas, dense and uniform. He latched the panel closed and looked back at the house. The distance between himself and the back porch was either 10 yards shorter than it had been Monday afternoon, or wasn't, and he had no way to know which. 86 was a number. It became a fact only if he trusted his steps, and his steps were not consistent, and the unit of measurement was himself, and he was not reliable. The ground around the base was disturbed, not dramatically. No drag marks, no obvious footprints. But the dirt at the foot of the post was looser than the packed earth a foot away. He knelt and pressed the soil with his thumb. It gave. Inside, he made coffee with grounds he'd brought from Lincoln and sat at the kitchen table and tried to arrange this into something practical. The scarecrow had not moved by itself. Scarecrows did not move. Therefore, someone had moved it in the night while Gavin was asleep in his grandfather's bed. This was either a prank or it was something else, and the difference between those two possibilities was the difference between a world where the rules held and a world where they didn't, and Gavin preferred strongly the former. He drank his coffee. He turned on the radio. A rotary knob AM set mounted under the upper cabinet, the kind with a single speaker and a dial that covered frequencies no one broadcast on anymore. And found the station out of Fairbury. Farm market reports, weather. The announcer's voice was familiar by now, a baritone with a nasal edge that made every sentence sound like it was being read from a card. Between the weather and the corn futures, the signal dipped into static. A long burst, 10 or 15 seconds, during which a different broadcast bled through. A voice Gavin couldn't quite resolve, saying something about outbuildings and a number to call. Then the static cleared and the market report resumed, and Gavin turned the radio down. The scarecrow. 86 steps. He went to the window and looked at it. 86 steps. The number was on the receipt in his pocket. Tomorrow he would count again. That afternoon he drove the Ranger into Hebron. The town had along US 81, a two-lane highway that ran north-south through the center of the county like a spine. And the business district was 3 blocks long, a hardware store, a bank, a grocery, a cafe, a post office, a funeral home, a bar called the Rusty Plow that had a Coors Light sign in the window, and a parking lot that was empty at 2 in the afternoon. The sidewalks were concrete and cracked, and the storefronts were the kind that had once had awnings and now had flat facades with signs repainted over older signs, layers of commerce visible at the edges where the paint had chipped. A town that had been larger once, that had contracted slowly, and that now existed at its current size with the stability of something that had found its floor. Gavin went to the hardware store on Lincoln Avenue. The man behind the counter was in his 50s, clean-shaven, wearing a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled to the forearm and a pencil behind his ear that had been there so long it had left a groove. He knew who Gavin was before Gavin said his name. He offered condolences in the practiced, formal tone of a person who has lost many people he knows and addresses each loss with the same reliable sentence. Gavin thanked him and bought a flashlight and a package of D batteries. Then, because the question had been building since the kitchen window, he asked about the scarecrow. The man's expression did something careful. A recalibration, the face of a person deciding how to handle a topic that occupied the border between real and ridiculous. He leaned on the counter. He told Gavin that people called it the Sentinel, that his grandfather had built it. When exactly, nobody was sure, but it had been there as long as most people could remember. That the story was it moved during harvest, a few feet closer to the house each night, from the time the corn came in until the first hard freeze. Kids used to dare each other to touch it in the dark. Some of the older people took the story seriously or acted like they did. And after enough years, the distinction between acting and believing eroded, the way a trail you walk every day stops being a path through the woods and becomes the woods. He said the old man had never talked about it, never explained it, never denied the story or confirmed it, just maintained it. Fresh straw every September, a new coat of paint on the face every few years, new clothes when the old ones rotted, maintained it the way you'd maintain a wellhead or a fence line, a piece of infrastructure that did a job you considered necessary even if no one else understood the job description. The man said the old man had told him once, buying a bale of straw and a can of exterior latex, that a scarecrow was only as good as its stuffing, and that the stuffing had to be replaced because straw compacted over winter, and a flat scarecrow wasn't scaring anything. He'd said this in the practical tone of a man explaining equipment maintenance, not a folklore. Gavin paid for the flashlight and batteries, and on his way out stopped at the cafe 2 doors down, a place called Maggie's that had a counter and 6 booths and smelled like coffee and grease and the sweet, scorched smell of pie filling heated past its intended temperature. He ordered coffee and sat at the counter, and the waitress, who was in her 40s and had the efficient warmth of a person who talked to strangers for a living, asked if he was the Ridley boy, and he said he was. She told him she was sorry about his grandfather. She said the old man used to come in Saturdays for the chicken fried steak, always the same booth, the one by the window, and always the same tip. $2 for as long as anyone could remember. And the consistency of it was the kind of thing a small town noticed and found comforting and now missed. She said this with a genuine feeling, and Gavin understood that his grandfather had been, in this town, a fixture in the way the Sentinel was a fixture. Constant, unexplained, part of the landscape. He asked about the Sentinel. She glanced at the other 2 customers. A farmer in coveralls reading the Hebron Journal Register, a woman in a quilted vest drinking tea, and leaned across the counter. She told him the story was old and nobody knew where it started, and most people didn't think about it much. But she added that the year his grandfather went into the hospital this past spring, when the old man's health turned, no one had maintained the Sentinel for the first time in decades. No new straw, no new paint. And the corn had come in poor, the worst yield in the county. And some people connected the 2 things, and some people thought that was absurd. And some people had stopped saying which camp they were in. She said there had been a stretch in the 80s when a few things went missing from farms during harvest. Tools, a blanket, canned goods from a root cellar. And some people said it was kids, and some people said it was the Sentinel taking what it needed. And her voice, when she said this last part, had the flatness of a person repeating something they've heard too many times to hear anymore. She added, almost as an afterthought, that the thefts always stopped when the first hard freeze came, and that no one had ever found signs of forced entry. Gavin drank his coffee. On his way out, he passed the bulletin board inside the cafe door. Flyers for a church supper, a 4-H fundraiser, a used tractor, and a photocopied notice from the Thayer County Sheriff's Office. Bold header, a photograph. A man's face, mid-30s, flat-lit, the kind of photograph that came from an official record, and a block of text beneath it. Gavin's eyes passed over it without stopping. His mind went back to the scarecrow. He pushed through the door, and the bell jingled, and the notice stayed on the board behind him. He drove back on CR 5300 in the Ranger. The fields were flat and open, and the corn stood in them like the remnants of something that had not yet decided what it was becoming. Gavin drove, and the image of his grandfather alone out here settled over the drive, maintaining a scarecrow that the town had turned into a legend, replacing its straw every September through the hinged panel like a man performing a sacrament he'd never explained. And the thought produced not nostalgia or grief, but something more geometric. The awareness of a pattern whose purpose he could not see. A shape in time that implied a function he was not equipped to identify. At the house, the scarecrow was still at 86 steps. Gavin checked. Vernon Dooley came by around 4. Gavin heard the truck first. A heavy diesel, audible for half a mile in flat country. And by the time he got to the porch, a man in his 60s was climbing out of a dually with a seed corn cap and the deliberate movements of someone who had lived in his body for a long time without being surprised by anything it did. He introduced himself as the neighbor to the east, the one who held the lease on the cornfields, and he had a thermos of coffee and the posture of a man who intended to sit and talk whether he was invited to or not. They sat. Vernon talked about the land, its history, its yield, its water table, the drip irrigation the old man had installed in 1984 and never upgraded. He talked about the soil with the specificity of a man who understood dirt as a living thing. Creeked silt loam, some of the best in the county, deep topsoil, good drainage, responsive to nitrogen, but not greedy. He talked about Gavin's grandfather with the careful respect of someone describing a person he had found difficult. The old man had been private, not unfriendly, but not available. Lived alone for 25 years and seemed to prefer it, or had arranged his life so thoroughly around solitude that the question of preference became irrelevant. He'd kept the house and the truck and the scarecrow and the lease, and he'd needed nothing else. And Vernon said this with a faint admiration that coexisted with something else, a frustration, an impatience, with a man who had sat on 160 acres of prime farmland and refused to sell it or explain why. Vernon asked if Gavin intended to keep the place. Gavin said he hadn't decided. Vernon named a number that was 60% of what the real estate agent had told Gavin the land was worth. A quick sale number, a pressure number. Gavin told him he'd think about it. Before he left, Vernon stood on the porch and looked at the scarecrow. A long look, the kind that took inventory, and said nothing about it. The absence of comment hung with the deliberateness of a shape. After Vernon left, Gavin watched the taillights diminish, and a thought formed. Not a conclusion. The shape of one. A person with a motive. A person who wanted the land and had been told no. A person who might use the Sentinel legend as a tool. The logic was clean, almost too clean. But a clean explanation was what the mind craved when it was alone in a farmhouse and the scarecrow had moved. And Gavin did not examine the cleanliness because examining it would require considering alternatives, and the alternatives were not clean. He went inside and locked both doors and went upstairs and lay in the bed and listened to the house settle, joists contracting, pipes ticking in sequence, glass clicking and glazing, and sorted these sounds the way a person sorts mail, reducing each from unknown to known, and at some point between the pipes and the glass, he fell asleep. In the morning, the scarecrow was closer. He went to the window before he went downstairs. He had not planned this, had not intended to make the scarecrow his first act of every day, but his body did it anyway. Crossed the cold floor to the east-facing window and looked south, and the fact that he hadn't chosen to do this, that his legs had carried him there the way they carried him to the bathroom or the coffee pot, felt like the first symptom of something he did not want to become. It had moved, not ambiguously. The scarecrow stood in the field at a distance that was obviously measurably shorter than it had been yesterday. He could see the painted face from the second-floor window. 2 black circles, the horizontal line, and the face was different at this distance, more detailed. The way a person's expression becomes readable only when they're close enough that you can't pretend they're not looking at you. He went downstairs and counted. 60 steps. Yesterday, 86. 26 steps of difference, roughly 20 feet in one night. At the base, the soil was freshly disturbed, looser, darker, turned. Partial boot prints led east, toward Vernon's property line, and then disappeared into the packed earth between corn rows. He went back to the scarecrow and looked at it the way a person looks at a face they're trying to read. The straw inside the coat was packed differently than it had been yesterday. He was almost certain of this, though he had no photograph, no measurement, no proof beyond the impression in his hands from pressing the canvas 24 hours earlier. The right side of the torso seemed flatter, compressed, as though the stuffing had been displaced by pressure from inside. He pressed his palm against the coat. The straw gave loosely, unevenly. Not the dense uniform resistance of packed material, but something less organized, as if it had been disturbed and repacked. He did not open the hinged panel. He pressed and released and went inside. The radio was on. He'd left it overnight. And between the weather and the market report, the announcer mentioned that food had been reported stolen from 2 properties south of the river. Canned goods, a jug of water, a coat taken from a garage in Chester. The sheriff's department was asking residents to secure outbuildings and contact the office if they noticed anything unusual. The announcer read this in the same tone he used for road closures, and then the weather came back, and Gavin poured his coffee and sat with Vernon Dooley's name in his head like a stone in a shoe. He was increasingly certain it was Vernon, the motive, the method, the opportunity. Everything pointed east, toward the man who wanted this land and had been refused. The boot prints led east. The silence about the sentinel during Vernon's visit had been the silence of a man holding a card he intended to play later, in the dark, at the base of a scarecrow. The theory accounted for everything. This was its virtue, and though Gavin didn't recognize it yet, its failure. It accounted for everything because it had been designed to account for everything, and it fit the available space so perfectly that there was no room left for the thing it did not include. He spent the rest of Thursday in the house. The living room was small and organized, a recliner angled at the television, a shelf of paperback westerns by author, a side table with a reading lamp and a magnifying glass, and a copy of Nebraska Farmer folded open to an article about no-till planting. The bathroom had been updated in the 80s and was clean in the manner of a room maintained by routine rather than interest. The medicine cabinet, aspirin, antacid, a razor, a bar of shaving soap. The front bedroom, the one his grandfather had not used in years, was empty except for a twin bed with a bare mattress and a closet containing nothing. Gavin stood in the doorway and looked at it. The room felt subtracted from the house's daily life, a room that existed as volume rather than function. The air was different, warmer or closer. He stood there for a moment and could not identify what was wrong and moved on. He went to the back door. It didn't sit right in its frame. There was a gap at the bottom, a 1/4 inch, maybe 3/8, wide enough to see daylight through, wide enough that cold air moved through it in a continuous thin draft. The frame had settled or the door had warped. The slow-motion negotiation between house and ground. Gavin noticed this as a maintenance item. He did not think about what else could use a gap that size because the question did not occur to him, and it did not occur to him because his mind was full of Vernon Dooley. And Vernon was a large enough thought to fill the space where other thoughts might have been. That evening he sat in the kitchen with the lights off. He hadn't planned this. had been standing at the window watching the field dim, and the room went dark around him. And it seemed important not to turn on the lights, not to make himself visible. He ate crackers and peanut butter and sat by the window and watched. The moon was a thin crescent. The scarecrow was not visible as a shape, only as a density, a pressure, a place in the darkness that felt occupied. He watched for 2 hours. He did not see movement. What he saw or thought he saw was subtler. The darkness where the scarecrow stood seemed to have a presence, a displacement. The way a person sitting still in a dark room has a presence that isn't visual but thermal, spatial. The faint, unconscious broadcast of a living body. He was not sure he was seeing this. He was not sure he was imagining it. At 12:20, his head dropped against the windowsill, and he woke 40 minutes later with a stiff neck and the sick disorientation of a man who had been keeping watch and had failed. The field was dark. He went upstairs and slept. In the morning, he went to the window, and the scarecrow was at 42 steps. He counted twice. 42 both times. 86 to 60 to 42. 18 steps overnight. The interval had slowed, but it was still closing. It was accelerating. And this was the night he had been watching. The night he'd sat in the dark kitchen, staring at the field for 2 hours. He had not seen it move. He had not heard it move. The scarecrow had covered 20 feet while he was looking directly at the area it occupied, and he had detected nothing. Either the movement had happened during the 40 minutes he'd been asleep, or it had happened while he watched, slowly enough to be invisible in real time, the way the hour hand of a clock moves without appearing to move, and whoever was doing it had been patient enough and close enough to accomplish this without any sound that the house's settling didn't cover. He stood at the scarecrow. 42 steps. At this distance, the painted face was intimate, the brushstrokes visible, the black circles slightly dripped, the burlap texture rough under the paint. Close enough that the face stopped being a symbol and started being a thing with weight and age and the physical history of the hand that had applied it. The ground was churn, drag marks, twin furrows where the post had been pulled. But the furrows came from 2 directions. One set led east. The other set came from the scarecrow itself, as though the post had rocked in its hole and walked forward, tilting corner to corner the way you move a heavy appliance across a kitchen floor. He pressed the canvas. The straw gave, and his fingers found a pocket of warmer air, a space inside the torso where the stuffing had been pushed to the perimeter, compressed against the canvas and the chicken wire. His hand went deeper, and the gap was larger than his hand, and the straw around it was arranged, not packed, arranged, with the deliberateness of something organized by hands rather than settled by gravity. He did not open the hinged panel. He pulled back. The smell came up from the cavity like something that had been sealed and was now released. Close, sour, human. The concentrated signature of a body in a small space for extended periods. Sweat and breath and the acrid undertone of urine and the close, sour smell of clothes worn without washing, and beneath all of that, something sharper, a smell the back of Gavin's brain, identified before his conscious mind could name it. The smell of a mammal in hiding, the smell of fear. He went inside and made coffee and sat at the table. He was back to Vernon Dooley, back to the version of events that had edges. Vernon was the thought he could hold. The one with edges, a shape, a solution, and the other thought. The one his fingers had touched and his nostrils had confirmed. Was a thought without edges, and he was not ready for thoughts without edges. He decided to catch Vernon Dooley. He drove into Hebron and bought 50 feet of mason line, a bag of tin cans from the second-hand shelf, a roll of electrical tape, and a small cowbell with a loose clapper. The man behind the counter looked at these items and looked at Gavin and said nothing. On the drive back, he passed a Thayer County Sheriff's cruiser on the shoulder of 81, pointed south, and another at the intersection by the spur road. He noted them the way you note police cars. A glance at the speedometer, a brief uptick of attention. And then they were behind him, and he was thinking about tripwire configurations and the angle of approach from Vernon's grain bins. He was solving the problem he could see. Back at the house, he spent the afternoon rigging the perimeter. Mason lines strung ankle-high across 3 approaches, east, south, north. Tin cans with pebbles threaded on at intervals. The cowbell hung from a low branch of the nearest Osage orange, wired to a 40-foot run of line. He tested each line. The cans rattled, a thin metallic chatter that carried further than he expected. The cowbell rang with a clarity that seemed too pure for the landscape, a church sound, a summoning. He went inside. He did not turn on the lights. He heated a can of soup on the stove and ate it standing at the counter, and washed the bowl and set it in the rack next to the tumbler he hadn't used. He locked the back door. He checked it. He checked it again. The deadbolt seated with the stiff resistance of a mechanism that hadn't been used regularly, and the sound of the bolt engaging was the most reassuring sound in the house. He sat in the kitchen chair by the back window with the flashlight in his lap. He waited. The night was enormous. This was the thing about open country that Gavin, who had lived his adult life in a 1-bedroom apartment in Lincoln with a Walgreens across the parking lot and a neighbor through every wall, had not been prepared for. Not the quiet, not the darkness, but the scale. The night in the city was a ceiling, close and lit. The night on the plains was the absence of a ceiling. It went up and out, and there was nothing between the kitchen window and the horizon, and nothing between the horizon and whatever came after, and the emptiness was not passive. It pressed. It attended. It reminded you continuously that the human world, houses, roads, towns, $12 an hour jobs, was a thin layer on a surface that did not care about it. He waited. The house settled. The radiator ticked. The wind moved through the dead corn with the sound of dry things rubbing together. 2 surfaces forced to touch by a force that did not care what they wanted. He listened. He heard it as wind. He also heard it as something else, and the 2 hearings occupied the same space in his ears, and he could not separate them. The keys to the Ranger were on a hook by the front door at the end of the hallway, past the bathroom and the front bedroom with the bare mattress. He had hung them there on Monday, because that's where his grandfather's keys had been, and the hook was there, and it was the obvious place. The distance between the kitchen and the front door was 30 feet, maybe 35, a straight, dark shot down the length of the house. At 11:14, he heard a truck. Not on the county road, on the field road to the east, the dirt 2-track along the section line. A diesel engine, heavy, idling briefly, then cutting. And what replaced it was the stillness of a cab with the engine off and a driver deciding when to move. Gavin sat in the dark with his hands on his knees and his pulse running high and fast, the blood doing what blood does when the body's early warning systems have identified an incoming event and begun preparing without consulting the conscious mind. 10 minutes, 15. Then a truck door closed softly, the weighted quiet of a person standing in a field choosing a direction. The cans, a thin metallic clatter from the east line, a sound. Not a word, not quite a curse, something between the two. Then nothing. A person standing still, listening. Gavin was on his feet and out the back door and around the side of the house, moving on the grass, and he came around the corner of the garage and aimed the flashlight and turned it on. Vernon Dooley was in the beam, one ankle tangled in mason line. Weight shifted forward, both hands on the scarecrow's post. Caught. He looked up into the light and his face went through 3 expressions in 2 seconds. Surprise, then anger, then the flat blankness of a man whose face has stopped performing because the situation is beyond performance. He did not let go of the post. "Get that light off me," he said. His voice was low, hard. The voice of a man who was caught, but had not yet decided to be caught, who was still calculating whether there was a way to make this into something other than what it was. Gavin kept the light on him. Vernon's hands were still on the post. His knuckles were white. He was wearing the canvas jacket and seed corn cap, and he looked in the flashlight circle like the Scarecrow's twin, the same general shape, the same clothes, a man and his imitation in the same uniform. He stared through the light, and Gavin could see him working through it, running the calculations of a man who has spent 60 years in a place where problems were solved by endurance and stubbornness, and the calculation was whether he could brazen through this. And the answer arrived on his face as a slow deflation, a collapse of pressure. He let go of the post. He untangled his boot from the line. He did not apologize. He stood with his hands at his sides and his shoulders squared and said nothing for a long time. And the nothing was not confession and was not defiance. Gavin waited. Vernon talked. Not a speech. Fragments, starts and stops. He said he'd moved it. He said he'd done it twice, Monday night and Thursday night, and had come back to do it again tonight. He said the post was heavier than he'd expected, that he'd nearly thrown his back on Monday. He said these things in the tone of a man discussing equipment failure, the practical details coming easier than the reason. Then the reason came, and it came ugly. The land, the price, the 10 years of offers refused. The grandson from the city who turned down the number. Vernon said he'd seen a way. The Sentinel story. The kid alone in the house, the Scarecrow creeping closer in the dark. And the logic had seemed at the time reasonable, the way unreasonable things seem reasonable when you want something badly enough that the wanting replaces thinking. He said this looking at the ground, and there was no performance in it. Just the flat, exhausted honesty of a man who has put something down and cannot pick it back up. Gavin asked about a Wednesday night. Vernon's head came up. The flashlight was pointing at the ground between them, but there was enough ambient light to see his face change. Not gradually, not in stages, but all at once. The way a landscape changes when a cloud moves and the light shifts, and the thing you were looking at becomes a different thing entirely. He said he wasn't here Wednesday. He was in Lincoln, an auction at the state fairgrounds. He'd driven up Wednesday morning, stayed at his sister's in Havelock, and driven back Thursday. He could prove it. "I didn't move it Wednesday," he said. The words settled between them. Gavin said nothing. The silence held, and in the space between them was the arithmetic. Monday, Vernon. Friday, Vernon. Wednesday, not Vernon. Vernon looked at the Scarecrow. He looked at it the way a person looks at something they've been handling casually and have just been told is not what they assumed, a reassessment. The eyes going over the same surface and reading it differently. The canvas coat, the straw-packed torso, the burlap head. He took a step back. The step was involuntary, the body moving before the mind gave permission, the way you step back from the edge of something high. He looked at Gavin and then at the Scarecrow, and his face had the expression of a man who has just understood that the story he was telling is not the complete story, and the part that isn't his is the part that matters. He did not explain this expression. He turned and walked toward his truck, and his walk was faster than his arrival had been. The unhurried gait replaced by something tighter, something that was trying not to be a run. The truck started, and the tires threw loose dirt, and the headlights came on, and the truck accelerated east, and the engine diminished, and Gavin was alone. He stood in the field. The flashlight was pointing at the ground. The cans were still swaying on their lines, making small sounds that were already becoming part of the night's background. And the scarecrow was behind him, and the house was in front of him. And the distance between everything and everything else was the same distance it had been 10 seconds ago, and also not the same, because the information inside the distances had changed. He did not move for a long time. The thought was settling in him the way sediment settles in water, slowly, evenly, covering everything. Monday was Vernon. Friday was Vernon. Wednesday was not Vernon. And Wednesday was the night the scarecrow had gone from 68 steps to 42. The biggest movement. 26 steps in a single night, on a night when no one he knew had any reason to be in this field. The explanation he had built, the clean, complete explanation that accounted for the motive and the method and the opportunity and the boot prints and the silence and the low-ball offer, had a hole in it. The hole was Wednesday-shaped, and it was the size of a night. He stood in the field, and the field held him, and the darkness held the field, and the quiet was not quiet, but was full of the small sounds that flat country makes when the wind moves through dead corn. And the scarecrow was behind him, and the house was in front of him. And somewhere in the gap between the explanation he had and the explanation he needed, there was a fact he did not have. And the absence of that fact was more frightening than any fact could be, because a fact could be managed and an absence could not. He turned around. The scarecrow was at 42 steps. This was the Wednesday position. The position it had reached on the night Vernon was in Lincoln. Vernon had been caught tonight before he could move it further. 42 was the number from 2 nights ago, the number that belonged to whoever had done the moving that Vernon had not done. Gavin walked to the scarecrow. The walk took less time than it should have. 42 steps had sounded like a distance when it was a number, and felt like nothing when it was a walk. And then he was there, standing in front of the painted face, and the flashlight was on it, and he did not want to do what he was about to do. He went around to the left side. He found the hinged panel. He opened it. The interior of the scarecrow was visible in the flashlight's beam, and the straw was wrong. It was not packed uniformly. It was compressed to the outside, pushed against the coat and pants in a dense shell, 3 or 4 inches thick, and the center was hollow. A cavity the width and depth of a man's chest, running from just below the burlap head to the waist, with the cross brace at the center like a step. The cross brace was worn smooth. Gavin ran his fingers across it and felt the polish of repeated gripping, the same sheen that develops on a stair rail or a shovel handle, the wood compressed and sealed by the oils of a human hand, not from years of seasonal maintenance, from sustained, repeated weight-bearing use. Someone standing on this beam, holding the broom handle arms for hours. The baling wire hinges of the panel were worn smooth too, worked back and forth, opened and closed, far more than seasonal restuffing would require. The grandfather had designed this panel for maintenance. Someone else had been using it for access. The smell came up from the cavity like something that had been sealed and was now released. Close, sour human. The concentrated signature of a body in a small space for extended periods. Sweat and breath and the acrid undertone of urine and the close, sour smell of clothes worn without washing. And beneath all of that, something sharper, a smell the back of Gavin's brain identified before his conscious mind could name it. The smell of a mammal in hiding, the smell of fear. The straw at the bottom of the cavity was matted, compressed in a pattern that was not random. The pattern of weight, of a body's pressure points, of a person standing with their feet apart on a narrow beam and leaning against a padded wall. There were threads caught in the chicken wire, dark threads, cotton, the kind that pulled from a jacket sleeve when a person squeezed through a narrow opening. There was a damp spot on the canvas at waist height that matched the patch of skin between a belt and the bottom of a shirt, the place where sweat collects when you cannot move. The cavity was empty. The warmth was there. Residual fading, the thermal signature of recent habitation. But the body was gone. Whoever had been inside the scarecrow was not inside it now. Gavin closed the panel. He stepped back. He stood in the field, and the field gave him nothing. Just corn stubble and dirt, and the county road, and the tree line, and the house, white in the edge of the flashlight's spill, and the knowledge that the scarecrow's occupant was not in the scarecrow, which meant the occupant was somewhere else. He went inside fast. He locked the back door, and his hand was shaking, and the deadbolt's stiff resistance, which he had previously noted as a maintenance issue, now felt like something to be grateful for, the resistance of a mechanism doing its job, keeping inside and outside on their respective sides. He turned on the kitchen light. He turned on the hallway light. He went to the living room and turned on the lamp. He turned on the bathroom light. He went to the front bedroom. The door was closed, and he did not remember closing it, and opened it and turned on the light. The room was empty. Bare mattress, empty closet. He checked under the bed. Nothing. He went upstairs and turned on every light and checked every closet and looked behind every door, and the house was empty, and the house was bright. Every window a rectangle of light blazing out into the dark field. And this thought, which arrived while he was standing in the upstairs hallway catching his breath, rearranged everything. Every light was on. Every window was lit from inside, which meant that from outside, from the field, from the darkness, from the corn, the house was a display case. Anyone standing beyond the porch light's reach could see into every room, could see Gavin moving from room to room, checking closets, opening doors, could stand in the stubble at 42 steps or 30 steps or 10, and watch him the way you watch someone through a window at night, completely visible, unable to see out, because the glass reflects the interior when the inside is bright and the outside is dark. Gavin went downstairs. He moved to the kitchen. He reached for the light switch and stopped. If he turned off the kitchen light, the room would go dark and the window would become a window again and he could see out. But the hallway behind him would still be lit, and he would be silhouetted in the doorway, and the dark kitchen would not be a room he had checked. And if he turned off all the lights, every room would become a room he had not checked. He left the lights on. He stood in the bright kitchen, and the windows were mirrors, and the mirrors showed him his own face and the room behind him, and nothing beyond the glass. He went to the back door. He had locked it when he came inside. He was certain. He had felt the deadbolt seat, had heard the mechanism engage, had checked it twice with the focus of a man who understood that checking was the most important thing he could do. He put his hand on the lock. The deadbolt was retracted. The door was unlocked. The door he had locked 4 minutes ago, 5, was unlocked. The bolt was in the open position. The door sat in its warped frame with its quarter-inch gap, and the cold air coming through the gap was touching his ankles. He had not opened it. He had not been near it since he locked it. He had been upstairs checking rooms, and while he was upstairs, someone had been downstairs, and while he was checking the rooms they were not in, they had been in the room he had already checked, and the arithmetic of this, the simple, devastating geometry of two people in a house, one of them looking for the other moving through the spaces the first had already cleared, settled into him like cold water. He locked the door again, the bolt seated. He stepped back from it and did not take his eyes off it, and the bolt did not move, but he understood now that the bolt did not matter, that the gap did not matter, that the lock was a negotiation between himself and the door had already been renegotiated by someone else. He looked at the dish rack. The tumbler was there, the heavy-bottom glass from Monday, and behind it, tucked behind it in a way that was not accidental, a second glass, smaller, thinner-walled. He opened the cabinet. 6 glasses. There should have been 8. 2 were in the rack, washed and placed and dry. The second glass had been there for at least a day, possibly since before he'd arrived, placed by a hand that knew where the rack was. He set it down. The small sound of glass on metal was clean and final. He turned and looked at the kitchen. The chair at the far end of the table, the one he never sat in, was pulled out. The dishcloth on the oven handle was folded in half. Gavin folded things in thirds. The soap dispenser was on the wrong side of the sink. In the trash bag under the sink, pressed to the bottom beneath the liner, a plastic wrapper from a granola bar, a brand he had not bought. He went to the front bedroom, the room he had checked 3 minutes ago, the room that had been empty. He turned on the light. It was already on. He'd left it on, and stood in the doorway. The mattress. The center was depressed. A shallow concavity, the impression of intermittent weight. A body that had been here for hours and then risen. Gavin crossed the room and put his hand on the surface. Warm, not room temperature. Warm. The warmth of a surface that has recently held a body. The thermal memory of contact, the heat still dissipating. And the warmth was the same warmth he'd felt inside the scarecrow's cavity. The same biological residue. And it was here, in this house, in this room, on this mattress. And the person who had left it was not in the bed and was not in the closet and was not visible in any room Gavin had checked. He opened the closet. The floor was bare except for the corner, a candy wrapper. Snickers, folded in half with the care of a person who produces waste and has nowhere to put it. Next to it, a piece of straw, 3 inches long, slightly damp. The kind that falls from clothing, from a coat packed with straw, from a person who has been standing inside a scarecrow all day and carries pieces of it when they leave. Gavin picked up the straw. He held it between his thumb and forefinger. He stood in the closet of the front bedroom and held a piece of the scarecrow that was not from the scarecrow, but from the person who had been inside it, and the house was bright around him and silent, except for the furnace, which was running in the basement, pushing heated air through the ducts, and the sound of the furnace was the loudest sound in the house, a low, steady hum that filled the registers and the walls and covered everything under its frequency. Covered footsteps, covered a door opening, covered the small sounds a body makes when it moves through a space it knows well. He walked back to the kitchen. His legs were operating under instructions his conscious mind had not issued. He sat down in his chair, the one closest to the stove, the one he'd used all week, and looked at the chair across from him, the one that was pulled out. The hallway was behind him. The front door was at the end of the hallway. The keys to the Ranger were on the hook by the front door. Between where he sat and where the keys hung, the hallway, and the open door of the front bedroom with the warm mattress, and the closed door to the basement. The house was bright. Every light was on. And every light meant every window was a mirror, and every mirror meant he could not see out. And every room he was not in was a room he could not account for. And the Ranger was in the garage, and the keys were at the end of a hallway he could not see the end of from where he sat. The furnace clicked off. The house went quiet. Not silent. A house is never silent. But quiet in the way that a room full of people is quiet when someone stops talking. The absence was louder than the sound had been. The radiator ticked twice and stopped. The refrigerator hummed, and the hum was thin and high and did not cover anything below its frequency. In the quiet, Gavin heard a sound. Not a footstep, not a door. Something softer and closer than either. The sound of weight shifting. A body adjusting its position. the creak of a floorboard under a foot that has been still for a long time and has allowed itself one small movement. The sound came from the hallway, from somewhere between the kitchen and the front door, from the stretch of house that contained the front bedroom with its warm mattress and the basement with its closed door and the hook where the truck keys hung. Gavin did not move. His body understood, before his mind authorized the understanding. That movement was sound, and sound was location, and location was the only information he had that the other person did not. He sat in the kitchen chair with his hands on his knees, and his breath held, and the overhead light buzzing and the windows reflecting the room back at him, and the back door unlocked, and the hallway behind him, and the sound from the hallway not repeating. The absence of repetition worse than the sound itself, because the sound meant presence, and the absence of sound meant the presence was listening. The glass in the dish rack held the light. The light did not move. Outside, the fields went on in every direction, flat and dark and patient. And the scarecrow stood in them with its arms out, and its painted face and its empty center, and the distance between the scarecrow and the house was 42 steps, and the distance between Gavin and the hallway was less than that. And both distances had been closing all week, and the glass held the light, and the light did not move, and Gavin did not move, and the house held them both. There exists, in the grammars of certain Caucasian languages, a morphological category that Western linguists, for want of a better term, have called evidentiality, a system of verbal suffixes indicating not merely that something happened, but how the speaker came to know it happened, whether by direct witness, by hearsay, by inference from physical evidence, or by a knowledge so intimate it could only have been acquired through sustained and proximate observation. I mention this not as a preface to a lecture on comparative morphology, though I confess the temptation is considerable, but because it was precisely such a suffix, appended to an otherwise unremarkable verb in the 14th entry of the diary I had been hired to translate, that first produced in me a sensation I can only describe as the recognition one feels when a familiar room has been rearranged by a single millimeter. Nothing visibly wrong, everything subtly, impossibly displaced. But I am beginning in the wrong place, or rather in the right place arrived at by the wrong door, which amounts, as my old professor Signorelli used to say, to the same confusion by a different name. Let me begin instead with the word Kilshi, in Galani. And here I must immediately apologize, for English has no equivalent, and even Italian, which I had once believed capable of capturing any sensory nuance, fails me. The term denotes the quality of sound that occurs when a door has been left not quite closed, and the air pressure differential between the two rooms it separates produces a tone that is neither whistle nor hum, but participates in the nature of both, a frequency so low it is felt in the sternum before it is heard by the ear. The language has, as many Dagestanian isolates do, an extraordinary exactness in matters of acoustic and spatial perception. Where English offers a jar and considers its duty discharged, Galani distinguishes between 7 degrees of not quite closure, each with its own term, each encoding a different relationship between the two spaces the door mediates. Kilshi is the 4th degree, the door open enough that the sound it produces is continuous but not wide enough that the eye can detect the gap from across the room. The sound exists. The opening to all visual evidence does not. I had encountered the word on the 3rd afternoon of my translation work at the federal facility in Sandstone, Minnesota. A complex of low concrete buildings set among birch and pine in Pine County, where the silence of the surrounding forest pressed against the perimeter with a patience that made the razor wire seem redundant. I should explain how I came to be there, but explaining requires context, and context, in the case of a man whose professional life has been devoted to the salvage of dying languages, requires a digression that I hope the reader will forgive, for it is not incidental but structural. Without it, the mechanism of what was done to me remains merely cruel, when in fact it was precise. I was born in 1949 in a valley in southeastern Dagestan, whose name, Galara, derives from the Golani word for the space between two cliff faces where an echo cannot form, a negative acoustic space, a zone of absorption rather than reflection. The valley is, or was, approximately 11 kilometers long and never more than 300 meters wide at its floor, walled on both sides by limestone formations that rise vertically for 600 meters before reclining into the alpine meadows above. In this crease in the mountains, fed by a single tributary of the Murmur, accessible only through a gorge that flash floods sealed for weeks at a time in spring, a population that never exceeded 600 souls developed over approximately 2,000 years of relative isolation, a language that bears no demonstrable genetic relationship to any neighboring language family. Gilani is not Avar, not Lesgian, not Sakur, not Rutul, though it has borrowed from all of these the way a man living at a crossroads borrows cups of flour from each neighbor and produces from the aggregate a bread that tastes like none of theirs. The language is, or was, an isolate, a phenomenon that occurs when a population remains genetically and culturally contained long enough that its speech diverges beyond the threshold of mutual intelligibility with any surrounding group, a process that in most cases requires thousands of years of sustained separation that in the Caucasus, where the mountains perform the work of oceans, has occurred with a frequency that makes the region the most linguistically dense territory on Earth. I left the valley in 1962 at the age of 13, when my father having died in a construction accident in Makhachkala the previous year, arranged for my passage to an uncle in Tbilisi, where I lived for 6 years, acquired Georgian and Russian, completed my secondary education, and began the process of becoming the kind of person who could leave the Caucasus entirely. I arrived in the United States in 1974 on a student visa. I completed a doctorate in comparative linguistics at the University of Chicago in 1981. I married Nessa in 1983. She was from Bloomington, Indiana, and I will say this about Nessa now at the outset, so that what follows will be understood in its proper proportion. She was a woman of considerable private competence. She had spent 4 years after college working for the State Department's Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, administering exchange programs between American universities and Soviet institutions, before deciding, as she put it when I asked, that she preferred working with children who had not yet learned to lie fluently in 3 languages. She took a teaching certificate and became a middle school mathematics teacher, and I accepted this transition without asking the questions that, in retrospect, the transition invited, because Nessa was a woman who made questions feel unnecessary. Not because she discouraged them, but because her competence created an atmosphere in which curiosity about her past felt slightly impolite, like asking an architect why they had chosen to build a smaller house. She spoke some Russian. She told me she had learned it in her State Department years, which was plausible. She had traveled to the Caucasus once before our marriage for what she called a conference on educational cooperation in Tbilisi, and she had returned with a small Georgian enamel box that she kept on her dresser and a knowledge of my region's geography that I found touching in its thoroughness. She knew the name of the Samur tributary, knew that Galara was accessible only through the gorge, and I attributed this knowledge to the thoroughness of her interest in me, which was flattering, and did not consider the possibility that thoroughness might serve purposes other than affection. We moved to Duluth, Minnesota in 1984, when the University of Minnesota's branch campus offered me a position in its Department of Linguistics, teaching to classrooms that grew emptier each semester as the world's interest in dying languages contracted in inverse proportion to the speed at which they were dying. By the autumn of 1989, the year the wall fell, the year the century began to dismantle its own partitions. I was an associate professor of comparative philology, specializing in the phonological archaisms preserved in the Northeast Caucasian isolates, which is to say, I was an expert in the grammar of disappearance. My specialty, the sort of expertise that announces itself in grant applications with the quiet desperation of a man selling ice to Minnesotans, had attracted almost no attention until the warden of the Federal Correctional Institution in Sandstone, a man named Ogilvy, contacted the University of Minnesota's Department of Linguistics, which contacted the Endangered Languages Program, which contacted me. A man had been transferred to the facility from a processing center in Virginia. He could not, or would not, speak. He had arrived with nothing but the clothes he wore and a notebook filled with writing that no one in the Bureau of Prisons, nor anyone in the FBI's Linguistic Analysis Division, which had been consulted and had sent back a one-page response declining to provide examples, could identify. I accepted the assignment with a gratitude I did not bother to examine. The work paid $400 per week. I did not ask at the time why a mute asylum seeker from the Caucasus had been placed in a federal correctional facility rather than a refugee processing center. I did not ask why the prisoner was housed in the administrative wing rather than in general population. I did not ask why the translation request had bypassed the Bureau of Prisons' standard contracted interpretation services that, while unlikely to include a Galani specialist, maintain protocols for handling unidentified languages that did not typically involve hiring individual academics. These omissions were, I recognize now, as legible as the diary itself if one knew the grammar. I did not know the grammar. I was still reading the surface. The diary itself was a standard composition book, the marbled black and white cover one finds in any American stationery aisle. And this incongruity between container and contents struck me on the first morning I was given access to it in a small room adjacent to the administrative wing. The Galani script, set down in pencil with a sharpness that suggested either an extraordinarily steady hand or an extraordinary patience, filled the pages from edge to edge with almost no margins. I found this poignant, or believed I did. The entries were dated in the Western fashion, month, day, year, which was unusual for a native Galani speaker, as the valley's traditional calendar reckoned time by agricultural and astronomical markers rather than numerical sequence. I noted this anomaly and filed it among the minor oddities that any translator expects to encounter in a text produced under conditions of displacement. The prisoner had adapted. The dates were an accommodation. What could not be dismissed as accommodation was the writer's command of the language itself, which was extraordinary, not merely fluent. Fluency is the minimum wage of linguistic competence, but possessed of a literary quality I had encountered only in the letters of the Valley's oldest generation. The syntax was classical. The vocabulary was dense with terms I had not heard spoken aloud since my grandmother's death in 1971. The writer used these terms not as archaisms deployed for effect, but as the natural furniture of his thought, with the easy authority of a man who does not need to reach for words because The words have never left. I translated with care. I established with Ogilvy's office a schedule of 3 visits per week, each lasting 4 hours, during which I worked alone with a notebook and a yellow legal pad, producing first a rough transliteration in pencil, then a polished English translation in ink. The duty officer, a young woman whose wariness suggested long experience processing requests she was not authorized to evaluate, retrieved the notebook from its locked drawer each morning, and I signed for it, and carried it to my room, and closed the door, and entered the world the writer had made. The prisoner himself I had seen only once. On my first morning, a guard escorted him past the open door of my workroom, on the way to what I assumed was the medical wing. He was smaller than I had expected, a compact man of perhaps 50, with the broad hands and compressed posture of someone accustomed to physical labor in confined spaces. And he had looked at me as he passed with an expression I interpreted at the time as curiosity and have since revised to something else entirely. The diary's opening entries evoked a mountain landscape with a density that made the English I produced feel, by comparison, like a charcoal sketch placed beside a Vermeer. The writer conjured the light on the valley's eastern wall at the hour when the sun clears the ridge, not merely the color, but the weight of it. The way morning light in a deep valley carries a substance that light in open country does not, a viscosity, as though the photons must fight their way through accumulated shadow to reach the valley floor and arrive exhausted, heavy, bearing the memory of the stone they have traversed. He detailed the smell of wild thyme, the Galani term javakara, which distinguishes by suffix between thyme growing on south-facing limestone and thyme growing in the shade of juniper, and had selected the former. He captured the texture of morning frost on wooden shutters, a compound word encoding not merely the sensation of touching frost, but the specific resistance it offers to the fingernail, the point at which the crystal structure yields and the water beneath is released. I found myself returning to passages not because they resisted translation, but because I wished to inhabit them longer, the way one returns to a passage of music, not for comprehension, but for residence. It was during one such return that I encountered Tekilshi for the first time. The diary had begun to move, in its 7th entry, from landscape toward interiority. The writer composed an evening in a house. And here the language shifted almost imperceptibly from the past tense narrative of memory to what I initially classified as habitual aspect, the grammatical mood used for recurring or customary actions. The evening was not a specific evening, but a composite. In this composite evening, the writer sat in a room and listened to the kilshi of a door that separated the room from a kitchen, and the sound, he wrote, carried within it the quality of air that has passed over a gas burner recently extinguished. The Gilani has a single word for this, kovali, which encodes not merely the smell of gas, but the thermal signature of air that has been heated and is now cooling, the invisible plume that rises from a stove after the flame is turned off and the metal is still ticking as it contracts. I translated this passage with pleasure. I completed the day's work, drove the 40 minutes from Sandstone to Duluth along County Road 23 through pine forests that in late October had taken on the rusted, exhausted tone of iron left too long in rain, and arrived at the house on East 4th Street where Nessa was preparing dinner. We occupied at that time a modest house, a structure of no architectural distinction, built in the 1940s for a shipyard worker's family and subsequently modified by a series of owners whose renovations had achieved the cumulative effect of making each room slightly but definitively unlike every other room in terms of ceiling height, floor level, and the angle at which the walls met the baseboards. Nessa had owned it before our marriage, purchased with money from her father's estate, and she occupied it with the relaxed authority of a woman who has never needed to negotiate the terms of her own domestic space. We sat across from each other. It was a Thursday. I am certain of this because on Thursdays, Nessa made a risotto with mushrooms she purchased from a man at the Canal Park Farmers Market, and the kitchen door, which connected the dining room to the hall, had not been fully closed, and I heard it. The tilshi. The very sound notated in the diary. Neither whistle nor hum, felt in the sternum, continuous, produced by a gap too narrow for visual detection. The word rose in my mind with the automatic force of a reflex, and for a moment the two experiences, the word on the page and the sound in my house, occupied the same space in my consciousness, superimposed like two transparencies on a light table, and I could not determine which was the original and which the copy. I knew then. I do not mean I suspected or wondered or felt a stirring of unease that subsequent entries would deepen into certainty. I mean I knew. A word in a dying language spoken by fewer than a dozen living souls had described a sound that I was hearing in my own dining room, and the word's acuity, the fourth degree of not quite closure, the frequency felt in the sternum, the invisible gap, was too faithful to be coincidence and too intimate to be generic. The diary was not describing a house like mine. It was describing my house. And the knowledge arrived not as deduction, but as recognition. The way one recognizes a face in a crowd without needing to enumerate the features. Immediately, completely, and with the terrible clarity of something the body understands before the mind has consented to process it. Nessa noticed my stillness. She asked if something was wrong. I told her I had been thinking about a translation problem. She accepted this, then asked how long the translation work would take, how many sessions remained. The question was reasonable, and I answered that I estimated 3 to 4 more weeks, and she nodded and said she was glad because the drive was long and winter was coming, and she rose to close the door, and the sound stopped. But I noted in the part of my mind trained to catalog linguistic events that she had asked the question before I had mentioned the length of the project, which meant she had been thinking about the timeline independently, which meant nothing or meant something I was not yet prepared to think about. I did not tell her what I knew. This was not a decision I made, but a condition I discovered. That knowledge of this kind, knowledge that arrives in a language only you can read, that refers to a reality only you can verify, that exists in the space between two science systems, with no bridge except yourself, is structurally unshareable. To have told Nessa would have required translating not just the word tekilshi, but the entire evidentiary grammar that made the word diagnostic, and to translate that grammar would have been to explain Galani's acoustic taxonomy to a woman who spoke no Galani, which is to say, it would have been impossible, or would have taken longer than the marriage had left. So I ate the risotto. I went to bed. I lay beside Nessa in the dark and listened to the house, and I knew that the diary was written by someone who had been inside this house, and I did not know why, and I did not know what the remaining entries contained. And I continued to translate because the text was not finished, and I was a translator, and a translator does not leave a text incomplete, even when the text has begun to describe the room in which he sleeps. This is the fact that I must state clearly, because it is the fulcrum on which everything that follows rests. I knew, and I continued. I did not construct a theory of coincidence. I did not spend days assembling evidence toward a conclusion. I recognized the sound in my dining room the way I would recognize my own name spoken in a crowd, instantly, viscerally, beyond argument. And the following morning I drove back to Sandstone and opened the notebook and continued translating, because stopping would have meant that the last act of my professional life was an unfinished text, and some part of me, the part that is scholar before it is animal, interpreter before it is survivor, found this more intolerable than what the finished text might contain. In the days that followed, the diary confirmed what I already knew, and each confirmation deepened the horror, not by adding uncertainty, but by adding detail. The 8th entry cataloged a kitchen, the arrangement of implements on a wooden rack above a stove, the distinct yellow of a wall painted over older paint so that the previous color showed through at edges and corners as a greenish undertone. My kitchen. The 9th turned to a refrigerator whose compressor engaged with a brief mechanical stutter before settling into its operational hum, a stutter the writer likened, using a Galani weaving simile, to the hesitation of a shuttle entering a shed where the warp threads have been set slightly too tight. My Kenmore, purchased second-hand from a colleague. I stood beside it that evening and listened and heard the stutter, and felt the simile settle over the sound with the same devotion to sensory detail that he had applied to the light on the valley's eastern wall and the frost on the shutters of a house 3,000 miles and 27 years away. I translated each entry with the same care I had applied to the mountain passages because the care was the only thing I could control, and because each entry answered a question I had not yet been able to formulate. Not who had been in my house, I did not know, not why, I did not know, but how, with what attention, what patience, what investment of time and sensory focus. The diary was teaching me the grammar of my own surveillance, and I was learning it in the language of my childhood, and the combination of intimacy and violation was unlike anything I had experienced. Not fear exactly, but the cognitive equivalent of vertigo. The feeling of standing at the edge of a height and recognizing that the same legs that brought you here are capable of carrying you over. The 10th entry mapped a dining room. 4 chairs around a table the writer identified as birch. I noted the error. Our table is oak, and felt nothing because I already knew the diary was describing my house, and a single misidentification did not alter that knowledge. When the 11th entry corrected the error, naming, in a rare Galani botanical term I had encountered only in my grandmother's vocabulary, that the wood was Venara, a white oak distinguishable from birch by its medullary rays. I felt not the collapse of a protective illusion, but a tightening of the screws. The writer's self-correction, composed in a formal register, reserved for amendments to factual record, confirmed that the diary was not a memoir in which a small inaccuracy might be charming, but a professional document in which inaccuracy was not tolerated. The correction was not a crack in a theory. It was a revelation of method. The 12th entry focused on one of the 4 chairs. The left rear leg shortened and shimmed with a folded piece of cardboard, visible only when the chair was tipped backward. A repair that caused the chair, when weight shifted, to produce a sound like a single syllable of protest, brief and percussive, spoken by the wood against the floor and absorbed by the room before it could be answered. I rose from the table that evening. Nessa was in the kitchen, her back to me, and tipped the chair and saw the shim, cut from the back of a cereal box, and this absurd detail, the brand of cereal whose box had been sacrificed to level a chair in a house I had lived in for 5 years without once examining the underside of the furniture, struck me with a force that had nothing to do with recognition and everything to do with proximity. The writer had been beneath this chair. The writer had been close enough to read the printing on a piece of cardboard no larger than a matchbook. The writer had been in this room, on this floor, in a position that required him to lie on his back or crouch beneath the furniture. And he had noted what he found with the same devotion to sensory detail that he had applied to the light on the valley's eastern wall and the frost on the shutters of a house 3,000 miles and 27 years away. Nessa appeared in the doorway. She asked what I was doing. I said I had thought the chair was wobbling. She looked at me, a look I classified at the time as mild concern, and said the chair had always wobbled, and came to the table, and we sat and ate, and I said nothing. That night I did not sleep. I waited until Nessa's breathing steadied into its pattern, left side, one hand beneath the pillow, and I rose and walked through the house in the dark, not to confirm what I already knew, but to understand the method, how the writer had entered, how often, through what opening. I checked every window. The basement window on the west face, a small rectangular frame at foundation level, admitting light to a basement I used only for storage, gave me my answer. The latch was a simple lever mechanism in the lock position, but when I pressed the frame, it moved inward without resistance. The catch had been filed down so that the lever appeared locked while providing none. The filed surface had oxidized. Weeks or months ago, someone had modified this latch with the knowledge that I never checked this window, which I never had, which the diary's writer would have known I never had, because the diary's writer had been in my house long enough to know what I attended to and what I neglected. I stood in the basement in the dark, holding the window open, and felt the October air pour through the gap, and I thought about calling the police, and I grasped immediately why I could not. Because the evidence was a filed window latch that could have been altered by any previous owner, and a diary written in a language spoken by fewer than a dozen people on Earth, housed in a federal facility 40 minutes away, whose contents I could summarize but not verify. Because who would read it? Who would confirm my translation? I was the only person in this hemisphere who could certify what the diary said, and the impossibility of independent verification was not an accident, but a feature of the design, and the design had been constructed by someone who understood that the most effective prison is one whose walls are made of the prisoner's own untranslatable knowledge. I closed the window. I went upstairs. I stood in the hallway beside the coat rack, wooden, 4 hooks, 1 brass replacement. Beneath the Pirosmani print Nessa had given me the first year of our marriage, and I did the only thing a man in my position could do, which was to go back to bed and to return on Monday to the small room in sandstone and to continue translating because the text was not finished, and I needed to know why someone had surveyed my house in my grandmother's language and what the remaining entries would reveal about the purpose this survey was designed to serve. I signed for the notebook. But before entering my workroom, I did something I had not done in the 2 weeks of my assignment. I walked to the duty station at the end of the corridor and asked the officer, an older man whose badge read Gutierrez, for access to the prisoner's intake file. I was curious, I said, about the prisoner's regional origin, which would help me calibrate certain dialect features in my translation. A reasonable professional request. Gutierrez consulted his terminal with the unhurried motions of a man who has spent decades processing requests without evaluating their reasonableness. After a moment, he told me the file was restricted. I asked what that meant. He told me it could not be accessed without authorization from the warden's office. I asked if this was standard for asylum cases. He looked at me for the first time since I had approached, and something in his expression shifted. Not suspicion, but the guarded caution of a man who has identified a question he has been told not to answer. He told me I would need to speak with Ogilvy. I did not speak with Ogilvy. I returned to my workroom and opened the notebook to the 13th entry, which detailed the hallway between the dining room and the front door. The coat rack, the brass hook, the mail table, the Pirosmani print identified with a thoroughness It confirmed what I already knew and did not need confirmed. And I translated it, and the 14th, and the 15th. And as I worked, I listened, for the first time, to the sounds of the corridor beyond my door. The corridor that led deeper into the administrative wing, toward the offices I had never visited. From that direction, nothing. Not silence exactly, but the quality of sound that a space produces when it is occupied by someone who has made a practice of not being heard. The 16th entry decomposed the sound my front door made when locked from the inside. A 3-part mechanical sequence transcribed with the fidelity of a recording. I went home and locked the front door and heard the 3 sounds. The bolt, the click, the settling vibration the writer had likened to a held breath released. The 17th entry devoted 2 full pages to a bathroom. Hexagonal tiles, white with grout darkened unevenly. A mirror mounted to require a downward incline of the head. A frosted window and the shadow of a birch branch moving across it with the rhythm of a hand writing slowly. All present, all true. All known by someone who had stood where I was standing with the taxonomic attention of a technician, not a scholar. The attention was operational. On Wednesday, I returned to Sans, and at the end of the corridor I had never entered, the section that led to the warden's office, I stopped. I had walked past it a dozen times without interest. Now I continued. The corridor narrowed, not dramatically, by perhaps a foot over 20 meters. And this narrowing could have been a structural necessity. The building's 1940s floor plan adjusting to a load-bearing wall. But the effect was of convergence, of a space designed to channel rather than welcome. At its end was a closed door. Beside it, a small placard, administrative, authorized personnel only. Beneath the placard, a keycard reader of a type I had not seen elsewhere in the facility. Newer, sleeker, a security upgrade applied to this door and no other. I stood before the door and listened. Nothing. Not the ordinary nothing of an empty room, but the cultivated nothing of a space in which sound has been considered and suppressed. I placed my hand on the door's surface. It was warm. Warmer than the corridor's ambient temperature. Warmer than a door behind which no one was present should have been. I returned to my workroom. I opened the notebook to the 18th entry, and the language changed. The shift was not in vocabulary or syntax, but in aspect, the grammatical category that governs the temporal contour of an action. The previous entries had used habitual aspect, recording repeated or customary actions. The 18th entry employed the progressive current aspect, the suffix tiscali, indicating an action unfolding at the moment of writing. The subject is sitting at a table with papers before him. The hour is late. The woman has gone to bed. The subject holds a pen in his left hand, and here I stopped, because I am left-handed. And the writer had encoded this through the Galani instrumental case that distinguishes between dominant hand and subordinate hand tool use. And the subject is writing on a yellow legal pad, and the marks he makes are in a script the observer recognizes. The writer had recorded me translating the diary. The spatial cases placed the observer inside the room, behind and to the right of me, at a distance quantified in traditional loom widths, approximately 1.5 meters. The evidentiality suffix was jour, indicating a single observation. One night, one moment. The writer had watched me work and had recorded what he saw in the language I was using to read his record. And the recursion, the text about the reading of the text, produced a vertigo that was not physical but semiotic. The signifier reaching through the page to grasp the signified and finding that the signified was holding the page. I set the pen down. I sat for several minutes. Then I stood and walked out of the room. I had not planned to do this. The movement was kinetic. The body's refusal to remain in a space whose dimensions had become, through the act of reading, indistinguishable from the thing being read. I walked to the administrative corridor. I passed Gutierrez. He looked up, looked down, and continued to the warm door and stood before it, and listened to the cultivated silence behind it, and understood, with the clarity of a man who has been reading a document about himself for 2 weeks and has finally arrived at the page that places the author inside his workplace, that the diary's writer was not confined behind this door. He was accommodated behind it, and he was listening to me, listening to him. I returned to my workroom. I translated the 19th entry, which tracked my sleeping posture. One arm extended across the space where Nessa had been, reaching for warmth that had already departed, a habit she had mentioned to me once with the tender exasperation of a woman who had watched her husband's body search for her every night for 6 years. The writer knew this. The writer had seen this. The evidentiality suffix was kun, prolonged personal witness. And the spatial case placed the observer inside the bedroom, and I translated it with the mechanical fluency of a man who has discovered that the act of translation continues whether or not the conscious mind consents, because a translator does not alter his standard of execution simply because the text has begun to chart the interior of his bedroom. The entries that followed, 20th through 24th, accelerated. The habitual aspect returned, but with a purposefulness the earlier entries had lacked, and the observations became measurements. Room dimensions in Galani units, then converted into meters, a conversion demonstrating familiarity with Western metrical systems no asylum seeker would casually possess. Distances between furniture, sight lines from each window annotated for obstructions, which doors locked and which did not, whether keys were kept in locks or in the hallway table drawer beneath the Pirosmani print. I translated all of this. My hand moved. The pen formed English words. The words mapped the security architecture of my own home, and I wrote them down because when the trap has been identified and the exits measured and the file window latch has confirmed the surveyor's access, the only action remaining to a man constituted as I am constituted, a man who has spent his life inside texts, for whom understanding has always been the highest form of agency, is to continue reading, to pursue the meaning to its end. The 25th entry detailed my schedule. Departure at 7:40, varying by no more than 5 minutes. Return between 5:15 and 6 o'clock. The writer noted my habit of stopping at a convenience store on Misabi Avenue for a newspaper I could have received by subscription, but preferred to buy in person. A habit the writer attributed, correctly though I had never articulated it, to my need for a transitional act between the campus and the house, a small errand serving as threshold. He had identified a pattern I had not consciously recognized and had articulated it in my grandmother's language with a clinical sharpness that made the personal insight feel less like empathy than like diagnosis. The 26th entry detailed Nessa's schedule. Her departure at 8:30 for the middle school, her return unpredictable. The house reliably empty between 8:30 and 5:15 on weekdays. The writer measured this interval in the Galani unit of labor duration, a traditional measure based on the time required to card a standard weight of raw wool, which lent to the calculation an archaic gravity, as though the vulnerability of a house in Duluth were being assessed according to the rhythms of a Bronze Age economy. That evening, I drove home through the pines and considered my options. I could go to the police and report a threat in a language no one could verify. I could confront Ogilvy and be referred to the FBI, which would refer me to a linguist, who would be me. I could stop translating, return the notebook, decline the assignment, and live in a house whose vulnerabilities had been cataloged by someone accommodated 40 minutes away behind a warm door. But I could not stop. The text was not finished. I knew the compulsion to finish was what the text's architect had relied upon. That whoever had designed this mechanism had understood that a man who has devoted his life to the completion of texts cannot abandon one, even when the text has begun to lay out the means of his destruction. They had weaponized my vocation, and the weapon worked. I went home. Nessa was reading, a novel held with the spine cracked and the pages bent back. She asked if the translation was nearly finished. I said I was perhaps 2/3 through. She nodded, a nod of acknowledgement, efficient, complete, closing the topic rather than opening it. And I had seen this nod many times in our marriage and had always interpreted it as the gesture of a woman who processes information quickly and moves on, which is a generous interpretation and may even be the correct one, and which I no longer trusted. On Friday, I returned to Sandstone and translated the 27th entry, and the text abandoned its last pretense of memoir. The Galani word was kvareli, a formal contract between parties in which the terms have been specified, the compensation agreed upon, and the obligations made binding through witness declaration. A word from the Valley's traditional dispute resolution system, a legal term I had encountered only in records of blood feuds, adjudicated according to principles older than any written code. Its use here, in a surveillance dossier inside a federal facility, declaring a contract for the death of a professor of linguistics, was a desecration of the language itself. The Kvareli had been commissioned. The commissioner, the Galani agentive nominal, specifying the initiator's relationship to the action's object, had provided the specifications. The commissioner had selected the language, and the commissioner had specified, in the future intentional aspect, that the text was to be translated by its subject, and that the translation was to be completed before the Kvarele's execution, so that the subject would understand, in the interval between comprehension and consequence, the exact nature of what had been done and by whom. Until this entry, I had known that someone had surveyed my house. I had not known why. The word Kvareli supplied the why with a bluntness that made the diary's literary beauty feel retroactively obscene. The mountain passages, the frost on the shutters, the weaving simile for the Kenmore stutter, all of it deployed in the service of a contract whose object was my death. The beauty had been camouflage. The language had been selected not for its expressiveness, but for its impenetrability. A tongue that could pass through any security screening without risk of being read by anyone other than the one person for whom it was intended. Me. The remaining entries I translated without pause. I did not eat the sandwich the duty officer had brought. The 28th through 34th entries contained operational specifications, approach routes through the alley behind East 4th Street. The filed basement latch noted with professional approval. The interior laid out as schematic, with floorboard acoustics mapped. My medicine cabinet inventoried, the telephone's location and cord length measured against the distance to the nearest exit. Each entry condensed and purposeful. The prose stripped of the literary density that had characterized the early pages. A shift in register that confirmed the shift in function from memoir to manual. The 35th entry turned to Nessa, not as a wife, not as a domestic partner. The writer used the evidentiality suffix kun and the spatial case indicating interior proximity, and the result was a passage of such intimate detail that reading it felt less like translation than like violation. The way she held a book, spine cracked, pages bent back. The way she stood at the kitchen window in early morning with her coffee held in both hands, the cup against her lower lip. The expression, the face a person wears when they believe they are alone. She wore during those moments an expression I had seen 1,000 times and never thought to name, and that the writer had captured with a fidelity that made me feel not afraid but exposed. I noted as I translated that the writer's account of Nessa's solitary expression did not match my own experience of it. I had always read her morning stillness as contemplation, a woman thinking private thoughts over coffee, at peace. The writer captured the same posture, the same cup position, the same gaze through the window. But the Galani compound he used was not the face of contemplation, but the face of assessment, a term drawn from the valley's hunting vocabulary applied to the expression of a person calculating wind direction and the distance to a ridgeline she intends to cross. I sat with this for a long time. I sat with the Galani word for assessment, from the lexicon of the high-altitude hunt, denoting the stillness that precedes movement across difficult terrain. And I thought about mornings, 6 years of mornings, perhaps 2,000 mornings in which I had walked into the kitchen and seen my wife at the window and felt a small warmth at the domesticity of the image, the coffee, the stillness, the ordinary privacy of a woman in her own house before the day begins. 2,000 mornings. And in each of them, if the writer was correct, and the writer, I had been forced to learn, was unerring in everything. Nessa had not been contemplating. She had been assessing the distance between the kitchen and the front door, the interval between my departure and hers, the weight of the life she was measuring against whatever that life was worth to the person who had agreed to end it. The word sat in the room the way a word sits in a language that has no synonym for it, occupying all the space, admitting no alternative. And I understood that the diary had not merely mapped my house, but had mapped my marriage, and that its map was more accurate than mine had ever been. The 36th entry completed the architecture. The commissioner, the writer noted, had provided a photograph for identification purposes. The photograph showed the subject seated at a table, a glass of wine before him, his left hand resting on the surface with fingers slightly spread. The subject was looking toward the camera with an expression the writer conveyed using the Galani compound for the face a person makes when they are happy and do not yet know they should not be. I knew this photograph. Nessa had taken it. September, early in our marriage, candles from the market, the risotto, the wine, her camera lifting. My expression, the expression of a man who believed himself loved, the agent of suffix, the commissioner's categorical relationship to the subject, in Galani, is for professional, ili for familial, za for intimate. The writer had used za. The pen left my hand. Not placed, dropped. It rolled to the edge of the legal pad and stopped against the spiral binding, and I looked at it and could not remember how to pick it up. The fluorescent tube hummed. The building settled. I was aware of my breathing, which had become shallow and deliberate. The breathing of a man whose autonomic systems have identified a threat the conscious mind is still assembling. Nessa. The photograph could not have left her possession without her knowledge. The suffix could not have been selected without the writer's direct acquaintance with the commissioner's relationship to the target. Za. Intimate. Someone who shared his domestic space. Someone who knew which window latched and which did not. Someone who knew the language of his childhood well enough to select it as the medium of his death warrant, knowing that no other person, perhaps no other person on earth, could decode what it said. Until this moment I had known that someone had surveyed my house and that the survey served a Covarelli. I had not known who had commissioned it. The knowledge arrived not as a reinterpretation of what I had seen in our marriage, but as a new fact that illuminated an old one. I thought of her nod, the efficient topic-closing nod, And it was the same nod it had always been. But now I knew who she was nodding for. I thought of her question about the timeline, how long the translation would take. And it was the same practical question. But now I knew why the answer mattered. I thought of the State Department years she had summarized so briskly, the Russian she spoke so capably, the Tbilisi conference laid out with just enough detail to satisfy and not enough to investigate, the Georgian enamel box on her dresser that I had always taken as a souvenir and that now felt like a credential. And I thought of the morning face, the face of assessment, the hunter's stillness. The writer had not taught me to see something new in Nessa. He had given me the word for something that had always been there, that I had seen every morning for 6 years and translated, as translators do, into a meaning I preferred. I picked up the pen. I did this by looking at my hand and instructing it to close around the barrel, a procedure I had never before needed to perform consciously. But the body, when it has received information the mind has not yet processed, responds by withdrawing its automatic functions and demanding that each be authorized individually, as though the self has been placed under review and no action may proceed without clearance. I translated the 37th entry. The operative, the writer, was housed not in general population, but in the administrative wing in the warden's private office. An arrangement facilitated through a mechanism the diary did not detail, but I thought of Ogilvy, his measured bureaucratic demeanor, his careful incuriosity about the notebook's contents, his failure to question why a mute asylum seeker required housing in the administrative wing rather than the medical unit. And I understood that the mechanism bore the signature of the same operational competence I had admired in Nessa for 6 years. The ability to make systems perform functions they were not designed for quietly, without leaving evidence of the redesign. The federal facility in which I sat had never been neutral ground. It was infrastructure, prepared, adjusted, made to serve a purpose its original builders had not intended. No different in principle from the filed window latch or the diary itself. He was not a prisoner. He had never been a prisoner. He was a professional whose work required the ability to occupy any environment. A house, a facility, a warden's office, with the sustained, invisible patience of a man whose product is a document that, when read by its intended reader, will explain that his life has already ended, and that only his awareness of this fact remains to be arranged. The 38th and 39th entries were administrative. Contingencies, fallback protocols, and shorthand drawn from Galani agricultural vocabulary. The 39th noted, in a subordinate clause, that the commissioner had selected the language of composition, not merely for its impenetrability, but for a reason the writer conveyed using a Galani ethical term, a word meaning the obligation to ensure that a person affected by a decision understands the decision and the identity of the person who made it. She wanted me to know. She had selected Galani because she wanted me to grasp not only that I was going to die, but that she had arranged it, and that the arrangement had been conducted in the most intimate medium available, the mother tongue, the language of childhood, because she wanted the betrayal to be carried in the same words that carried every memory the language had ever held. My grandmother's stories, the names of alpine flowers, the 18 varieties of snowfall, the sound of a door not quite closed. She wanted the language of my tenderness to become the language of her cruelty, and she wanted me to know this, and she wanted the knowing to be the last thing I possessed. The 40th entry, the last, was 3 lines. Upon completion of the translation, the operative will vacate the facility through the administrative exit. The subject's comprehension of the dossier is the final condition of the cavalry. No further action by the commissioner is required. What remains is professional. The last word was dachtili. In Galani, It is a temporal marker composed of two roots, dach, meaning the reading or the interpretation, and vitelli, meaning upon the moment of its completion. Together they form a word that means at the instant when understanding arrives. The li ending transforms the temporal marker from a neutral indicator of sequence into something closer to a conditional trigger. A grammatical mechanism that makes the completion of understanding not merely an event, but a cause, as though the act of comprehending the word were itself the thing the word sets in motion. My grandmother used this word when telling stories. She used it to mark the moment when the listener grasped the tale's meaning, the instant of interpretive completion that transformed a person hearing a story into a person who had heard one. In that context, Dachtli carried no menace. It was a storyteller's word, a word of closure, of gentle finality. I wrote Dachtli on the legal pad. I wrote its English translation, upon the moment of completion. I placed the pen beside the pad. The ink was wet. The Galani script lay beneath my translation like a shadow beneath a body. The same shape, visible only when the light fell from a certain angle. And from the corridor that narrowed toward the warm door that connected my workroom to the warden's office, came a sound I identified before my conscious mind could name it, because I had translated its notation 3 hours earlier. The click of the keycard reader disengaging, the hiss of the magnetic seal, the whisper of a heavy door swinging open on recently oiled hinges, then footsteps, not approaching, receding, moving away through the administrative wing toward the exit the 37th entry had specified, the service door onto the facility's rear lot where a vehicle would be waiting, and from which the drive to Duluth was approximately 35 minutes by County Road 23, 5 minutes less than my own drive. He had already factored in the difference. I could have run. I considered this with the thoroughness of a man who has exhausted every other use of his mind. I had my car keys. The interstate was 20 minutes south. I could have driven to a sheriff's office and reported a threat in a language no one could verify. And the apparatus Nessa had so carefully prepared would have processed my account with the same incurious efficiency Ogilvy had applied to every other element of her design. But the truth was simpler and worse than any logistical calculation. There was nowhere left to go. My home was a kill zone. My wife was its architect. The language of my childhood had been made into the instrument of my destruction. Every space I had ever inhabited existed now inside a text I had translated with my own hand, and the text had no outside, no position from which it could be read that was not already written to its pages. To run would have been to carry the text with me, because the text was in my language, and my language was in my body. And my body could not be left behind. And beneath even this, beneath the logic, beneath the geography of a life that had been totally penetrated by a text, there was the compulsion I have already named and will not soften. I could not leave the sentence unfinished. Dafteli demanded its period. The story the diary had written was the story of a man who translates his own death and then drives home to meet it. And I had always been, a man who follows a sentence to the end of its meaning, even when the meaning is the end of the man. This was what Nessa had understood. This was what the language had been chosen to exploit. Not my expertise, my faithfulness. I sat at the desk. The corridor was silent now. Not the cultivated silence of occupation, but the vacancy of a space that has discharged its purpose. The operative had left. The Cavalry was active. And I was sitting in a federal facility in Pine County, Minnesota, 40 minutes from a house whose every vulnerability had been cataloged in the language of my childhood. The filed window latch, The path that avoided the floorboards that creaked. The bedroom where Nessa slept on her left side with one hand beneath the pillow. And the man who had cataloged them was already on the road, 5 minutes ahead, carrying in his memory the same floor plan I had spent 3 weeks transcribing onto a yellow legal pad with the diligence of a scholar who has never learned to leave a text unfinished. On the pad, the last word was still drying. Daftali. Upon the moment of completion. My grandmother's word for the end of a story. The instant when meaning arrives, when the distance between the telling and the told collapses to nothing. The word had kept its meaning. Understanding had arrived. The story was over. What remained was the drive. 40 minutes through the dark pines, along a road I had traveled 100 times, toward a house where everything stood as the diary had detailed, where the door to the hallway would be standing not quite closed, producing in the space between two rooms a sound for which a dying language had found it necessary to create a word so exact it could cross any distance without losing a single overtone of its meaning, and where, at the kitchen window, a woman I had loved in a language I could no longer trust would be waiting with the face I had always misread in a house whose door was already open. Claire had learned to catalog exits before she learned to ride a bicycle. 28 years of her mother's instructions had compressed into reflex. The weight of a stranger's gaze, the placement of hands, the distinct quality of footsteps behind her. She maintained these calculations without conscious thought now, the way other women checked their phones or adjusted their hair. The skill had kept her safe, she believed, through university in Leeds, through 3 years in London, through every night walk home when the tube stopped running and the minicab queue stretched too long to bear. Her mother had been a librarian in Harrogate, a woman who arranged the world into taxonomies of threat and safety. Young Claire had learned to read the systems, which streets to avoid, which types of men posed which types of danger, how to position her body to suggest confidence without aggression. The lessons had seemed excessive then, sitting in their kitchen with its view of the orderly back garden, but London had proven them essential. Or so Claire told herself each time she successfully navigated another night alone, another train platform, another stretch of empty pavement. The fog had settled thick between the buildings tonight, turning the street lamps into smudged suggestions of light. Her shoes made clean, discreet sounds against the pavement. Good shoes, leather, purchased specifically for the quality of their tread. She had already mapped this route. 4 blocks of shuttered shops and empty office buildings, then the residential streets where lighted windows promised witnesses. The architecture here dated from the 1930s, all clean lines and that characteristic English optimism about the future, before the future arrived and proved more complicated than geometric forms could contain. She walked quickly, but not so quickly as to suggest fear. Her keys nestled between her knuckles in her right coat pocket, positioned for use as a weapon. Middle finger through the largest key, the jagged edges protruding like small knives. This was another of her mother's innovations, demonstrated on the kitchen table with patient instruction. The quarterly reports meeting had run past 9. Her manager had apologized, but not enough to offer cab fare. And Claire had learned not to request what wouldn't be freely given. The tube would have been crowded at this hour. Friday night, people pressed together in forced intimacy. But the alternative of this walk had seemed preferable. She'd taken this route a dozen times before without incident. The financial district emptied after dark, but it was well lit. the buildings imposing enough to suggest security even in their vacancy. Tonight felt different only because of the fog, and because the meeting had run later than usual, and because she was more tired than she'd admitted to herself. The variables had aligned in an unusual way. Not fate, not destiny, just the ordinary chaos of urban life producing an unexpected combination. The man appeared at the corner of East Cheap and Philpott Lane. He stood beneath the malfunctioning traffic signal, the one that cycled red, amber, green for no one, and he was looking at the sky. His suit appeared expensive, but rumpled, as though he had slept in it, or as though it had been expensive a decade ago and he had worn it every day since. The fabric showed that telltale sheen that wool developed when the weave began to separate. His collar was open, no tie. His face was tilted upward at an angle that suggested religious ecstasy or neurological damage. But it was his mouth that triggered the alert system in Claire's brainstem. The grin stretched impossibly wide, showing teeth all the way back to the molars. It bore no relation to anything she understood as human pleasure. The expression seemed to require more facial muscles than anatomy allowed. It looked like something wearing a smile the way a costume might wear skin, something that had studied the mechanics of joy without comprehending its essence. He began to move, not walking, dancing. A waltz, she realized, though the recognition felt obscene. His arms curved around an invisible partner with tender precision. His right hand hovered at shoulder blade height, supporting nothing. His left hand extended at exactly the angle required to hold another person's hand. His feet traced a perfect box step across the pavement. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. His head tilted at an angle that suggested he might be listening to music she couldn't hear. But his eyes remained fixed on the empty air before him, gazing at a face that wasn't there. The grin never wavered. He was moving toward her. Claire's mother had taught her that the appearance of irrationality was itself a threat. Unpredictable men were dangerous men. Men who followed their own logic could not be negotiated with, could not be reasoned out of whatever narrative they had constructed. The statistics on violence by mentally ill strangers versus violence by known acquaintances were irrelevant when you were alone on an empty street with only one data point. She measured the distance between them, approximately 40 meters, and the time it would take him to close that gap at his current pace, perhaps 90 seconds. The shops on either side stood dark. The offices above them darker still. She crossed the street. The movement was smooth, unhurried. She didn't run. Running suggested prey, and prey triggered pursuit. She simply angled her trajectory to create more distance, maintaining her pace, keeping him in her peripheral vision. Her heart rate elevated precisely as it should, alertness, not panic. Her breathing remained steady. Her mother's voice, always her mother's voice. You can't outrun a determined man, but you can outthink him. Make him work for his advantage. Make him reveal himself. The dancing man crossed the street. His box step never faltered. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. He adjusted his trajectory to mirror hers with balletic precision. His invisible partner held close, his grin fixed in what might have been ecstasy or anguish or something for which there was no adequate word in any language Claire knew. The fog shifted around him, parting and closing. His polished shoes struck the pavement with metronomic precision. The sound carried in the muffled air with unusual clarity. Claire's breathing remained controlled through the conscious effort now rather than natural rhythm. She accelerated incrementally, a pace that could still pass for purpose rather than flight. Her fingers tightened on the keys until the metal bit into her palm. She inventoried her surroundings with the efficiency of long practice. A rubbish bin bolted to the pavement. A Royal Mail postbox painted its traditional red. a bicycle rack empty of bicycles. Nothing that could serve as barrier or weapon. Nothing to put between herself and whatever narrative the grinning man was enacting. The nearest police call box stood 3 blocks north, but 3 blocks might as well be 3 miles if he closed the distance. She had her mobile phone in her bag, but she would need to stop moving to retrieve it, to unlock it, to dial. 3 locks against a dead phone and an occupied driver. The math was obvious. He was closing the distance. His waltz had accelerated to match her increased pace. Still exact. Still contained within the formal structure of the dance, each step executed with the exactitude of someone who had learned the movements so thoroughly that they had become involuntary. But faster now. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. His shoes tapped a rhythm that seemed to come from inside her own skull, syncing with her pulse. She risked a glance back. 30 meters. His face showed no awareness of her specifically. His eyes gazed at whatever vision his fractured mind had conjured. A ballroom, perhaps, or a wedding reception, or simply the remembered face of someone who had once mattered to him. But his trajectory remained unerring. Whatever internal compass guided him, it pointed directly at her position. Claire's throat had gone dry. Copper taste flooded her mouth where she had bitten the inside of her cheek without noticing. The pain was distant, informational rather than distressing. Her body had shifted into the heightened state her mother had called useful fear, the kind that sharpened perception rather than clouding it. Her mother's instructions had covered this scenario in its essential form, if not its specific details. When evasion fails, seek shelter, find light, find other people. Force the predator to reveal himself in a space where revelation carried consequences. The street offered no such space. The buildings stood indifferent, their windows reflecting nothing but fog and the sickly yellow of the street lamps. A black cab passed, its light off, the driver's face carefully blank in the way London cab drivers perfected to avoid unwanted fares. Claire might have run into the street, might have forced him to stop, but the dancing man was closing the gap, and the calculation had shifted. If she broke her pace, to flag the cab, to step off the pavement into the roadway, he would reach her before she could open the door. The conclusion was simple and devastating. She needed a decision. The fog obscured everything beyond 15 meters. The dancing man's footsteps maintained their terrible rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Closer. The sound had begun to feel like it was coming from inside her own body, as though her heart had adopted his cadence, as though the boundary between her consciousness and his had become permeable. Her fingers found her phone in her bag. She pulled it free without looking down, without breaking stride. The screen lit at her touch. She swiped to unlock it, her thumb moving through the pattern automatically. She pulled up the emergency dial screen, but she would need to stop to speak, to explain, to convince someone that this was real and urgent, and not the paranoia of a woman walking alone who saw threats and shadows. Then she saw the diner. It sat wedged between a shuttered travel agent and a discount chemist, an establishment she wouldn't have noticed in daylight, a relic from another era, all chrome and formica, and that peculiar patina of wear that suggested either stubborn survival or imminent collapse. The sign above the door read, "Stella's," in faded red letters, half of them burned out. But a light burned inside, a single fluorescent bar, harsh and steady, throwing stark shadows across the checkered floor, visible through the plate glass window. The only light on this entire block. The only suggestion of human presence in 4 streets of shuttered darkness. Claire would later understand how carefully that singularity had been calculated. One light, not many. Enough to suggest safety without suggesting business. A light that said, "Someone is here, but they are alone and they might help you." she could see a man behind the counter, elderly. Gray hair combed neatly back from a high forehead. He wore a white shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbows. He was wiping down the counter surface with systematic strokes, the cloth moving in small circles. His expression one of complete absorption in the simple task. She could hear his breathing now, or thought she could. A wet, labored sound that might have been real or might have been her own pulse, amplified and distorted by the fog. She stopped counting distance and started counting heartbeats. Claire ran. She abandoned all pretense of composure and sprinted, her bag slamming against her hip with each stride, her keys gouging the soft flesh of her palm. The dancing man's pace shifted instantly. She heard it without looking back. The waltz accelerating, shoes striking pavement with increased tempo. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The rhythm collapsing into something urgent and hungry, losing its formal structure, becoming simply pursuit. Her lungs burned. Her throat had closed to a pinpoint. The fluorescent light ahead seemed to pulse with her heartbeat. The distinction between imagination and reality no longer mattered. Her shoulder hit the glass door hard enough to rattle the frame in its housing. She pounded on the window with her fist. The sound flat and desperate in the fog-muffled air, nothing like the confident knock of a legitimate customer. The elderly man looked up from his cloth. His face registered surprise, then concern. His eyebrows rose. His mouth opened slightly. Behind her, the waltz grew louder. She could feel vibrations through the pavement, or imagined she could. The dancing man was close enough now that she could hear the fabric of his suit rustling with each movement, close enough that she could smell something. Cologne mixed with sweat and something else, something sour and wrong. The lock clicked. The door opened inward, and the elderly man reached out, his hand closing on her wrist with surprising strength, and pulled her inside. She stumbled over the threshold, her bag catching on the doorframe, its contents spilling across the checkered linoleum. Lipstick, receipts, the quarterly report she'd spent the evening discussing. Her Oyster card skittered under a booth. The strength in his grip registered somewhere in the back of her mind. Not the frailty she'd expected from a man his age, but something maintained, purposeful. Someone who still worked with his hands, who lifted things, who had retained physical capability most men his age had surrendered to time and comfort. But the observation was secondary to the relief flooding her system. She was inside, safe. The dancing man was outside. The distinction felt absolute. He guided her past the counter with one hand while reaching for something with the other, a long pole with a hook on the end, the type used to pull down the old metal security shutters that shops installed before more sophisticated systems became available. He gestured for her to move back from the glass, his expression calm, reassuring. Someone who had weathered decades of small emergencies, who understood that panic rarely helped. He moved to the door, engaged 3 separate locks, deadbolt, chain, sliding bar, with practiced efficiency. The mechanisms clicked into place with sounds that should have been reassuring, but somehow weren't. Then he inserted the hook into a small ring in the ceiling and pulled. The metal shutters descended with a grinding shriek, the sound of old mechanisms forced into action, cutting off the view of the street. Claire caught a final glimpse of the dancing man still approaching, his grin visible through the fog, his arm still curved around his invisible partner. Then the shutter hit the windowsill with a bang that seemed to shake the building's foundations. Claire's legs gave out. She found herself sitting on the floor, her back against the counter, her lungs burning. The copper taste in her mouth had intensified. She realized she had bitten, clear through the inside of her cheek. Blood pooled against her teeth. She swallowed it rather than spit. some residual sense of propriety maintaining itself even now. The elderly man moved past her, pulling down the shutters on the side windows with the same practiced efficiency. The pole hook caught in the ceiling rings. The metal clanged against the sills. The last slice of outside world vanished. The grinding sound stopped. The silence that followed felt absolute, as though they had descended into a space beneath the city, a pocket removed from normal geography. They were safe. They were locked in. The distinction felt important, though Claire's thoughts were still fragmenting, reassembling themselves into improper configurations. The elderly man moved behind the counter, reaching for a phone mounted on the wall near the coffee maker. It was an old rotary model, the beige plastic yellowed with age. Claire tried to form words, tried to describe what she'd just fled from, but the details came out as fragments. Rumpled suit, inappropriate grin, waltz, pursuit, faster and faster, that sound of his breathing. The elderly man nodded as though this made perfect sense, as though disturbed men chasing women through fog-bound streets was a regular occurrence requiring only routine police intervention. He lifted the phone receiver. Then he paused, his expression shifting to something like puzzlement. He tapped the receiver hook once, twice, listened. His eyebrows drew together. He spoke quietly, almost to himself. Then he jiggled the receiver hook with more force, listened again, replaced the phone in its cradle with a careful precision. His tone remained conversational as he turned back to her, explaining that the line had failed, that he'd reported it to British Telecom weeks ago, that no one had come. He mentioned something about meaning to get a mobile phone, his daughter's suggestions, how it had never seemed necessary before. He turned to look at her fully for the first time since pulling her inside. His face remained kind, grandfatherly. The overhead fluorescent threw his wrinkles into sharp relief, emphasizing the deep lines around his eyes, the sagging flesh beneath his jaw. He smiled, a small, reassuring smile. The smile of someone trying to comfort a frightened stranger. Claire's breathing had steadied enough to allow speech. She should thank him, should explain, should apologize for disrupting his evening with her panic. But something stopped the words, some instinct that lived deeper than her mother's training. She needed to see, needed to confirm, needed to know where the threat was now. She pushed herself to standing, her legs trembling with aftershock adrenaline, and moved toward the nearest window. Her shoes stuck slightly to the linoleum. The floor needed mopping, or perhaps there was always a slight tackiness to surfaces in places like this, the accumulation of decades of spills and half-hearted cleaning. The metal shutters didn't close completely. A gap of perhaps 2 centimeters remained at the bottom, enough to allow ventilation, enough to prevent the space from becoming completely sealed, enough to allow a sliver of view to the street outside. She knelt. The tile was cold against her knees. She pressed her face to the floor, her cheek against the grime-darkened grout. The smell of old grease and industrial cleaner filled her nostrils. She looked out through the gap. The dancing man stood 20 meters down the pavement. His waltz continued, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. His invisible partner held close with that same tender precision. His smile fixed in its terrible radiance, that grin that showed too many teeth. But his trajectory had altered. He wasn't moving toward the diner. He was moving past it, parallel to the building, continuing down the street in his perfect box step. His path followed the natural line of the pavement, curving slightly where the road curved. The fog parted around him like water around a ship's prow. His polished shoes clicked their metronomic rhythm. He tilted his head as though listening to instructions from the empty air, from the invisible partner whose hand he held. Claire watched him recede. 30 meters, 40. His figure began to dissolve into the fog, the edges of his form becoming indistinct. The grin remained visible longest, that horrible bright grin hanging in the air like some obscene inversion of the Cheshire Cat. Then he rounded a corner and was gone, still dancing, still holding his phantom partner close. He had never been pursuing her, had never been aware of her at all. The knowledge arrived complete and devastating. He had been dancing with someone she couldn't see, listening to music she couldn't hear, following a route laid down in his own deteriorating mind. The pursuit had existed only in her interpretation. The terror had been a product of her assessment, her training, her mother's voice, cataloging threats that weren't there. He had probably been returning from somewhere, a care home perhaps, or a son's house, wandering in his confusion through the same streets he'd walked 40 years ago when his wife was alive and they would waltz in their small kitchen on Friday nights. The smile had been joy, not menace. The dance had been a private communion with memory. His gait had matched her pace only because he was moving at the speed his body remembered, the tempo of a specific song she couldn't hear. Dennis had understood this, had probably seen the dancing man before, had learned his route, his schedule, had positioned his trap exactly where a frightened woman, fleeing from harmless strangeness, would find a light burning, would find apparent safety. One light in 4 blocks of darkness. On a night when the variables aligned, late meeting, fog, exhaustion, and a sick man dancing with ghosts along his usual path. She had fled from a sick old man dancing with ghosts. The realization produced a sensation like falling, though she was kneeling on solid tile. Her stomach dropped. Her vision narrowed to a pinpoint, then expanded again. All the adrenaline that had been sustaining her, giving her strength and clarity, suddenly had nowhere to go, no purpose to serve. It turned inward, corrosive, flooding her system with shame. She should feel relief. That's what people felt when they discovered the monster was imaginary, wasn't it? But all she felt was shame, thick and choking. She had made an old man with dementia into a predator, had imposed her fear onto his private grief, had seen danger where there was only damage, had pounded on a stranger's door in the middle of the night because a sick person was exercising what remained of their joy in the only way their fractured mind allowed. London was full of them. She'd seen them before. On the tube, in doorways, wandering through Liverpool Street Station, talking to people who weren't there. The city's mental health crisis made visible in human form. She'd always given them wide berth, but she'd never run, had never mistaken their illness for malice, until tonight. Until the fog and the lateness and her exhaustion had combined with her mother's training to transform a harmless man into a threat worthy of panic. Dennis must have watched this happen before, must have seen the pattern. A woman alone, late at night, encountering something that looked dangerous but wasn't. The light left on in the window. Not for just any woman, but for one who would misread the situation so completely that she'd choose the sealed diner over the open street. He hadn't created the dancer. The city had done that. Dennis had simply learned to recognize the opportunity when it presented itself. Behind her, the elderly man spoke, asked if he was gone. Claire stood. Her knees creaked. The blood rushed from her head, and she steadied herself against the counter. She turned to face her rescuer to thank him for his kindness to a hysterical woman who had mistaken illness for menace, who had pounded on his door demanding sanctuary from a phantom threat, who had interrupted his quiet evening with manufactured crisis. He stood behind the counter, perfectly still. His hands rested flat on the formica surface, palms down, fingers spread. The wiping cloth lay beside his right hand, folded into a neat square. His face had emptied of the grandfatherly concern. What remained was something else entirely, something patient, something that had been waiting a very long time and had now received confirmation that its patience had been rewarded. His eyes met hers. They were the color of dishwater, a pale gray that might once have been blue but had faded with age to something indeterminate, flat, calculating. Intelligence devoted to a single purpose, refined over years into perfect efficiency. The intelligence that knew exactly how long to wait, how to position a light to suggest safety, how to appear harmless until the moment harmlessness was no longer required. He reached up and turned the open sign hanging in the door to face inward. The word closed now faced the street, visible to anyone who might walk past, though no one would walk past at this hour. The fog would see to that. The emptiness of the financial district after dark would see to that. The sound of the sign rotating on its small chain seemed very loud in the silent diner. Then he reached into his pocket and withdrew the keys. The same keys he'd used to unlock the door to let her in. They were on a ring with other keys. Many other keys, more keys than a simple diner would require. Keys to locks she couldn't imagine. He placed them on the counter between them with deliberate precision. The metal clinked against the formica. Then he transferred them to his trouser pocket, making a show of patting the pocket to demonstrate their security. Claire's phone sat on the counter where she'd set it when he pulled her inside, when she'd stumbled and spilled the contents of her bag. 2 meters away. It might as well have been 2 miles. The screen was dark now, locked. The battery icon had shown 15% when she'd last looked. She lunged for it. The movement was pure desperation, all her mother's training about measured responses abandoned. She crossed the distance in 3 strides, her hand closing on the phone's familiar weight. Dennis didn't move to stop her, just watched with that same patient stillness. Her fingers fumbled with the passcode. 1 wrong digit. Tried again. The screen unlocked. Emergency dial already pulled up from earlier. She pressed 999. Lifted the phone to her ear. Dennis's hand closed over hers, not violent, almost gentle. He reached with his other hand and tapped the red circle. The call ended before the first ring could complete. The silence in her ear was absolute. Then he released her hand and returned to his position behind the counter, settling back onto his stool as though nothing had happened. Claire stood frozen, the dead phone still pressed to her ear. She lowered it slowly. The screen showed the call duration, 00. Not even a second. Not enough time for the system to register a location, to create a record, to alert anyone that she'd tried. She understood several things simultaneously, with the clarity that comes from absolute horror. The phone line hadn't been cut recently. It had been cut days ago, perhaps weeks. The frayed wires behind the wall plate were old news, not fresh emergency. The diner hadn't been open. No business stayed open this late in the financial district on a Friday night, when the office workers had long since fled to their suburbs and their families. The single light had been left on for a very specific purpose. A lure. Bait for something that might need light in the darkness, and she, in her desperate flight from imaginary danger, had done exactly what he'd engineered the scenario to make her do. She had assessed the threat incorrectly, had calculated the risk and arrived at precisely the wrong answer, had used all her mother's training to make the one choice that would guarantee her destruction. She had locked herself in. The elderly man didn't move toward her. He didn't need to. There was no urgency in his stillness. He simply stood there, hands flat on the counter, and let her understand. Let her feel the weight of the 3 locks on the door. Deadbolt, chain, sliding bar. Let her inventory the metal shutters now sealed over every window, blocking sound as effectively as they blocked light. Let her calculate the soundproofing qualities of 1930s construction, the thickness of the plate glass, the solid brick walls, the absence of any neighboring businesses that might be occupied at this hour or any hour. Let her realize that she had been so focused on reading one threat, the obvious, visible, behavioral threat of a dancing man with a terrible smile, that she had sprinted directly into another, the invisible threat, the patient one, the one that understood human psychology well enough to exploit it, the one that had been waiting for someone exactly like her. His smile, when it came, was nothing like the dancing man's terrible grin. It was small, polite, the smile of a shopkeeper greeting a customer, the smile of someone who had all the time in the world because time was now his to control absolutely. He gestured to a glass of water on the counter, his movements unhurried. His expression suggested concern for her well-being, as though her terror were merely the after-effect of an unfortunate misunderstanding, rather than the beginning of something far worse. Her mother's voice, always her mother's voice, arrived then. Not with solutions, not with the tactical assessment that had guided her through 28 years. Just recrimination. I taught you better than this. The thought came in her mother's exact cadence, the familiar way she'd delivered disappointment throughout Claire's childhood, the way she'd sounded when Claire had walked home through the park instead of taking the long way around, when Claire had accepted a drink from a stranger at university, when Claire had moved to London despite all warnings. You saw the wrong threat. You failed. Claire's jaw clenched. The voice was worse than Dennis's words because it came from inside, because it carried the weight of truth. She had failed. Every lesson, every warning, every careful instruction about reading danger, all of it had delivered her here. He was just a sick old man dancing, harmless. And you ran from him straight into this? She wanted to scream at the voice, to explain that the dancing man had looked terrifying, that anyone would have run, that the threat assessment had been reasonable given the visible data, but the voice knew better. The voice had always known better. This is what happens when you don't listen. When you think you know better than the woman who kept you safe your whole life. Claire pressed her palms against her eyes until she saw stars. The voice didn't stop. Remember what I told you about men who follow you? Cross the street, change direction, seek light and witnesses. You did all that. And where did it get you? The instructions were useless now. The catalog of responses her mother had drilled into her. All designed for the wrong scenario. For the man who follows you on a dark street, not the man who waits patiently behind a locked door you've opened yourself. You're alone now, really alone, and it's your own fault. The elderly man waited, patient as stone, for her to finish understanding. He seemed content to let the silence stretch, content to let her catalog her situation fully before he proceeded to whatever came next. Claire's mind cycled through possibilities with ruthless efficiency. The windows were sealed, the door triple locked, her phone out of reach and nearly dead regardless. No one knew where she was. She'd told her flatmate she was working late, nothing more specific. Her mother lived in Harrogate, hours away, and they hadn't spoken in 3 weeks after their last argument about Claire's recklessness in taking the job that required these late nights. The irony of that word, recklessness, would have been funny if Claire's throat hadn't been full of copper and ash. She inventoried the space with the same systematic approach she'd applied to the street outside. The diner was small, perhaps 10 meters by 6. 5 booths along the window wall, their vinyl seats cracked and repaired with duct tape. A counter with 8 stools, the chrome on their bases tarnished. Behind the counter, a service window to what must be a kitchen. That window was covered with a metal grate, locked. She could see through to industrial appliances, all old, all clean with the cleanliness of obsessive maintenance rather than recent use. No second door. Fire code violations everywhere, but that hardly mattered now. The elderly man had positioned himself between her and the front door, not obviously blocking it, but the geometry of the space made the positioning clear. If she ran for it, he would intercept her before she could work the 3 locks. And then what? He was perhaps 70, but she had felt the strength in his hand when he'd pulled her inside. Not the grip of someone weakened by age, but maintained strength from physical labor. Decades of lifting crates, moving furniture, maintaining a business through manual work rather than delegation. She thought of her grandmother's neighbor, 83, and still splitting his own firewood, still lifting bags of cement to repair his garden wall. Wiry strength that deceived, that made you underestimate until you saw him work. Dennis had that same quality. The frame might be aged, but the muscle memory remained. And he'd had the advantage of surprise when he'd pulled her inside. If it came to physical confrontation now, with her exhausted and him prepared, the outcome wasn't certain. It wasn't even likely. He introduced himself. Dennis. Explained he'd owned the place for 42 years. Bought it from the original Stella in 1984. His voice carried that same conversational calm, as though they were simply 2 people getting acquainted in ordinary circumstances. He picked up the wiping cloth and resumed cleaning the counter, the circular motions hypnotic in their steadiness. Claire watched his hands, looking for tremor, for any sign of uncertainty she might exploit. But his movements remained perfectly controlled. He spoke about keeping Stella's name, about respect for what she'd built with her husband after they'd come over from Poland after the war. The words washed over Claire like meaningless sound. Her voice, when she found it, came out smaller than she'd intended. She gestured at the shuttered windows, at the darkness pressing against them, at the transformation the neighborhood had undergone. Dennis's smile remained small, polite. He spoke about change, about how the old customers had died or relocated, how new people wanted chain coffee shops, not places like this. But he'd kept it. Couldn't bear to let it go, even after it stopped making sense to stay open. Claire's fingers twitched toward her pocket. The keys were still there, useless for a lock she couldn't reach, but capable of doing damage if she could get close enough, if she could aim for his eyes, his throat. Her mother had taught her this too, where to strike if striking became the only option. But Dennis saw the calculation. She watched his eyes track the movement of her hand, saw him register the intent. His expression didn't change. He simply set down the wiping cloth and moved his hands to rest flat on the counter again where she could see them clearly. He spoke then, his voice gentle, made a statement about not intending harm. The lie was so brazen, so perfectly calibrated to sound like truth, that Claire almost laughed. The sound that came out was something between a cough and a sob. She gestured at the dead phone line, forced the words out through her constricted throat. Dennis's correction came gently. The phone line had failed, he explained. He'd reported it to British Telecom, twice. They'd promised someone would come. No one had. That was 6 weeks ago. He paused, seeming to consider his next words carefully. He could have had it repaired privately. He'd chosen not to. Claire's legs were trembling now, the adrenaline exhaustion setting in. She couldn't remain standing much longer, but sitting meant vulnerability, meant accepting the situation as something other than temporary and something other than escapable. The word escaped her lips as barely more than a whisper. Why? Dennis considered the question with apparent seriousness, his head tilting slightly. He spoke about motivations, about the stories people told themselves, about narrative construction that made everyone the hero of their own lives. But underneath, he suggested, humans were simpler. They did what they did because they were compelled to, because their nature demanded it. He moved then, reaching under the counter. Claire's body coiled to run, to fight. But he produced only a glass and a bottle of water. He poured carefully, the liquid catching the fluorescent light. Set the glass on the counter between them. He suggested she should drink something. Mentioned shock, dehydration. His tone was that of someone offering comfort to a guest. Claire stared at the glass. The water looked clear, normal. But normalcy meant nothing now. Every gesture of care was suspect. Every kindness a potential trap. Dennis seemed to read her hesitation. Assured her it wasn't drugged. Said he wasn't that sort of person. Didn't need to be. The shutters were down. The door locked. He asked where she would go if she ran. Mentioned the kitchen was a dead end. The back door sealed years ago when inspectors stopped coming. Made it clear there was nowhere to run to. Then he used her name. Claire. He said it casually, as though they were acquainted. She hadn't told him her name, but her bag was still on the floor, its contents scattered. Her Oyster card. Her work ID. He'd had time to look while she was kneeling by the window, while she was watching the dancing man disappear into the fog, while she was understanding how completely she'd misread the situation. Her question emerged with more steadiness. She needed information, needed to understand the parameters of her situation. Dennis picked up his wiping cloth again, spoke about what people wanted, company, understanding, someone who saw them as they really were. Mentioned he'd been alone for a long time. His wife had died 8 years ago, cancer, the lung kind. She'd never smoked, but doctors said it just happened sometimes. Random cellular mutation. Bad luck. He paused, the cloth stopping mid-circle. After her death, he'd kept the diner open. Thought routine would help. Thought purpose would fill the space she'd left. But customers came less frequently each month. Then none at all. He'd been keeping it open for himself, really. Somewhere to go that wasn't the empty house. Somewhere with light and structure. Claire edged slightly to her left, toward the phone on the counter. Dennis's eyes tracked the movement, but he made no move to stop her. He suggested she should check the phone herself. Otherwise, she'd spend her energy on hope that didn't exist. She moved quickly, grabbing the receiver, bringing it to her ear. The silence was absolute. No dial tone, no static, no hiss of a line with poor connection. Just dead air, the sound of severed wires. She pressed the hook frantically. Nothing changed. She slammed the receiver down hard enough to crack the plastic casing. Dennis didn't flinch. Said he understood her frustration. The words came out harder than she'd intended. Told him he understood nothing. Anger was replacing fear, filling the space terror had occupied. Anger was cleaner. Anger didn't paralyze. She identified what he was doing. Kidnapping. The legal term for it. Dennis agreed, though he noted the terminology mattered less than the reality they were experiencing. Words were just sounds people made to pretend they had control over circumstances. Claire's hands were shaking now, but not from fear, from rage. At Dennis, yes, but also at herself and at her mother, at the whole architecture of threat assessment that had delivered her into this moment, at the dancing man whose only crime was being ill in a way that looked frightening, at her own certainty that she could read danger, that her training made her safe. She spoke with more force, told him her flatmate would notice she was missing, would call the police. Dennis's response came measured. When? Tomorrow morning? Afternoon? And what would her flatmate tell him? That her flatmate, who often worked late, didn't come home? They'd take a report. Missing person cases required 24 hours before serious investigation began. He paused, his meaning clear. By then, circumstances would be different. Claire's mind raced through scenarios. 24 hours. What could happen in 24 hours? The phrase contained multitudes of horror, each possibility worse than the last. Her imagination, so skilled at constructing threats from innocent behavior, now applied that same skill to actual danger. Dennis watched her process this with something that might have been sympathy, or might have been satisfaction. The distinction was unclear. He spoke again, his voice quiet. Insisted he wasn't a monster. Wanted her to understand that. Just someone who'd been alone too long. Someone who needed company and found that getting it through conventional means was no longer possible. Old men didn't make new friends easily. They were invisible, discounted, existed on the periphery of the world's attention. Claire's voice had risen to something near a shout. She threw his logic back at him. Questioned whether locking women in defunct diners was his solution to loneliness. Dennis's correction was gentle. Not women, not plural, just her, just tonight. She was the one who'd come to his door, the one who'd needed saving. He spoke about symmetry, her running from someone harmless to someone who wasn't. Said it felt like fate, like the universe offering him something he'd stopped believing he could have. Claire's nails dug into her palms hard enough to draw blood. The pain helped, gave her something to focus on besides the absolute wrongness of his logic. His calm explanation of abduction, as if it were merely an unconventional social interaction. She reminded him of his earlier assurance that he wouldn't hurt her. His response came measured. He wouldn't. Not if she cooperated. Not if she understood that fighting would only make things harder for both of them. He folded his wiping cloth into a neat square. Said he just wanted to talk, wanted someone to see him, to acknowledge that he existed. Then asked if that was so terrible. The question hung in the fluorescent-lit air. Claire understood then that he genuinely wanted an answer, that some part of him needed her to validate his loneliness, to agree that his response to it was reasonable. She thought of the dancing man still waltzing through the fog, still holding his invisible partner with tenderness and care, still living in a world where his wife hadn't died, where love persisted beyond death's interruption. His madness was gentle, turned inward, harming no one. Dennis's madness was something else entirely. It demanded participation. It required an audience. Her answer came out clear and hard, each word deliberate. She told him it was terrible. Whatever he'd told himself to justify this, it was a lie. He wasn't lonely. He was broken in a way that made him dangerous. And she refused to pretend otherwise to make him feel better about what he was doing. Dennis's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. A recalculation. A revision of whatever script he'd been following. He said it was disappointing. He'd hoped she'd be different, that she'd understand. He moved around the counter then, his pace still measured, still unhurried. Claire backed toward the far wall, her hand closing on her keys, fingers positioning them between her knuckles the way her mother had taught her. Makeshift brass knuckles, better than nothing. Dennis stopped 3 meters away, close enough to speak without raising his voice, far enough to give her the illusion of space. He spoke about time, about having all he needed, about how she'd change her mind. People did, he said, when the alternatives became clear. When initial defiance exhausted itself and reality set in. She'd realized that cooperation was easier than resistance, that acceptance was less painful than constant fear. Claire's refusal came out steady, unwavering. Dennis's response was mild, 2 words. Then he turned and walked toward the kitchen, disappearing through the service window's grated opening. Claire was alone in the main dining area. She ran to the front door immediately, her hands working the locks with frantic speed. The deadbolt slid free. The chain came loose. But the sliding bar was keyed from both sides, and the key was in Dennis's pocket. She yanked on it until her palms ached. It didn't budge. the windows next. She grabbed a chair, swung it against the shuttered glass. The impact sent vibrations up her arms, but the shutter didn't even dent. Industrial grade, designed to withstand exactly this kind of assault. She was pounding on the metal, screaming for help that wouldn't come, when Dennis emerged from the kitchen. He carried a cup of tea in a chipped mug. He set it on the counter, steam rising. He gestured to it, said it would be there when she was ready. Then he settled onto one of the counter stools, his posture relaxed, and simply watched her, waiting for her energy to deplete, waiting for her voice to give out, waiting with the patience of someone who had nothing but time. Outside, the fog pressed against the shuttered windows. The city continued its Friday night rhythms, oblivious. The dancing man would have reached home by now, a care facility, a son's front step, wherever the city put its gentle lunatics, safe, living in a gentle madness that asked nothing of anyone. Inside, Claire felt her throat going raw from screaming. Her fists ached from pounding. No phone, no witnesses, no exit she hadn't already tested. She stopped screaming, saved her voice, her energy. Her options were narrowing with each passing minute, but as long as she was conscious, as long as she could think, there had to be something, some tool she hadn't considered, some weakness in his plan she could exploit. She returned to the counter, keeping maximum distance, and began to systematically search her scattered belongings. Lipstick, receipts, her Oyster card, her work ID, a pen, tissues. The detritus of ordinary life, now transformed into potential weapons or tools by the extremity of circumstance. The pen, she palmed it, kept it hidden. Dennis watched, but said nothing. His tea sat untouched, the steam still rising. Eventually he spoke, observed that she was clever, asked what she'd do with the pen. Write a note? To whom? Suggested that if she meant to use it as a weapon, she'd have to get close, and he was stronger than he looked. Claire said nothing. Her eyes had found something else. Above the last booth, near the ceiling, a ventilation grate. Small, perhaps 30 centimeters square, but large enough. The screws holding it in place were visible even from this distance. Old screws, possibly rusted. She settled against the far wall, the pen hidden in her sleeve, and began to wait. Not for Dennis to come to her, for him to look away, to give her time. An hour passed, maybe more. The clock's second hand swept its endless circles. Dennis remained on his stool, occasionally sipping his tea, but his attention drifted. He gazed at the shuttered windows, at his folded wiping cloth, at nothing in particular. When his eyes closed briefly, just a few seconds, exhaustion claiming its due. Claire moved. Silent steps to the last booth. She climbed onto the table, her movements controlled despite the pounding of her heart. The pen's tip fit into the screw head. The first screw was tight, but she applied pressure, twisted. It gave slightly, then more. She worked it free, caught it before it could fall and clatter against the table. Hope built in her chest like pressure. The second screw came easier. The third. Her mother's voice was silent now, as though holding its breath. The fourth screw began to turn when Dennis spoke from his stool, his voice conversational, not even looking in her direction. That's bricked up behind there. I checked last year. Claire's hand froze, the pen still in the screw head. He continued, explaining about the ventilation system being condemned, the ducts filled with concrete, fire safety regulation. Now he did turn to look at her. That same small smile. Suggested she should finish removing the screws if she liked. See for herself. He wouldn't want her to think he was lying. Claire's fingers remained locked on the pen. She wanted to scream, wanted to hurl the pen at his face. Instead, she twisted the final screw free with shaking hands. The grate came away from the wall. Behind it, smooth concrete, gray, solid. Recent enough that she could still see the form's impressions in its surface. Dennis had been right. Of course he had. He'd thought of everything. She climbed down from the table, her legs barely supporting her weight. The grate clattered to the floor. She didn't bother picking it up. Dennis seemed to understand the stalemate. He smiled that small smile again. He repeated his earlier observation. About it. About having all of it in the world. The minutes accumulated into an hour. Dennis remained on his stool, occasionally sipping his tea, never taking his eyes from Claire for more than a few seconds. She stayed against the far wall, her mind cycling through escape scenarios and discarding them one by one. The pen in her sleeve felt both substantial and pathetically inadequate. The ventilation grate lay on the floor where she'd dropped it, a monument to futility. Her phone sat on the counter, its screen dark. Dead now. She'd watched it die while Dennis had been in the kitchen, the battery percentage dropping from 15 to 14 to 13, then the screen going black mid-countdown. No final message sent. No location shared, just silence. You should have charged it at the office, her mother's voice observed. I've told you 1,000 times. Always keep your phone charged. Always. Claire pressed her forehead against the cool tile wall. The voice was relentless. If you'd taken a cab, like I said. If you'd stayed in more populated areas. If you'd trusted your instincts about that man. I did trust my instincts, Claire whispered to the empty air. That's the problem. No, you trusted your fear. There's a difference. I taught you to be vigilant, not paranoid. You made the dancing man into something he wasn't. The distinction felt academic now, useless. Her mother's voice had always been better at post-mortem analysis than prevention. Dennis broke the silence suddenly. Told her to tell him about her mother. Claire's head snapped up. The word escaped her lips. What? He elaborated. Her mother. She'd mentioned her when trying the locks. Said she lived in Harrogate. He wanted to know what she was like. The question felt like a violation more intimate than the physical captivity. Her mother was private, sacred, not for this man to know about or discuss or contaminate with his attention. She refused. His response came with gentle authority. Everything about her was his business now. They had hours to fill, days perhaps. They could spend them in silence or they could talk. He preferred talking. It was more human. Claire rejected the premise. There was nothing human about this. Dennis tilted his head slightly. Asked if there wasn't. Loneliness was human, he suggested. The need for connection was human. The lengths people would go to achieve it. That was perhaps the most human thing of all. Her mother had taught her to fear strangers. He was simply proving her right. The irony was that her lessons had delivered her to him. Claire felt something crack inside her chest. The words were too close to her own thoughts, the ones she'd had while watching the dancing man disappear. The recognition that her training, her vigilance, her entire system of survival had failed catastrophically. She spoke about survival, about what her mother had taught her. Dennis leaned forward slightly, suggested her mother had taught her to see threats everywhere, to trust no one, to build walls between herself and the world. Asked how that was working for her. The cruelty of the question was almost elegant in its precision. Claire wanted to scream at him, to explain that her mother's lessons had kept her safe for 28 years, that this single failure didn't invalidate decades of successful navigation. But the words stuck in her throat because they weren't entirely true. Her mother's lessons had kept her alone, had made relationships difficult, had turned simple interactions into threat assessments. Her last boyfriend had left after 6 months, frustrated by her inability to trust. his constant cataloging of his behavior for signs of danger that never materialized. Dennis observed her thinking, said he could see it in her face. The doubt, the questioning, called it progress. Claire rejected the framing. It wasn't progress. It was psychological manipulation, making her doubt herself so she'd be easier to control. His response suggested both possibilities might be true. Or perhaps he was offering perspective she'd been too frightened to consider. He stood stretching. His joints popped. Said he was going to make more tea. Asked if she'd like some. Clarified it was an actual question. She must be thirsty. Claire was thirsty. Her throat ached from screaming, from the copper taste of blood, from the dry fear that had leached all moisture from her mouth. But accepting anything from him felt like capitulation, like agreeing to the premise of this situation as something other than abduction. She refused. Dennis shrugged, told her to suit herself. He moved into the kitchen area, his movements visible through the grated window. She watched him fill a kettle, place it on the stove, the click of the gas igniting, the blue flame beneath the metal. Claire used the moment to test the front door again. The deadbolt and chain remained free, but the sliding bar held firm. She pulled until her muscles screamed. Nothing. She examined it more closely. The lock mechanism was old but well maintained. The key slot showed signs of recent oil. Dennis had prepared for this, had thought through the mechanics of captivity with careful attention. How long had he been planning? How many nights had he sat here with the light on, waiting? How many women had walked past without needing help, without misreading some urban encounter badly enough to seek his sanctuary? She thought of the missing women you heard about on the news, the ones who vanished on their way home from work, from the pub, from normal life, the ones whose faces appeared on posters asking, "Have you seen this person?" Until the posters faded and were replaced by newer missing women. How many of those faces had walked past this diner on other nights when the variables hadn't aligned? How many had taken the tube instead, or caught a cab or walked with friends? And how many, one, two, more, had been unlucky enough to need help on a night when Dennis was waiting? The precision of his preparation spoke to practice, to refinement. This wasn't his first time thinking through the problem of captivity. Whether it was his first time executing it, she couldn't know. But the smoothness of his movements, the anticipation of her responses, the calm patience with which he watched her, all of it suggested a scenario he'd rehearsed, if not in reality, then in his mind 1,000 times. The kettle began to whistle. Dennis returned with fresh tea, settling back onto his stool. He spoke about his wife, how she used to say he was too fastidious about things. Everything had to be just so. The kitchen organized a certain way. The books alphabetized. She'd found it endearing at first, then irritating. Then toward the end, she'd stopped noticing. The cancer had taken so much of her attention that his little quirks became irrelevant. He sipped his tea. Claire remained silent. He spoke about caring for her through all of it. 2 years from diagnosis to death, chemotherapy, radiation, hospice, bathing her when she couldn't bathe herself, changing her bedding when she couldn't control her bowels, holding her hand while she cried from pain the morphine couldn't quite reach. His voice remained steady. That was love, he said. Real love. Not the romantic notion of it, the actual work of it. Claire gestured at the locked door, the shuttered windows, asked if this was love too. Dennis said it was loneliness. Different thing entirely. Though one could lead to the other in unexpected ways. Claire's fingers tightened on the pen in her sleeve. If she could get him talking, get him comfortable enough to let his guard down, Maybe he would come close enough for her to use it. The thought felt both practical and absurd. She'd never hurt anyone. Never even been in a physical fight beyond childhood scuffles. But circumstances compressed ethics into simpler forms. Survival made philosophers of no one. She reminded him of his earlier assurance that he wouldn't hurt her. He repeated it. He wouldn't. She asked what the end game was, what he thought would happen. Would she develop Stockholm Syndrome? Agree to be his friend? What exactly did he think the outcome would be? Dennis considered the question with apparent seriousness. Said he didn't know. He admitted he hadn't planned this, not specifically. He'd kept the light on some nights, hoping, thinking that maybe someone would need help, that maybe circumstance would bring someone to his door, but he didn't know who or when or what he would do. Tonight, when she pounded on the window, he paused. It felt like fate, like the universe answering a question he'd been asking for years. Claire pointed out the universe hadn't brought her here. A mentally ill man dancing in the street had brought her here, because she'd misread the situation, because she'd seen danger where there wasn't any. Dennis acknowledged the irony. She'd found danger where she didn't see it. Yes, he understood the irony delighted her in some horrible way, but here they were regardless. The how mattered less than the what now. Claire's mind was working through possibilities with increased desperation. The kitchen. There would be knives there. Real weapons, not improvised ones. But the grated window prevented access, and Dennis would see her coming if she tried to circumvent it. The phone. Broken, but the cord might serve as a garrote or restraint if she could get it free from the wall. The glass of water Dennis had poured earlier. She could throw it in his face, use the momentary distraction to rush the door. Each scenario played out in her head with the same conclusion. Dennis was stronger, faster, more prepared. He'd thought through the architecture of this space in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. She told him she needed to use the toilet. Dennis studied her. Explained there was a bathroom through the kitchen. No windows. The door didn't lock from the inside. He'd need to check it first. Make sure there was nothing she could use as a weapon. She asked if he was going to watch her. He said no, but he would ensure she had no opportunities for escape or self-harm while she was in there. He stood and told her to come on. Claire followed him through the kitchen. He was right. No windows. A single stall with a toilet and small sink. Dennis opened the cabinet beneath the sink, removed a bottle of bleach and a container of Ajax, pulled the toilet tank lid off and set it on the floor outside. He gave her 3 minutes. Then he was coming in. Claire entered the bathroom and closed the door. It didn't lock. She could hear Dennis on the other side, his breathing steady. She used the toilet quickly, then scanned the small space for anything useful. The mirror was polished metal, not glass. No sharp edges. The toilet paper holder was bolted to the wall. The faucet handles couldn't be removed without tools. Dennis had prepared this space too. Had thought through every detail. She washed her hands, watching the water swirl down the drain, and understood with complete clarity that he'd done this before. Not this exact scenario, perhaps, but something like it. The precision of his preparation spoke to practice, to refinement. Dennis announced time was up through the door. Claire opened it, returned to the dining area, settled back against her wall. The elderly man watched her with those flat, calculating eyes. Hours passed. The fluorescent light hummed its steady note. Dennis made more tea. Claire's exhaustion grew, her body demanding sleep despite the adrenaline, despite the danger. She fought it, knowing that unconsciousness meant vulnerability. But her eyes grew heavy. Her thoughts began to fragment. She jolted awake. Had she slept? For how long? to find Dennis still on his stool, still watching. The clock on the wall read 3:51 a.m. She'd lost nearly an hour. He observed that she snored slightly, asked if she knew that. The intimacy of the observation made her skin crawl. He'd been watching her sleep, studying her. The thought of his eyes on her unconscious form triggered a wave of nausea she barely controlled. He repeated his earlier assurance. He wouldn't hurt her, not in that way. He wasn't that kind of person. She asked what kind of person he was. He answered plainly. The lonely kind. The desperate kind. The kind who'd been invisible for so long that they'd do terrible things to be seen. He said it without shame, without apparent recognition of how monstrous the admission was. Claire's hatred crystallized into something pure and cold. Not the hot rage from earlier, but something more useful. She began to plan in earnest. Not escape. That seemed increasingly impossible. But harm. If she was going to be here, she would make him regret it, would find some way to hurt him, to make his loneliness worse, to weaponize her captivity against him. She asked if he wanted to talk. Fine. They'd talk about his wife. Asked if his wife had known what he was. Dennis's expression shifted minutely. Good. She'd found a nerve. She pressed on. Asked if his wife knew that the man caring for her so tenderly was capable of this, or if he'd hidden it from her like he hid everything else. He told her not to continue. The word came out harder than anything he'd said before. But Claire pushed. Said his wife would be ashamed of him. Disgusted. If she could see him now, Dennis stood abruptly. His chair scraped against the linoleum. For the first time, Claire saw real anger in his face. The grandfatherly mask had cracked. He told her she didn't know anything about his wife. Claire stood too, the pen sliding into her palm. Said she knew his wife had married a man who locks women in abandoned diners. Knew she'd spent her final years with someone who was counting down the days until he could do this. The words came out hard, each one a weapon. Told him that whatever love he thought he'd had, it was built on a lie. He was always this. She just didn't live long enough to see it. Dennis crossed the space between them in 3 quick strides. His hand closed on her wrist with brutal strength. Claire drove the pen toward his face with her other hand. He caught it mid-strike, twisted, and the pen clattered to the floor. They stood locked together, his face inches from hers. His breath smelled like tea and something underneath it, something fleshy and wrong. He spoke, his voice low and tight, made his denial, turned the accusation back on her mother, on everyone who looked at people like him, old, alone, invisible, and saw nothing worth acknowledging. Said she'd created this, her indifference, her fear, her walls. He released her wrist and stepped back. Claire's hand throbbed where he'd gripped it. She could see the bruises already forming, perfect impressions of his fingers. The strength in that grip hadn't been the failing grasp of an elderly man. It had been controlled, measured. Someone who knew exactly how much force to apply. Dennis returned to his stool, his breathing heavy. The mask reassembling itself piece by piece. He spoke about rest, about how it was late, how they could continue this discussion when they'd both had some sleep. Claire said she wasn't sleeping. He insisted she would, eventually. The body demanded it. He reached under the counter and produced a length of rope. Said he was going to secure her to one of the booth tables, for both their safety. She'd proven she'd attempt violence. He couldn't allow that. Claire backed toward the wall, told him not to touch her. He said he wasn't giving her a choice. He advanced. Claire grabbed the water glass from the counter and threw it. Dennis deflected it easily. The glass shattered against the wall. Claire ran for the door, knowing it was futile, knowing the locks wouldn't yield, but unable to not try. Dennis caught her before she made it 3 steps. His arms wrapped around her from behind, pinning her own arms to her sides. She kicked backward, her heel connecting with his shin. He grunted but didn't release her. She thrashed, screamed, bit at the arm near her face. He dragged her to the nearest booth, forced her down onto the seat. The rope came around her wrists with practiced efficiency. She fought every second, but he was stronger, more prepared. He secured her wrists to the table leg with knots that wouldn't slip. When he finished, he stepped back. His shin was bleeding where her heel had connected. His forearm showed teeth marks, but his expression was calm again, patient. He said this didn't have to happen. She'd forced it. Claire yanked against the rope until her wrists burned. The knots held. Dennis collected the broken glass, sweeping it into a dustpan with deliberate care. Then he settled back onto his stool and simply watched her. The clock read 4:23. Outside, the fog pressed against the shuttered windows. The city continued its Friday night rhythms, oblivious. The dancing man had probably made it home by now, back to his care facility or his son's house, back to whatever space held him between his episodes of waltz and memory, safe, harmless, living in a gentle madness that asked nothing of anyone. Inside, Claire felt her body beginning to shut down despite her will. The exhaustion was too great. The adrenaline had nowhere left to go. Her eyes closed. She forced them open. They closed again. When consciousness returned, gray light filtered through the gap beneath the shutters. Morning, or at least dawn. Her wrists ached. Her neck had cramped from the angle she'd slept at. Dennis was still on his stool watching. He greeted her, his tone conversational, as though they were friends meeting for breakfast rather than captor and captive. Claire said nothing. Her throat was too raw, her mind too exhausted to formulate responses. He said he'd been thinking about what she'd said, about his wife. She'd been trying to hurt him, he understood that. But she'd raised an interesting question. What would his wife think of this? He paused, seeming to genuinely consider it. He said he thought she'd understand. Not condone, perhaps, but understand. She'd lost her first husband in a car accident before they met. She understood what it meant to lose the person who made sense of everything else. After that, you're just relearning how to occupy space. Claire's fingers worked at the knots binding her wrists. They were professional quality, tight but not cutting off circulation, positioned to prevent her reaching them with her teeth. Dennis said he was going to make breakfast. Eggs, toast, tea. She should eat, maintain her strength. He stood, stretched. Said he'd untie her to use the toilet and eat. But if she tried anything, he'd secure her again. He asked if she understood. Claire nodded. Speaking required energy she didn't have. He accompanied her to the door, waited outside while she used the toilet. Her reflection in the metal mirror showed a stranger. Pale, disheveled, eyes red from exhaustion and suppressed tears. She looked away. When she emerged, Dennis had set the counter with 2 plates. Scrambled eggs, buttered toast, tea in chipped mugs. The normalcy of it was obscene. He told her to eat. Claire sat on the stool furthest from him, picked up her fork. The eggs were perfectly cooked, soft, seasoned with salt and pepper. The toast crisp. The butter melted into its surface. Her stomach rebelled at first, then accepted the food with desperate hunger. She hadn't eaten since lunch yesterday. Dennis ate steadily across from her. When she'd finished, he collected the plates and washed them in the kitchen sink. The sound of water running, the clink of dishes, all utterly ordinary. He returned with an announcement. He'd decided they'd stay here for a few days, give her time to adjust, to understand that he meant what he said about not hurting her. After that, he paused. They'd see. Maybe she'd come to his house. It was more comfortable than here. Had a spare room. She could have privacy, some freedom, if he could trust her. Claire's mind recoiled. Days, possibly weeks, in this man's home. The scenario extended into a future she couldn't contemplate without her sanity fracturing. She told him people would look for her. He agreed. They would. And they wouldn't find her. Not here. This building was scheduled for demolition in 3 months. No one came by. The city had forgotten it existed. He settled back onto his stool. Her flatmate would file a missing persons report. The police would check her last known location. The office. They'd review CCTV footage showing her leaving. They'd interview her coworkers. Eventually, she'd become another statistic. Another woman who vanished in London. It happened more often than people thought. The words carried the weight of truth. Claire knew the statistics. Knew how many women disappeared each year. How few were ever found. She thought of her mother in Harrogate. How the news would reach her. How her worst fears about the city, about Claire's refusal to heed her warnings, would be confirmed. How she would blame herself and Claire in equal measure. She spoke about her mother, about how she'd never stop looking, how she'd spend every penny, every waking hour, how she'd hire private investigators, make posters, haunt the police station until they were sick of her, because that's what she did. And that's who she was. She saw threats everywhere, and when one finally took Claire, she'd hunt it with everything she had. Dennis studied her. Said perhaps. But London was large, and he was patient and careful. They'd see who had more endurance, her mother's grief or his caution. Claire felt something break inside her. Not her will. It remained intact, hard and cold. But something else. Some last illusion that this would end well, that rescue was coming, that the world made sense. She was alone, truly alone, with a man whose loneliness had curdled into something that demanded satisfaction regardless of cost. The fluorescent light hummed. The clock ticked toward 6 a.m. Outside, London was waking up. People heading to early shifts. Bakers opening their shops. The city continuing its rhythms, indifferent to one missing woman in a shuttered diner. Claire thought of the dancing man one final time. Still waltzing in her memory, his smile terrible and innocent, holding his dead wife with such tenderness. A man lost in gentle madness, harming no one. And here was Dennis, sane, calculated, intentional in every action, proving which kind of madness was truly dangerous. Her mother's voice arrived one last time, softer now, almost gentle. You can't undo this. You can't go back to the moment before you pounded on his door. That choice is made. Claire knew. God, she knew. But you're still alive. That means you still have choices ahead. The voice was right. For once, the catalog of threat responses had something useful to offer. When escape isn't possible, survival becomes the goal. When survival isn't possible, making it cost him something becomes the goal. She met Dennis's eyes across the counter and made her decision. She would survive this, not through compliance, not through giving him what he wanted, but through patience of her own, through careful observation, through waiting for the single moment of mistake he would eventually make. Because everyone made mistakes, even careful, patient predators. And when he did, she would be ready. The van's headlights died at mile marker 49, 2 switchbacks below the Whitlock gates. I finished the climb on foot through snow that had erased the road 3 days ago. The estate, 4 stories of Pikes Peak limestone, built 1889 by a silver baron who died of mercury poisoning in his own assay office, rose against the front range like a broken incisor. The upper windows were boarded with ACX plywood stamped Westlake Lumber 2009. The lower ones glowed yellow from incandescence running on a generator. I could hear coughing in the basement, rhythmic as a chronic smoker. The driver, a compact man whose face I never properly saw, deposited my single bag on the steps and departed without a word. I stood in the cold, my hands shaking. Withdrawal or fear I could not distinguish, and felt the building watching me. Somewhere above, a shutter banged in the wind. The sound had the rhythm of bones knocking together. I had killed a man on an operating table 4 months prior. That was the simplified version, the one I had repeated to the medical board, to my attorney, to the judge who mandated my presence here. That's the version I told anyway. The version I could still say out loud without my throat closing. The truth, I had been drinking before the surgery. 2 fingers of Blanton's at 6 a.m., enough to steady my hands, but not enough to slur. The patient was a 52-year-old actuary named Gerald Pitkin, and I was repairing his mitral valve. Between the second stitch and the third, the 4-O-proline caught on calcified tissue and tore a papillary muscle I should have seen coming. The rest is blood pressure crashing, the anesthesiologist's voice going flat and procedural, and my hands doing exactly what they'd been trained to do while my brain knew it was already too late. Pitkin arrested at 9:42 a.m. I pronounced him at 10:03 a.m. I dictated the operative note at 10:45 a.m. and was in my car with a bottle by 11 o'clock. The front door opened before I could knock. A woman stood in the frame, backlit, her face in shadow. She wore the white coat of medical authority, but it hung on her with a wrongness I felt before I could articulate. Too long in the sleeves, stained at the cuffs with something rust-colored. She did not introduce herself and only gestured for me to follow. The foyer presented impressive decay. A grand staircase with several banisters missing. Parquet floors warped by water damage. The ghost of expensive wallpaper peeling in long strips to reveal plaster underneath. Gaslight sconces. Actual gaslight, I realized with a jolt. Cast shadows that pooled in the corners. The smell reminded me of opening my grandfather's lake cabin after a winter sealed shut. Mildew and pine sol fighting a war neither would win, with an antiseptic undertone that made my sinuses ache. She recited the estate's history as we walked. Built 1889 by Silver Baron Leopold Whitlock. Tuberculosis sanatorium in the 20s. Private asylum in the 50s. Rehabilitation center since 1987. The hydrotherapy wing had been closed since an accident some years ago. I was not to enter it under any circumstances. She delivered this information without inflection, without turning to verify I was following, her slight limp favoring her left leg in a manner that suggested old injury rather than temporary ailment. We climbed the staircase. The boards creaked in a sequence that sounded almost melodic, and I found myself counting steps to avoid thinking about the portraits lining the corridor, the white paint obscuring their subjects' faces in a way that suggested not vandalism but ritual. My room was small, austere, unfurnished except for an iron bed frame, a wooden chair, and a dresser missing 2 of its drawers. A single window looked out onto the inner courtyard, where snow had accumulated around a dry fountain. The stone cherub at its center cracked vertically from crown to base. The radiator clanked, but produced no heat. I set my bag on the chair and sat on the bed, which sagged alarmingly under my weight, and pressed my palms against my temples. Withdrawal had begun in earnest 3 days ago. I had timed my last drink carefully, knowing that, arriving drunk, would be grounds for expulsion, knowing that I needed the program to satisfy the court, to salvage whatever fragments of my medical license might remain salvageable. But I had miscalculated the severity. The tremors had progressed from my hands to my entire body. I was sweating through my clothes despite the cold, and the perceptual disturbances, peripheral movement where there should be none, sounds that seemed to originate inside my skull, these were intensifying. I was examining the radiator, trying to determine if it could be made functional, when I heard the footsteps in the hallway, heavy, deliberate. They paused outside my door. I waited for a knock that did not come. Instead, the footsteps resumed, receding down the corridor, and in their wake I heard something else, a wet, dragging sound, as though something sodden was being pulled across the floorboards. When I opened the door, the hallway was empty. But there, extending from where the footsteps had paused, was a trail of water, not a few drops. A continuous line of moisture, darkening the wood, leading toward the stairwell. I crouched and touched it. Cold, faintly brackish. My fingers came away gritty with sediment. I should have returned to my room. Instead, I followed the trail to the stairs, down 2 flights, along a corridor I had not seen during the initial tour. The water led to a door marked hydrotherapy, authorized personnel only. The door was padlocked, but the water continued underneath it, seeping from the gap beneath. I pressed my ear to the wood and heard, faint but unmistakable, the sound of dripping, rhythmic, patient, and beneath it, something else. A sound like breathing, but wrong in tempo, too slow, as if each inhalation required immense effort. A voice behind me. "You're not supposed to be down here." I turned. A man stood at the end of the corridor, hands in his pockets, expression neutral. He was perhaps 50, with the lean build of someone who had once been athletic and was now merely thin. His hair was silver, cut short, and his eyes had the particular clarity of the recently sober. He wore civilian clothes, dark trousers, a wool sweater, which marked him as a patient rather than staff. I gestured at the floor where the water had been, but it had vanished. The wood was dry, undisturbed. I looked at my fingers. No grit, no moisture. He explained that hallucinations were common during the first week, the brain's protest against sobriety. It would pass. When I told him I was a surgeon, that I understood the physiological mechanisms of withdrawal, he smiled with a sadness that suggested he knew exactly where surgeons end up when the board yanks their privileges. He introduced himself as Victor Dalton, former attorney, former husband, former believer in the rule of law. Victor offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. I felt the relief of human presence after days of isolation, and with it, a rush of gratitude that made me ashamed. Victor informed me that there were only 12 of us here at present, that everyone already knew who I was, that if I was found near the hydrotherapy wing, Dr. Kessler would put me in isolation. I followed him back upstairs through corridors that seemed to multiply, to double back on themselves in ways that defied the building's external geometry. We emerged in a common room I had not previously encountered, a large space with high ceilings, furnished with mismatched chairs arranged in a rough circle. Several men sat scattered throughout, reading or staring at nothing. One, younger than the others, was doing push-ups in the corner, with the grim focus of someone trying to exhaust himself into sleep. Another stood at the window, forehead pressed against the glass, breath fogging and clearing in a steady rhythm. Victor directed my attention to 3 men clustered near the fireplace. Brennan Ashford and his disciples, he called them. They had run a hedge fund into the ground, taken a few $100 million in client money with it, and landed here instead of prison, through expensive attorneys and cooperative judges. They had decided to maintain their corporate hierarchy in exile. It made them feel less powerless. Brennan Ashford was broad-shouldered, square-jawed, and sitting in the best chair by the fireplace like he'd claimed it on arrival, and dared anyone to object. He was holding court. The two other men arranged on either side like attendants. And when he laughed, it was a sound designed to fill a room and remind you who owned it. As we entered, his gaze fixed on me with an evaluative coldness that made the hair on my neck rise. He called across the room, announcing fresh meat, asking if I was a DUI surgeon or a pill-popping anesthesiologist. I had that shaky, guilty look, he said. Doctors who killed someone and couldn't quite believe they had to face consequences all had it. The room had gone quiet. Everyone was watching. Victor touched my elbow, a brief, steadying pressure, but said nothing. I understood that I was being tested, that my response would determine how the next weeks or months unfolded. I told him I was a cardiovascular surgeon, that I had made a mistake during a procedure, that a patient had died. My voice came out steady, which surprised me. Brennan stood and crossed the room. He was taller than I had estimated, 6'3" or 6'4", moving with the ease of someone who had never doubted his right to occupy space. He appreciated the honesty here, he said. They were all here because they had destroyed something. Careers, families, other people's trust. They had been banished to this Gothic relic to sit with what they'd broken, like medieval penitents. He explained the pecking order. He was at the top. I was at the bottom. I would do what he said, when he said it, and maybe I would get through this without additional trauma. If I caused problems, I would get problems. I should have looked away. Every instinct bred into me by medical school hierarchy, by years of deferring to senior surgeons, by the recent catastrophic education in the cost of arrogance, all of it urged submission. But something in his performance was too calculated, too rehearsed. I understand that you're frightened, I said, and that you're using aggression to manage it. For a moment, something moved behind his eyes, genuine rage, quickly suppressed. Then he smiled, and the smile was worse than the anger. He told me we were going to have fun together. He clapped me on the shoulder, hard enough to hurt, and returned to his seat by the fireplace. Victor led me to chairs on the opposite side of the room. He observed that my response had been either very brave or very stupid. He had not decided which. I asked if Brennan actually hurt people. Victor explained that psychologically, yes. Physically, not directly. But he had cultivated a following, and some of them were less restrained. The staff were overworked, understaffed, fundamentally indifferent. Dr. Kessler ran the place like a Victorian workhouse. As long as nobody died or escaped, he considered his job done. That created a vacuum, and Brennan had filled it. Victor told me about a patient 6 months ago who had challenged Brennan. A quiet fellow who kept to himself. One night, someone poured bleach in his shampoo bottle, caustic burns across his scalp, skin peeling in his sheets. He was transferred to a medical facility, and the investigation concluded it was self-inflicted. I would need to be careful, Victor said, especially during group therapy. That was where Brennan really performed. Group therapy occurred daily at 4 p.m. in a room whose windows had been painted black. We sat in a circle on folding metal chairs while Dr. Roland Kessler, the facility director, presided with a clipboard and an expression of profound boredom. Kessler was a small, neat man in his 60s, with wire-rimmed glasses and the manner of someone who had long ago exhausted his capacity for empathy. He opened each session by asking if anyone wished to share, and when no one volunteered, he would select someone at random. On my third day, he selected me. I had prepared for this. I had rehearsed the narrative until it had the smooth, impersonal quality of a case presentation. I described the surgery, the error, the death. I used medical terminology as a shield, distancing myself through precision. I did not mention the drinking. Kessler, of course, mentioned it for me. He asked if I had a problem with alcohol. I told him I had made a serious error in judgment. That's not what I asked. Across the circle, Brennan was watching with the avid attention of a spectator at a blood sport. Pressure built behind my eyes, the familiar tightness in my chest that signaled the onset of panic. I had been sober for 12 days. The withdrawal symptoms were subsiding, but in their wake was something worse. A vast, empty clarity, an exposure of the mechanisms I had been using to avoid thinking. I admitted I did not know if I had a problem. Kessler wrote something on his clipboard and moved on to another patient. The session continued for 90 minutes, each man in turn offering his rehearsed confession, his performance of contrition. Brennan spoke at length about market forces and systemic failures, never once using the first person, never once acknowledging that he had made choices. When he finished, Kessler nodded approvingly and marked something on his chart. The sessions followed a pattern. Kessler would identify weakness, shame, guilt, fear, and would probe it until the subject broke down or became defensive. Either response was treated as progress. Resistance was pathologized. Submission was rewarded with Kessler's tepid approval and the temporary suspension of attention. I learned to perform adequately. I learned the vocabulary of recovery, the rhetoric of personal responsibility tempered with compassion for the suffering self. I learned to cry on schedule, to speak about my wound in language that suggested insight without requiring genuine excavation. It was not difficult. I had spent years in medical training learning to present confidence I did not feel, to speak with authority on subjects I barely understood, to perform the role of physician until the performance became indistinguishable from identity. But the sessions left me hollow, scraped out. In the evenings, I would return to my room and lie on the narrow bed, staring at the ceiling where water stains had formed patterns that resembled faces. And I would feel the emptiness expanding inside me like a pressure differential, a vacuum that pulled at my edges. On the 7th night, I woke to the sound of scratching. It came from inside the walls, directly behind my headboard. A frantic, rhythmic sound. Nails on plaster, or something harder, something that left grooves. I sat up, the scratching loud enough I could feel it in my teeth, and pressed my palm against the wallpaper. The scratching stopped immediately, as though whatever made it had felt my touch and gone still. I waited. The radiator ticked. Outside wind moved through the pines with a sound like surf. Then the scratching resumed, moving laterally along the wall, following the path toward the window. I got out of bed and followed the sound, pressing my ear to the plaster at intervals. The scratching led to the corner, then down, then stopped at the baseboard. I knelt and examined the seam where a wall met floor. The baseboard was warped, pulling away from the plaster, and in the gap I could see something else. A smell, faint but unmistakable. Brackish water. The same smell from the trail leading to the hydrotherapy wing. I pried at the baseboard with my fingernails. It came away easily, the nails having rusted through decades ago. Behind it was a space, perhaps 4 inches deep, running the length of the wall. I retrieved my phone from the dresser and shone the light into the gap. The space was filled with water, not standing water. It was moving, flowing from left to right, with visible current, as though it were part of a hidden drainage system. But we were on the 3rd floor. There should be no water here, no pipes carrying that volume. I reached in and felt the flow, cold enough to numb my fingers instantly. And in the current, solid objects bumped against my hand. I withdrew one. It was a key, heavy and old, cast iron with an ornate head. Victorian-era construction, when locks were architectural features rather than security measures. I dried it on my shirt and examined it in the phone light. No markings, no indication of what it might open, I tried to replace the baseboard, but it would not fit properly. The water had warped the wood beyond repair. I left it propped against the wall and returned to bed, the key gripped in my fist, and did not sleep for the remainder of the night. At breakfast, a communal affair in a dining hall whose ceiling was collapsing in slow motion, chunks of plaster held in place by yellowed paint. I sat with Victor and showed him the key. He examined it briefly, then returned it without comment. "The building is full of locked doors," he said. "Most of them are better left that way, but..." I noticed that his hand trembled slightly as he lifted his coffee, and that he did not meet my eyes. The supernatural phenomena escalated with a methodical quality that suggested less haunting than experiment. On the 8th night, I found wet footprints leading from the hallway into my room, crossing the floor to stand beside my bed, then returning to the door. The prints were large, adult male, and each one was surrounded by a dark sediment that smelled of deep water and rot. I photographed them with my phone, but when I checked the images, they showed only bare floorboards. On the 9th night, I heard the breathing again, slow, labored, originating from behind the wall where the baseboard had been removed. I pressed my ear to the gap and heard not just breathing, but something else beneath it. A voice or voices, speaking in a rhythm that suggested conversation, but with no words I could distinguish. When I tried to record it, the phone captured only static. On the 10th night, I saw the figure. I had been lying awake, watching the window where moonlight filtered through the pines outside, when movement drew my attention to the corner of the room. A shape stood there, man-sized, utterly still. It was too dark to distinguish features, but I could see the outline, head, shoulders, arms hanging at its sides, and I could hear it breathing. That same slow, effortful respiration, each inhalation taking 5 seconds, each exhalation the same. I did not move. We remained like that for what might have been minutes or hours. Then the shape moved. Not walked, but seemed to shift position without transition, and was suddenly beside the bed, standing where the footprints had stood, close enough that I should have been able to reach out and touch it. The smell of brackish water intensified until I could taste it. And now I could see details. The shape was humanoid, but wrong, the proportions distorted, the surface glistening as though perpetually wet. It leaned toward me, and I saw its face, or where a face should have been. There was only shadow there, and the suggestion of features dissolving, of flesh that had spent too long submerged and was coming apart. I tried to scream, my throat locked. The figure remained bent over me, and I could feel coldness radiating from it. The temperature drop you get opening a walk-in freezer, that immediate skin prickle at 38 degrees Fahrenheit. Then it was gone. The room was empty. I was alone, gasping, my shirt soaked through with sweat. When I turned on the light, there was nothing. No footprints, no water, no evidence of intrusion. But on the floor beside the bed, written in that same dark sediment, were 2 words: "Find me." I did not return to sleep. When dawn came, I went directly to Victor's room and told him everything. He listened without interruption, his expression unreadable. And when I finished, he stood and crossed to his window, looking out at the courtyard where the broken cherub presided over frozen nothing. "The patient who drowned," he said finally. His name was Victor Dalton. I stared at him. "But you're..." "I know what I am." He turned from the window, and in the morning light I saw something I had not noticed before, a translucence to his skin, a quality that suggested he was not entirely there, not entirely solid. I died here 10 years ago, in the hydrotherapy pool. I've been trying to leave ever since. The room tilted. I gripped the door frame to keep from falling, my medical training offering explanations. Psychotic break, a withdrawal-induced hallucination, dissociative fugue state. But none of them landed. What I was seeing, what I was hearing, had a coherence that delusion lacked. "You were a securities lawyer," I said, my voice strange in my own ears. Victor's translucence flickered. "I was a lot of things. And you came here because I had a phone." He stopped, started again. "Because I thought I was smarter than the investigation. Because I thought if I could just hide the evidence for 6 months, my attorneys could work the system and I could walk." "What was on the phone?" He didn't answer directly. Instead, "You remember the pool cover?" I shook my head. "You will," he said. Victor's story emerged in fragments over the next hour, interrupted by my questions, by long silences where he seemed to be deciding what he could say and what would break me. He had been a securities lawyer, successful, arrogant, convinced of his own cleverness. He had gotten involved in a scheme, insider trading, market manipulation. The exact details no longer mattered. When the investigation began, he had come here to avoid prosecution, to buy time while his attorneys worked the system. But he had not come alone. He had brought insurance, a waterproof phone containing evidence that would have exonerated him, that would have proven he was merely a fall guy for bigger players. The phone was his way out. He just needed to keep it safe until the moment was right. The hydrotherapy wing was off limits, shuttered after a previous accident, but Victor had found a way in. Late one night, he had taken the phone down to the pool room, thinking the space was abandoned, secure. He had been examining the pool, an enormous Art Deco construction, 20 feet deep at one end, when he realized that the phone would be safer at the bottom, weighted down, hidden in the filtration grate, where no search would find it. He had placed it in a waterproof container and dropped it into the deep end. Then he had gone in after it to make sure it settled correctly, to make sure it was truly hidden. "While I was at the bottom," Victor said, his voice flat now, empty of inflection. The pool cover engaged. It was a massive steel apparatus, automated, designed to slide over the pool's surface for safety and temperature control. It weighed over 1,000 pounds. When it began to move, Victor was 15 feet underwater, and by the time he reached the surface, the cover was already 2/3 closed. He had tried to swim out through the narrowing gap. He had almost made it. His fingers had touched the edge of the deck, but the cover had caught him at the shoulders, and the mechanism, designed to detect resistance and stop, had malfunctioned. It had kept sliding, and Victor, trapped in the closing vise, had been pulled back underwater as the cover sealed completely. He paused then, and I watched him fade slightly, his outline blurring at the edges. "The part about drowning they don't tell you," he said, "is how long it takes, how each second expands, how your body fights even after your mind has given up." He told me about the steel ceiling overhead, about the water filling his lungs in a way that was not quick, not merciful, but something that went on far too long, each moment stretching into hours. And when he finally stopped struggling, when his body went still and sank to the bottom, he had not died, not entirely. Some part of him remained, tethered to the building, to the unfinished business of that phone, that evidence, that proof of his innocence that would never be recovered. "I've been here ever since," he said, "watching patients come and go, waiting. And then you arrived. Why me? Because you're like me." He moved closer, and I could see through him now, could see the wall behind him, showing faintly through his chest. "You've done something you can't forgive yourself for. You're trapped in your own version of this, and maybe if I can help you find your way out, I can find mine." The reasoning was spectral logic, the desperate bargaining of the dead. But I was beyond questioning. I was standing in a room with a ghost who wore the face of my only friend in this place, and the horror of it was indistinguishable from relief. I was not insane. The phenomena were real. I was being haunted. Victor told me what he needed. The phone, recovered from the pool, powered on to complete his unfinished business. The evidence displayed, even if no one but us ever saw it, the symbolic completion of the task he had died attempting. If I could do that, he believed his spirit would be released. He could move on. He could stop being whatever he had become. I asked how I was supposed to get into the hydrotherapy wing. It was locked, off-limits patrolled. Victor smiled, and in that smile I saw both gratitude and something else. Something that might have been pity. "You already have the key," he said. "You found it behind the wall. Everything you need has been provided. You just have to be willing to go down there." The key was in my pocket. I had been carrying it since the night I found it, a talisman against the dark. I withdrew it and held it up to the light. Iron, old, ornate. It had come from the water in the walls, delivered to me by mechanisms I did not understand and could not question. "Tonight," Victor said. "After midnight, when the staff do their rounds, I'll show you the way." I spent the afternoon in a state of dissociated calm, moving through group therapy and dinner and the evening common room period with the surface attention of someone whose consciousness was focused elsewhere. Brennan attempted to provoke me during therapy, made a comment about surgeons playing God, about how we killed people and called it medicine. But I did not rise to it. I was no longer inhabiting the same reality as him. I was operating on a different frequency, where ghosts gave instructions and antique keys promised access to flooded tombs. Victor sat across the circle, and now that I knew what he was, I could see the signs everywhere. How other patients' gazes passed over him without quite focusing. How he never ate, never drank, only sat with his hands folded and watched. The translucence that I had attributed to the facility's poor lighting, but which was actually the fading coherence of a consciousness untethered from flesh. At 11:30, I lay in bed fully clothed, the key in my hand, waiting. The building settled around me with its repertoire of creaks and groans, the gaslight sconces in the hallway dimming and brightening in rhythm with some fluctuation in pressure I did not want to consider. At 11:50, I heard footsteps, the night orderly making his rounds, checking that we were all secured in our rooms like specimens in a collection. At midnight exactly, Victor appeared in my doorway. He did not knock, did not open the door. He simply manifested there, more transparent than before, his edges beginning to blur. It's time. I followed him into the hallway, down the main stairs, through corridors I had walked before, but which looked different at night, the walls seeming to lean inward, the portraits with their painted-over faces turning to follow our progress. We descended to the ground floor, then lower, into a basement level I had not known existed. The temperature dropped with each step. I could feel it through my jacket, that immediate skin prickle, at 38 degrees Fahrenheit turning to something colder, 32 degrees Fahrenheit and falling. Our breath, mine at least. Victor produced no vapor, formed clouds that lingered. The gaslight did not extend down here. Victor moved through the black with the assurance of someone who no longer required sight, and I followed with my phone's flashlight, the beam cutting tunnels through shadow. We reached the hydrotherapy wing through a service corridor. Victor stopped before a door marked "Authorized Personnel Only," the same door I had found on my first night, but approached from a different direction, from below rather than from the main floor. "The key," Victor said. I fitted it into the lock. It turned with a smoothness that belied its age. the mechanism engaging with a sound like an indrawn breath. The door swung inward on hinges that should have been rusted solid, but which moved in perfect silence. Beyond was black like the inside of a freezer bag, the kind that still smells like fish even after you've washed it 3 times. My flashlight seemed dim, the beam swallowed after penetrating only a few feet. Victor stepped through first, and I saw him more clearly in the blackness than I had in the relative light of the corridor, as though shadow was his natural medium, where he became more real rather than less. The hydrotherapy wing was vast. As my eyes adjusted, I began to distinguish shapes. A row of porcelain tubs along one wall, each large enough to submerge a human body completely, fitted with apparatus whose purpose I could only guess at. Leather restraints hanging from hooks, wheeled gurneys with drainage holes, and at the far end, through an archway, the pool. It was Art Deco, as Victor had described, but on a scale I had not imagined. The chamber housing it was 2 stories high, with a vaulted ceiling and walls tiled in blue and white geometric patterns. The pool itself stretched 40 feet in length, its surface covered by the steel apparatus that had killed Victor, a massive sheet of metal suspended on tracks, currently retracted to one side, leaving the pool open. But the pool was not full. It had been drained, the deep end descending 15 feet to a tiled bottom where debris had accumulated. Leaves, plaster, the mummified corpse of a bird. The filtration grates were visible as dark squares at the lowest point. Victor stood at the edge, looking down into the empty basin. In the reflected light from my phone, I could see through him completely now, could see the tile pattern on the far wall showing through his torso. "It's down there," he said, pointing to the filtration grate at the pool's deepest point, in the left grate. I wedged it in, made sure it would stay. 10 years and it's still there, waiting. I approached the edge and looked down. The descent was steep, the tiles slick with algae despite the absence of water. There was a ladder at the shallow end, but it was rusted, several rungs missing. The deep end offered no such convenience. I would have to climb down 20 feet or more, with nothing to arrest the fall. "I'll go with you," Victor said, "as far as I can." We descended together, Victor drifting more than climbing, myself gripping the pool's edge and lowering myself over, my feet searching for purchase on the slick tiles. The air in the pool was different. Heavier, damper, tasting of minerals and decay. Sound behaved strangely, my breathing echoing in multiple registers, as though the space had acoustic properties that had nothing to do with its physical dimensions. I reached the bottom. The filtration grates were set flush with the tile, each covered with a metal grill secured by screws that had corroded into irregular lumps. I knelt before the left grate and examined it. The screws were beyond salvaging, but the grill itself had warped, pulling away from the frame at one corner. I worked my fingers into the gap and pulled. The grill came away with a screech of protesting metal. Behind it was a cavity, perhaps 2 feet deep, descending into the building's infrastructure. The smell that emerged was profound. Stagnant water, rust, rotting matter left in the dark. I shone my light into the opening and saw, wedged between pipes, a waterproof document case. Trial exhibit quality, expensive leather with brass clasps. I reached in, my arm submerged to the shoulder in the cold, wet shadow, and my fingers closed on rubberized fabric. I withdrew the case. It was intact, sealed, covered in sediment that came away in sheets when I wiped it. Inside was a manila folder, and inside the folder, photographs. Dozens of them, printed on waterproof photo paper, each one protected by a plastic sleeve. Financial documents, spreadsheets, email printouts, all carefully photographed for preservation. Victor had drifted closer. He was watching with an intensity that made him more visible, as though his attention had mass, had presence. "Look at them," he said. "Look at what I saved." I spread the photographs on the pool floor, arranging them in the beam of my flashlight. Victor guided me through them. Messages, spreadsheets, recorded call transcripts. What mattered was near the bottom of the stack, he said. The personal documentation he had compiled. And there, beneath the evidence, were photos I had not expected. Photos of the facility. Of the hydrotherapy pool when it still held water. Of Victor himself, younger, standing at the pool's edge with the document case in his hands. And in the final photograph, another man, standing in shadow near the pool controls, his face partially visible. My face. I was looking at a photograph of myself from 10 years ago, standing in this room beside this pool. I was smiling. My hand was on the control panel. And in the bottom corner of the image, written in Victor's handwriting on the white border, "Partner, night of." The case slipped from my hand, photographs scattering on the tile. I stared at Victor, who was no longer transparent but fully visible. More solid than he had been since I met him, his skin gray and bloated, water streaming from his hair, his clothes pooling at his feet. "You remember now," he said. It was not a question, and I did. The memories were arriving not in sequence, but in fragments, shards of awareness that cut as they surfaced. I had been here before, not as a patient, but as Victor's partner. We had been running a smuggling operation. Pills, stolen from hospital pharmacies, repackaged and sold through offshore networks. Victor had handled the legal infrastructure and the shell corporations. I had provided the medical access, the prescriptions, the appearance of legitimacy. When the investigation began, we had both run here. Not to the same facility by coincidence, but together, deliberately, using falsified records to establish our presence as court-mandated rehabilitation rather than fugitive hiding. We had thought we were clever. We had thought we were safe. But I had started using our own product. The pills had turned on me, had transformed from profit margin to necessity. And Victor, watching me deteriorate, had begun to question the partnership, had begun to suggest that perhaps we should surrender, cooperate, take our chances with the legal system. I could not allow that. Too much was at stake. My career, my freedom, my elaborately constructed identity as a respected surgeon rather than a criminal. So I had made a decision. The night Victor went into the pool, I had been there. I had watched him descend, had seen him place the document case in the grate. And when he surfaced, when he swam toward the edge, I had gone to the control panel. I had not touched it. I had not needed to. I had simply stood there, my hand hovering over the emergency override, and I had wanted the cover to engage. I had willed it with such intensity that the mechanism, old, temperamental, prone to malfunction, had responded. The pool cover had begun to slide. I had watched it slide shut. I had heard him scream, had seen his fingers scrabbling at the steel. I had stood there for 45 minutes, listening to the sounds grow weaker, until there was only silence. Then I had left. I had walked out of the facility that same night, returned to my life and my mind. Already fracturing under the narcotic assault of the pills, had done what minds do when confronted with unbearable guilt. It had rewritten the narrative. It had fabricated a different story, one where I was a surgeon who made an error, who killed through negligence rather than intention. One where I was victim rather than perpetrator. The surgical error, the dead accountant, the court-mandated rehabilitation. All of it was false. I had constructed an elaborate fiction to avoid confronting what I actually was. "You killed me," Victor said. His voice was different now. No longer the calm, cynical tone of the friend I had known, but something colder. Something that had spent a decade underwater learning patience. You murdered me, and then you forgot. You went on with your life while I stayed here, trapped, unable to move on because my business was unfinished. And my business was you. I tried to speak. My throat had closed. The pool seemed to be contracting, the walls pressing inward, though I knew that was impossible. I've been waiting, Victor continued, waiting for you to come back, waiting for the guilt to eat through your constructed reality, waiting for you to return to the scene, and you did. Your mind brought you back here, created a scenario that would land you in this exact facility, in this exact situation. Because some part of you knows. Some part of you has always known what you did. Above, I heard the machinery engage. Not the grinding of gears or the shriek of activation, but something else. A sound like a breath being drawn in, like the building itself sighing. The pool cover began to slide closed, the massive steel sheet moving along its tracks with a sound like thunder in a tunnel. The opening was narrowing, the light from above being cut off in increments. "What are you doing?" My voice came out as a whisper. Victor smiled. Water streamed from his mouth. "Finishing my business." The unfinished business was never about the evidence and about clearing my name. It was about you, about making sure you understood, about making sure you were here at the bottom when the cover closed. I ran for the ladder, but my feet went out from under me on the slick tiles. I fell hard, my head striking the pool floor, stars blooming in my vision. By the time I regained my feet, the cover was 3/4 closed, the gap above narrowed to a strip of dim light. I could see Victor standing at the pool's edge, at the shallow end near where the controls were mounted, but his hands were at his sides. He was not touching the panel. He was simply standing there, watching as the machinery completed its work. Gears and tracks and 1,000 pounds of steel doing exactly what they'd been designed to do. "You stood exactly where I'm standing," he said. "You watched me drown, and now I'll return the favor. Not with water. There's no water anymore. But with this, with the knowledge of what you did, with endless time to think about it, trapped at the bottom where I was trapped. The cover sealed completely. The sound of its locking mechanism engaging was final, absolute. I was in blackness, the kind you get in a mine shaft when your headlamp dies and you realize how far underground you actually are. The oxygen was already growing stale, consumed by my panicked breathing. I screamed. I beat my fists against the steel above me, but it was like striking bedrock. I found the ladder and climbed, pressing my shoulder against the cover, trying to force it open, but 1,000 pounds of steel does not yield to human strength. I do not know how long I stood there, screaming into the black. Eventually, my voice gave out. Eventually, I sank to the bottom of the pool and sat with my back against the tiles, the scattered photographs still clutched in one hand, the evidence of my crime, the proof of what I had done. Above me, I could hear footsteps on the deck. Victor walking the perimeter, patient. He had eternity. I had only whatever air remained in the sealed chamber. I gathered the photographs in the shadow, feeling their edges, and looked at the one image I could still see in my mind. Myself from 10 years ago, standing beside the pool controls, smiling. That man was a stranger. I did not recognize him, could not connect him to the person I believed myself to be. But the evidence was irrefutable. I had been here. I had done this. And I understood finally what Victor had meant about unfinished business. His business was not about being exonerated. It was about ensuring that I would spend whatever time remained to me understanding what I had taken from him. That I would know, with absolute clarity, the weight of my crime. My breathing had become labored, each inhalation bringing less. Carbon dioxide was building in the sealed space, and soon I would slip into unconsciousness. Death would follow shortly after. Quiet, undramatic, respiratory function simply ceasing. I found myself grateful for that. Grateful that it would not involve water, would not involve the suffocating panic of drowning. Victor had given me that mercy at least, or perhaps it was not mercy but practicality. The pool had been drained, there was no water. He could only kill me with what was available. Above, I heard the sound of the cover beginning to retract. The steel groaned, tracks shrieking, and a line of light appeared, widening slowly. Fresh air flooded in, cold and sharp, and I gasped at it, my lungs spasmodic. The cover continued opening until it was fully retracted, leaving the pool exposed. I looked up at the edge of the deck and saw Victor standing there, still bloated and dripping, his skin gray in the dim light. He gazed down at me for a long moment. Then he turned and walked away, his footsteps receding. I did not move. I sat at the bottom of the pool, breathing air that tasted of decay and liberation, and understood that this was not mercy either. Victor had not released me. He had simply ensured that I would survive, would return to the surface, would carry the knowledge of what I had done back into the world. The pool was no longer my tomb. It was my confessional. I do not know how long I remained there before I finally climbed the ladder and emerged into the hydrotherapy wing. The facility was silent, the hour deep in the night between midnight and dawn. I walked through the corridors with the photographs still in my hand, the evidence, the proof, the irrefutable record. When I reached my room, I sat on the bed and examined them one final time in the gaslight from the hallway. I scrolled through the documentation of crimes I had committed and then forgotten, and I understood that I had a choice. I could destroy the photographs. I could continue the fiction, could walk out of this facility when my mandated time was complete and return to whatever remained of my life. No one knew the truth except Victor, and Victor was dead. I could carry the knowledge privately, could fashion it into whatever shape allowed me to function. Or I could turn the evidence over to the authorities, could confess everything. The smuggling, the murder, the decade of constructed amnesia, could accept whatever consequences followed. I sat holding the photographs until dawn began to show through the window. Then I placed them in the dresser drawer and closed it. Outside my window, the first light of dawn was beginning to show through the pines. In the courtyard below, the broken cherub presided over its frozen fountain, cracked vertically from crown to base, patient and eternal. I looked at my hands, the hands that had murdered Victor Dalton, that had performed surgeries on patients who trusted me with their lives. They were steady now, the tremors of withdrawal having finally ceased. And I understood, with a clarity that was worse than any horror Victor had shown me, that I would do nothing. I would not confess. I would not turn myself in. I would finish my time here, would return to my life, and would find a way to continue. Because that was what I had always done. That was what I was. The pool had not changed me. The revelation had not redeemed me. I was exactly what I had always been. A man who chose survival over truth, comfort over justice, the maintenance of self-image over acknowledgement of sin. Victor had shown me the depths of my corruption, and I had looked into them and chosen to climb out and walk away. That was the real horror. Not the ghost, not the supernatural phenomena, not the locked pool or the suffocation. The real horror was the knowledge that I would go on living, would carry this truth the way the fountain carries its crack, visible to anyone who looks. But I'd learned to stand so people looked elsewhere. I set the photographs in the dresser drawer and lay back on the bed, staring at the water-stained ceiling where the patterns resembled faces, watching, judging, bearing eternal witness. Outside, something moved in the courtyard. I sat up and looked out the window. Victor stood beside the fountain, his hand on the broken cherub's head. He was looking up at my window. Our eyes met across the distance. He did not move, did not gesture. He simply stood there, watching. And I understood that he would always be there. That even when I left this place, even when I returned to the world and reconstructed my life again, he would be watching, bearing witness to what I was and what I had chosen to remain. I closed my eyes, but when I did, I saw him exactly where he'd been standing, beside the cherub, hand on its broken head, patient as the limestone he'd drowned under. The radiator ticked, the building settled, and far below, in the drain pool where Victor Dalton had drowned, water began to drip from an unknown source, each drop echoing up through the infrastructure like a heartbeat that would not stop. Owen Lessig was cropping a defensive tackle shot when his hand froze on the mouse. Not because of the collision. He'd framed that perfectly clean focus on the gap penetration, jersey number sharp. He'd frozen because of section 118, row 7, visible between the tackle's shoulder and the referee's arm, a woman with hair plastered to her skull like she'd surfaced from a pool. The stadium had been dry for 2 weeks. Owen checked the raw file timestamp. Sunny, 72 degrees. He zoomed to her face. Water ran down her cheeks. He could see moisture beading on her forehead, the fabric of her shirt clinging to her shoulders. He pulled up 6 other frames from the same sequence. She appeared in 3 of them, always in the same seat, always staring at the camera, always wet. A fleeting image surfaced in his mind. Headlights on wet pavement, rain hammering the windshield, then dissolved before he could place it. He blinked. The press box fluorescence buzzed. Someone was talking about the halftime adjustments. He filed the shot and didn't mention it to anyone. 2 weeks later, away game in Pittsburgh. He was shooting from the sideline when the tight end made a catch in the flat, and Owen tracked him upfield, motor drive rattling off a dozen frames per second. Later, uploading files in the hotel, he found her again. Section 227 this time, behind the Steelers' bench. Same wet hair, same dead pale skin, same unblinking stare into his lens. This stadium held 65,000 people. He'd been shooting from the opposite sideline, camera angled northeast. There was no mathematical way she'd be staring directly at him unless she knew exactly where he was standing, exactly when he'd pressed the shutter. Owen opened his archive, went back 3 weeks to the preseason game in Philadelphia. He pulled a wide shot of the crowd during the national anthem and scanned faces row by row, section by section. Upper deck section 203, soaking wet on an 80-degree evening, staring at the camera. He had shot that frame from midfield. She was 200 feet away and looked directly into his lens. He closed the laptop and sat in the dark hotel room listening to traffic on the boulevard below. When he opened the laptop again and checked the image, she was still there. The franchise played in a stadium that seated 82,000. Owen had been shooting games there for 6 years, freelance at first, then staff when the previous photographer retired. He knew the light, the angles, the sight lines. He knew where to stand for a clean shot of the quarterback's release, where the shadows fell during late-season 4 o'clock starts. He knew the press box crew, the security guards, the kid who brought him coffee at halftime. Now he stood on the sideline before kickoff and scanned the crowd with his telephoto lens, section by section, face by face, looking for her. The crowd was an organism. It moved in waves, stood and sat in unison, became a single noise. Individual faces dissolved into the mass. But Owen had started seeing them as discrete units. Tens of thousands of tickets sold today, according to the press notes. Tens of thousands of people, and one of them was her. Except he never saw her during the game. Only later in the files. She appeared behind action shots, wedged into crowd photos between raised hands and turned heads, always wet, always staring. He began shooting the stands deliberately, full-frame portraits of random sections between plays. The head coach screamed at him once for missing a touchdown because Owen had turned his back on the field to photograph section 340. Travis Kepler, the team's media director, pulled him aside after the game and told him to track the game. That's what they paid him for. Owen nodded and said nothing. That night he went through every frame from the day. She appeared in 11, scattered across sections at impossible distances, but always wet, always watching, always staring straight into his lens. He started a separate folder on his hard drive. Woman. He began cataloging every appearance. Date, section number, camera settings, distance from lens. He cross-referenced seat locations with ticket sales data he wasn't supposed to have access to, but pulled from the team's database using the media login that no one had thought to restrict. Section 118, row 7, seat 14. Season ticket holder, male, age 57. Section 227, row 12, seat 8. Single game purchaser, credit card transaction, name flagged as corporate client. Never her name. Never anyone who matched her description. Owen printed one of the images, 8 by 10, high resolution. He brought it to the stadium security office and showed it to the weekend supervisor, a man named Gaffney, who wore his belt too tight and wheezed when he climbed stairs. Gaffney studied the print, asked what the problem was. Owen told him, "She keeps appearing in my shots, different seats every game. I need to know who she is." Gaffney handed the photo back and said it could be anybody. They get tens of thousands of people through here. Owen pointed to her hair, her clothes, said she was drenched. Gaffney looked at the photo again, squinted, said it looked normal to him, asked if Owen was feeling okay. Owen took the photo back. Gaffney was still watching him with an expression that wasn't quite concern, wasn't quite suspicion. Owen folded the print and put it in his pocket. That Sunday, he shot the game from field level, and then, during a television timeout, he walked to section 118, climbed the steps to row 7. A man in a jersey was sitting in seat 14, eating nachos, watching the Jumbotron. Owen stood there holding his camera until the man noticed him. Owen asked if he'd seen a woman. Wet hair, pale skin, sits near here sometimes. The man stared at him, said he didn't know what Owen was talking about. Security escorted Owen out of the seating bowl. Travis Kepler was waiting near the tunnel and told him he was done for today, hand over the camera. Owen gave him the camera body but kept the memory cards in his vest pocket. Travis didn't check. Owen walked out through the loading dock and sat in his car in the lot while the game continued inside. He could hear the crowd noise, the muffled announcer, the scoreboard horn. He looked at his hands. They were steady now. He started the engine and drove home. Rona was at the apartment when he arrived. She taught high school English and usually spent Sundays grading papers. But today she was standing in the kitchen with her arms crossed. She said Travis had called. Said Owen had harassed the fan, left the sideline during the game. Owen told her he was fine. He was following up on something. She asked what. He walked past her to his office. 2 monitors on the desk, hard drives stacked beside the tower, cables everywhere. He powered on the system and pulled the memory cards from his pocket. Rona stood in the doorway and told him he hadn't slept in 3 days. Owen said he needed to check these files. "Owen, look at me." He didn't look. He was already importing the images, watching the thumbnails populate the screen. Kickoff, first quarter, incomplete pass, sack, punt return. And there, her face in the crowd, wet, staring. Owen said, "There she is." Rona moved closer, asked who. He pointed. Section 340, row 18, fourth seat from the aisle. Pale woman, dark, wet hair, eyes locked on the camera. Asked if Rona could see her. Rona leaned toward the screen, studied it for a long moment. Then she said she didn't see a wet woman. Said she saw a lot of faces, the usual crowd, blur. But there was something strange about that section. Something off, like a smudge on the lens, or the pixels weren't quite right. She couldn't explain it. Owen felt something loosen in his chest, a crack of validation. She saw something. Not the woman, but something. "So you see it," Owen said. Rona stepped back. Said she didn't know what she saw. Maybe it was just image compression, or a sensor issue. But she didn't see a person. She was sorry. Owen zoomed the image to 400%. Her face filled the monitor, water on her cheeks, strands of hair stuck to her forehead, eyes that didn't blink. Rona went quiet. Then she said she thought Owen needed to talk to someone. Owen said he needed to find her. "There's no one there, Owen. It's just a crowd." He turned in his chair. Rona's face had the expression he'd seen on Gaffney, on Travis, on the man in section 118. The look that said he was the problem, not the woman, not the photographs. The look that meant he was alone with this. Rona told him to get some sleep, please. She left the room. Owen turned back to the monitors. He opened his archive and began pulling files at random. Games from last season, preseason, the year before. For each image, he scanned the crowd. And he found her. She'd been there all along. August 2 years ago, exhibition game, section 104. December last season, Ravens game, upper deck. She appeared in frame after frame, always wet, always watching him through the lens. How had he never seen her before? He worked through the night. By morning, he'd found her in hundreds of photographs across 3 seasons. She appeared in home games and away games, day games and night games, indoor stadiums where rain was impossible. She appeared in shots taken from opposite sides of the field simultaneously, different camera positions, different angles, but there she was in both frames. Rona had left a note on the kitchen counter, "Staying at Michelle's. Call me when you're ready to talk." Owen made coffee and went back to the monitors. Travis suspended him for 2 weeks. Owen didn't argue. He spent the time at home, going through his archive frame by frame. He'd been shooting professionally for 12 years. College sports, then minor league baseball, then the jump to the NFL. Nearly 50,000 images in his master library. He scanned systematically, section by section, game by game. She appeared everywhere. Thousands of frames. The pattern was irrefutable. Home games, road games, different cities, different stadiums, always in the crowd, always wet, always staring into the lens no matter where Owen had been standing when he took the shot. Sometimes she was distant, a face in the upper deck, sometimes close, 3 rows behind the bench. In one frame from a playoff game 2 years ago, she was so near the field that Owen could see individual water droplets on her skin. He printed the clearest images and pinned them to the wall of his office. 12 faces, 12 games, 12 angles, the same woman. He measured the distance between her eyes, the width of her nose, the shape of her jaw, identical. Not similar, identical down to the pixel. Owen hadn't eaten in 2 days. He stood in front of the wall and tried to see what everyone else couldn't see. The wetness, the stare, the wrongness of her presence. It was there in every frame, undeniable. But when he showed Rona, when he showed Travis, when he showed Gaffney, they saw nothing. A crowd, anonymous faces, background noise. The problem wasn't the photographs. The problem was everyone else's eyes. He started sleeping at his desk. 3 hours, 4 at most, then back to the monitors. He wrote code to batch process his archive, running facial recognition algorithms he'd pirated from a photographer forum. The software flagged thousands of matches across years, across cities, across impossible distances. Owen printed a new set of images, close-ups this time, cropped tight on her face. He spread them across the floor of his office and studied them under his desk lamp. The water on her skin had texture. He could see it beading on her forehead, running down her temples. He could see the way her hair clung to her scalp in wet ropes. It wasn't an artifact. It wasn't lens flare or sensor noise. It was water, real water. Except the photographs were dry, the paper was dry, the woman was wet in the image, but the image itself showed no physical trace of moisture. Owen touched one of the prints. The surface was smooth, matte, inert. He held it to the light. No watermarks, no staining, just ink on paper. He wondered if he was losing his mind. Then he thought, no, the woman was real. The photographs proved it. Everyone else was blind, but the camera saw her. The lens didn't lie. Owen opened his laptop and searched for news reports. Woman drowning New Jersey stadium. Nothing. Woman found wet meadowlands. Nothing. Woman dead football game. Hundreds of results, none relevant. He refined the search, added date ranges, added keywords, pale, soaking crowd. He found an article from 4 years ago, pedestrian struck on Route 3, hospitalized in critical condition. No name, no photograph. The article was 3 paragraphs. A woman had been hit by a vehicle near the Meadowlands Sports Complex on a rainy October night. The driver fled the scene. The victim was transported to Hackensack University Medical Center with severe head trauma. Police were investigating. Owen's fingers cramped around the mouse, the grip he used when shooting in freezing November sideline wind, muscle memory misfiring. He remembered hating to drive in the rain, had avoided it whenever possible since... when? He couldn't remember when it had started. Just knew that rain on windshields made his chest tight, made him take surface streets instead of highways, made him pull over and wait for the worst of it to pass. He clicked through to the follow-up article. Hit-and-run victim remains in coma. Same woman, still unidentified. The piece mentioned brain damage, long-term care, family unable to be located. Published 6 weeks after the initial incident. After that, nothing. Story disappeared. Owen searched the hospital's name. Found a patients' rights advocacy site with a database of long-term care residents. Searched by admission date, October 4 years ago. Found a record, female, unknown identity, traumatic brain injury, non-responsive, no name, no photograph, status, institutionalized. He sat back in his chair. Outside, traffic moved on the turnpike, constant and distant. Owen looked at the wall of photographs. The woman staring back at him from a dozen different angles. She hadn't drowned. She was still alive. 3rd floor long-term care wing at Hackensack University Medical Center. Breathing through a tube, her brain shattered, her identity erased. And she was in his photographs, every game, every year, watching him. Owen opened his email and composed a message to the hospital's patient services department. He claimed to be a family member searching for a relative who'd gone missing in October 4 years ago. He described the woman, pale, dark hair, mid-30s. He asked if they had any record of her. The response came 3 hours later. Privacy regulations prevented them from confirming or denying the presence of any patient without proper legal documentation. If he believed he had a relative in their care, he should contact the Social Services Department with proof of relationship. Owen closed the laptop. He had no proof. He had no relationship. He had photographs of a woman who shouldn't exist, appearing in impossible places, staring at him across time. He pulled up the most recent image, last Sunday's game. Section 118 again, the same section where he'd first noticed her. She was closer now, row 3, still wet, still staring. But something had changed. Her mouth was open slightly. He zoomed in. Her teeth were visible. Her tongue. She looked like she was trying to speak. Owen printed the image, pinned it to the wall beside the others, stepped back and studied the progression. 12 images in chronological order, left to right. In the first, she was distant, barely visible in the upper deck. In the last, she was 3 rows from the field. She was getting closer, game by game, frame by frame, moving toward him. He wondered what would happen when she reached the front row. Rona came by the apartment midweek. She still had her key, but knocked anyway. Owen heard her in the kitchen, opening cabinets, running water. She appeared in the doorway of his office, holding a glass. She looked at the wall of photographs, at the images spread across the floor, at Owen sitting at his desk, unshaved, wearing the same clothes he'd worn for 3 days. She set the glass of water on his desk and told him Travis had called her. Said the suspension was over, but Owen needed to see someone before coming back. A psychologist. Someone the team kept on retainer for player mental health issues. Owen asked if Travis thought he was crazy. Rona didn't answer. She looked at the wall again, at the 12 faces staring from the prints. She asked what he saw when he looked at those photographs. Owen told her. A woman, soaking wet, getting closer every game. Rona nodded slowly. She picked up one of the prints from the floor, studied it, put it back down. She said she was staying at Michelle's for a while. Said she loved him but couldn't watch him do this to himself. Said if he wanted to talk, really talk, not about the photographs, she'd be there. She left the glass of water on his desk. Owen heard the apartment door close. He looked at the glass. Condensation had formed on the outside, tiny droplets running down the curved surface, pooling on the wood. He picked up the glass and drank. The water was cold and tasted like nothing. Owen didn't go back to work. He stopped answering Travis's calls. He stopped answering Rona's texts. He spent the time at home, going through his archive, image by image, building a timeline. The woman's progression from distant to close, from upper deck to field level, from impossible to undeniable. He found something new. In the older photographs, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, she wasn't always wet. In some frames, she looked dry, normal, just another face in the crowd. He pulled those images and compared them side by side with the recent shots. Same woman, same bone structure, same eyes. But in the old frames, she looked alive, present, human. The wetness had started appearing 4 years ago, October, the same month as the hit and run. Owen opened the news article again, read it word by word. Rainy October night, severe head trauma. Driver fled the scene. The article didn't mention the exact date. He searched the hospital database. The admission record listed October 17th, 4 years ago. He pulled up his photo archive and filtered by date. October 17th, 4 years ago. The team had played an away game in Denver that day. He'd been in Colorado shooting from the sideline at Mile High Stadium, 1,500 miles from New Jersey. But he had photographs from that night, not from the game, personal shots. He kept a separate folder for non-work images. He opened it and found 3 frames taken from his car on Route 3. The timestamp read 11:43, October 17. Rain on the windshield, headlights reflecting off wet pavement. And in the 3rd frame, something in the road ahead, a figure, dark clothes. Hard to see through the rain and motion blur. The traffic noise from the turnpike sounded wrong, like it was coming through water. He zoomed the image. The figure was a woman. She was crossing the road halfway through the eastbound lanes. The exposure was too long. He'd been driving, the camera handheld, shutter speed too slow. Everything was blurred except the headlights, but he could make out her shape, her posture, the angle of her head. He didn't remember taking this photograph. He checked the metadata. Canon 5D Mark III, 50mm lens. The EXIF data said 1/15 of a second. A shutter speed that should have blurred the whole frame to mush at highway speeds. Either he'd braced the camera against something, or his hands had gone preternaturally still. Neither option made sense. Owen closed the laptop. He opened the laptop again and looked at the photograph. The woman in the road, the headlights, the rain. He opened his browser and searched for the original news article. Found it, read it again. The victim was crossing Route 3 near the Meadowland Sports Complex when she was struck by an eastbound vehicle. The driver did not stop. Owen had flown back from Denver that afternoon, landed at Newark at 9:30 p.m., picked up his car from long-term parking, driven west on Route 3 toward his apartment in Clifton. The memory wasn't there. He tried to pull it back. The flight, the drive, the rain, but found nothing. Just a gap. A blank space where October 17th should have been. He stood up from his desk and walked to the kitchen. The apartment was dark. He'd stopped opening the blinds weeks ago. He poured water from the tap and drank it standing at the sink. Looking at his reflection in the window, his face looked unfamiliar, thinner, older. The face of someone he didn't recognize. He went back to the office and opened his archive. Pulled every photograph from October 17th, 4 years ago. There were 312 images. Game shots from Denver, crowd shots, sideline shots, and at the end of the sequence, the 3 frames from Route 3. He deleted them. Then he opened the trash folder and looked at the thumbnails. 3 images. Rain. Headlights. A figure in the road. He could delete them permanently. Empty the trash. Erase them from the drive. His finger hovered over the delete key. He restored the files instead. Owen opened Photoshop and loaded the 3rd frame from Route 3. The woman in the road. He used the sharpen filter, adjusted the exposure, pulled detail from the shadows. Her face was still blurred, but he could see features now. Dark hair, pale skin, mid-30s. He opened one of the recent stadium photographs. The woman in section 118, row 3, soaking wet, staring at the camera. He placed the 2 images side by side. Same woman. Owen sat back in his chair. His molars ached from clenching. Copper taste flooded his mouth. He closed Photoshop and opened his browser and searched for dissociative amnesia, traumatic events memory loss. Found articles about PTSD, repressed memories, the brain's ability to erase unbearable experiences. Found case studies of people who'd committed acts they couldn't consciously recall. Found a forum where someone described waking up in their car with no memory of driving there. Blood on their clothes, unable to account for 6 hours. He closed the browser. Opened his email. Found messages from Rona, from Travis, from his mother. Dozens of unread messages asking if he was okay, asking him to call, asking him to please respond. He deleted them all. Then he opened a new message and typed the hospital's patient services email address into the recipient field. Wrote, "I need to know if you have a patient admitted October 17th, 4 years ago, female, hit-and-run victim. I need to see her." He sent the message before he could reconsider. The response came the next morning. The same form letter about privacy regulations. But at the bottom, a single line. "If you believe you have information relevant to this patient's case, please contact the Hackensack Police Department." Owen looked at that line for 20 minutes. Then he called the police department, gave his name, said he had information about a hit and run from October 17th, 4 years ago. The dispatcher transferred him to a detective. The detective asked what kind of information. Owen said he had photographs from that night. The detective asked him to come in. Owen hung up. He sat at his desk and looked at the wall of photographs. 12 images of the woman, soaking wet, getting closer, staring at him across years of games, across impossible distances, across the gap between what happened and what he could remember. He opened Photoshop again, loaded the photograph from Route 3 one more time. The woman in the road, the headlights, the rain. He selected the sharpen tool and began working on her face, pulling a detail from the blur, reconstructing features from noise and shadow. He worked for 6 hours without stopping. By the time he finished, her face was clear, recognizable. Wet hair stuck to her forehead, pale skin, eyes that looked straight into the lens. He saved the file. Then he opened a new browser tab and searched for Hackensack University Medical Center long-term care facility. Found the address. Looked at it on a map. 20 minutes from his apartment. He hadn't visited the woman. Didn't know her name. Didn't know if she was still alive, but he could find out. Owen grabbed his car keys and walked out of the apartment. The sunlight was harsh after weeks of closed blinds. He got in his car and drove east on Route 3, the same road from 4 years ago, the same direction he'd been traveling when he took the photograph. He didn't remember the accident. Couldn't pull back the moment of impact, the sound of her body hitting the hood, the choice to keep driving. But the photograph remembered. The camera didn't lie. The hospital was a concrete structure with narrow windows and a parking garage that smelled like exhaust and disinfectant. Owen parked on the 3rd level and sat in his car, engine off, hands on the steering wheel. He'd driven here on autopilot, barely registering the turns, the traffic lights, the route that felt too familiar for a place he'd never consciously visited. He got out of the car and walked to the elevator, pressed the button for the ground floor. The elevator doors opened, and he stepped into a lobby with beige tile and fluorescent lights and a reception desk where a woman in scrubs asked if she could help him. Owen said he was looking for a patient. Long-term care. Female. Admitted 4 years ago, traumatic brain injury. The woman at the desk looked at him for a long moment. Then she asked for his ID. Owen showed her his driver's license. She typed his information into her computer and asked what his relationship was to the patient. Owen said he didn't know her name. The woman stopped typing. Said she couldn't help him without a name or a patient ID number. Owen started to say something else, but the words stuck in his throat. He turned and walked out of the lobby, back to the elevator, back to his car. Sat behind the wheel, the traffic sounds from Route 3 like they were coming through a swimming pool filter. Muffled, rhythmic, wrong. He'd been here before. He knew he'd been here before. The lobby, the beige tile, the fluorescent lights, the smell of antiseptic and floor wax. He opened his phone and pulled up his photo gallery. Scrolled back months, years. Found a photograph he didn't remember taking. A hallway, white walls, a sign that read, Long-Term Care Unit 4C. The timestamp was from 3 years ago, middle of a weekday. He should have been at work, at the stadium, shooting practice or press conferences. Instead, he'd been here. He zoomed in on the photograph. Down the hallway, a door was partially open. Inside the room, medical equipment, a bed, a figure lying motionless under white sheets. Owen got out of the car again, walked back into the hospital, found the stairs and climbed to the 4th floor, pushed through the door marked 4C, and walked down the hallway until he found the room from the photograph. The door was closed now. A nameplate beside it read, Patient 4C17. No visitors without authorization. Owen stood outside the door for 5 minutes, 10. A nurse walked past and asked if he needed help. Owen said he was just leaving. The nurse watched him walk back to the stairs. Owen drove home in silence, parked in his apartment lot, sat in the car until the interior grew hot and he started sweating. Then he went upstairs and returned to his office. The photographs were still on the wall, 12 images of the woman. But now he saw them differently. Not as evidence of something supernatural, not as proof of a haunting, as evidence of his own fracturing mind trying to give shape to guilt it couldn't consciously process. He'd hit her, kept driving, buried the memory so deeply that his brain had externalized it, turned it into something he could see, something he could chase, something that explained the wrongness he felt every time he looked through a camera lens. The photographs were real, but she wasn't in them. She'd never been in them. He had put her there, frame by frame, edit by edit. During hours, he lost dissociation, his hands working the keyboard and mouse while his conscious mind slept or watched TV or talked to Rona about his day, building a narrative that blamed the camera instead of the driver. That made him the victim instead of the perpetrator. Owen pulled the prints off the wall, all 12 of them, held them in a stack, and carried them to the kitchen. He turned on the stove and held the first print over the burner, watched the corner catch fire, watched the flames spread across her wet face, watched the paper curl and blacken. Then he stopped, put the fire out under the tap, set the half-burned print on the counter. He couldn't destroy them. They were the only evidence he had, the only proof of what he'd done, even if that proof was constructed from his own dissociated labor. Without the photographs, the woman disappeared completely, became nothing. A body in a bed with no name and no one to remember her except the nurses who turned her every 2 hours to prevent bed sores. Owen put the prints back on the wall, sat at his computer, opened his archive one more time. He started looking for other inconsistencies, other signs of his own tampering, other places where his mind had rewritten reality to make it bearable. He found them everywhere. Timestamps that didn't match his calendar, locations he didn't remember visiting, images that showed him in 2 places at once. His entire archive was corrupt, not from external interference, from himself. The doorbell rang. Owen ignored it. The doorbell rang again, then knocking. Then Rona's voice through the door saying his name, saying please, saying she had a key but wanted him to let her in. Owen opened the door. Rona looked at him, really looked, the way she used to before he started seeing the woman, and said they needed to talk, not about the photographs, about him, about what was happening to him, about the fact that he hadn't left the apartment in 2 weeks, except for one trip to the hospital where security had called her because he'd listed her as his emergency contact when he'd been there before, 3 times before, trying to get into the long-term care unit. Owen said he didn't remember going to the hospital 3 times. Rona said she knew. She came inside and made him sit on the couch, made him eat the sandwich she'd brought, made him look at her while she explained that Travis wasn't calling anymore, that the team had terminated his contract, that his mother had flown out from Arizona and was staying at a hotel nearby, waiting for him to agree to see her. Owen asked why his mother had come. Rona said because he was sick, because he needed help, because she loved him and was terrified and had read all the emails he'd sent to the hospital, to the police department, to news outlets describing what he'd seen in the photographs, and offering himself as a witness to a hit-and-run he now believed he'd committed but couldn't remember committing. Owen said the photographs were proof. There's nothing in the photographs, Rona said. I've looked at every single one you sent me. There's no woman. There's no you standing in the crowd. It's just crowds, Owen. Just people watching a game. Owen stood up from the couch, went to his office, pulled up an image on his monitor, the woman in section 118, row 3, water running down her face, eyes locked on the camera. He pointed at the screen. Rona looked, shook her head, said she was sorry, but she didn't see anyone. Owen zoomed the image to 400%. Her face filled the monitor, every detail visible. The wet strands of hair, the pale skin, the open mouth trying to speak. Right there, Owen said. Rona was quiet for a long time. Then she said the only person she could see was him. His reflection in the monitor, unshaved, thin, eyes too wide. Owen looked at his reflection. He looked at the image behind it. The woman was there. He could see her. She was right there. But Rona couldn't. And Travis couldn't. And Gaffney couldn't. And no one could except him. Owen closed the laptop. Rona said there was a doctor, someone who specialized in trauma and dissociation, someone who could help him untangle what was real from what his mind had constructed to protect him from something unbearable. Owen asked if Rona thought he'd hit someone. Rona said she didn't know, said the photograph from Route 3 was blurry and dark and could have been anything. A tree branch, a sign, an overpass shadow, said even if he had hit someone, even if the worst thing was true, he needed help. Needed someone who could help him remember, or help him accept that he'd never remember, or help him live with the uncertainty. Owen said he didn't want uncertainty. He wanted to know. Then see the doctor, Rona said. Owen looked at the wall of photographs. The woman staring back at him from 12 different angles, 12 different moments, 12 different edits he'd made during hours he couldn't recall. He said, okay. The doctor's office was in a medical building 10 minutes from Owen's apartment. Rona drove him there and waited in the lobby while he sat across from a woman in her 50s who asked him to describe what he'd been experiencing. Owen told her about the photographs, about the woman, about the way she'd been getting closer, game by game, until he'd started finding himself in the frames too, standing in crowds he didn't remember joining. The doctor took notes and asked if he'd ever experienced gaps in his memory before. Owen said no. She asked if he'd ever had trouble distinguishing between what he'd actually done and what he'd only imagined doing. Owen said he didn't think so. She asked about alcohol, drug use, head injuries, family history of mental illness. Owen answered the questions mechanically. The doctor's office had cream-colored walls and a window that looked out at a parking lot. A framed print of a beach scene hung behind her desk. Generic, calming, designed to soothe without being memorable. The doctor asked if he'd brought any of the photographs. Owen pulled his phone from his pocket, opened his photo gallery, showed her the image of the woman in section 118, row 3. The woman with wet hair and pale skin and open mouth. The doctor looked at the screen, asked what she was supposed to see. Owen pointed. Section 118, row 3, fourth seat from the aisle. The doctor said she saw a crowd. Many faces, but no one standing out as unusual or out of place. Owen zoomed the image. The woman's face filled the screen. The doctor was quiet. Then she asked if Owen could see the woman right now in the photograph he was showing her. Owen said yes. Of course he could see her. She was right there. The doctor set her pen down. Said they should talk about dissociation, about the way the brain sometimes creates narratives to contain experiences too painful to process directly. About how trauma could fragment memory, could create false certainties, could turn internal experience into external phenomena. Owen listened, understood what she was saying, recognized the framework she was offering him. He'd hit someone, buried the memory, manifested his guilt as a recurring hallucination embedded in his work. But the photographs were real. He'd edited them, yes, but the edits themselves were real acts. His hands had moved the mouse. His fingers had pressed the keys. The files had modification dates, metadata, version histories, evidence of labor performed during hours he couldn't consciously access. The doctor said that was the nature of dissociative episodes. The work was real. The hours were real. But the content, the woman's face, his own face in the crowd, might be constructed from material he'd found elsewhere. Stock photos, news images, faces from other sources dragged into his sports archive and integrated so seamlessly he'd begun to believe they'd always been there. Owen asked if she thought he was making it all up, but the doctor said she thought his mind was trying to tell him something he wasn't ready to hear directly, that the photographs were a language his guilt had learned to speak. Owen left the office with a prescription for antipsychotics and a referral to a therapist who specialized in recovered memories. Rona was waiting in the lobby. She drove him home and came inside and watched him put the pill bottle on the kitchen counter without opening it. She asked if he was going to take them. Owen said he didn't know. Rona said she couldn't stay. Couldn't keep watching him disappear into the photographs. Couldn't keep pretending she knew how to help. She said she loved him, but she had to go, had to let him figure this out on his own or with professionals or however he needed to do it. Owen nodded. Rona kissed him on the forehead and left. Owen stood in the kitchen until the light through the window turned orange. Then he went to his office and opened his laptop. Pulled up the photograph from Route 3. The woman in the road, the headlights, the rain. He stared at it for an hour, 2 hours, trying to see what was actually there versus what his mind had added, trying to separate reality from construction. He couldn't. The image had become its own truth. Didn't matter if the woman was a real pedestrian he'd hit, or a shadow he'd mistaken for a person, or a tree branch or a sign. Didn't matter if his guilt had conjured her into the stadium photos, or if she'd always been there and he'd only started seeing her when his buried memory began surfacing. The photographs were all he had, and they showed a woman, wet, watching, getting closer. Owen opened Photoshop. Loaded his most recent stadium shot from the last game he'd worked before the suspension. He scanned the crowd. Found her in section 340, row 2. Closer than she'd ever been. And beside her, himself. Dark jacket. Face turned toward the camera. Eyes meeting his own across the impossible distance between photographer and spectator. He'd put himself there. During an episode he couldn't remember. Editing himself into the crowd he'd photographed from the sideline. Owen selected the clone stamp tool. Positioned the cursor over his own face. Hesitated. If he removed himself from the photograph, what would remain? Just the woman? Just the crowd? Just evidence of his fracturing mind? He saved the file without making changes. Closed Photoshop. Opened his browser and pulled up the news article about the hit and run. Read it one more time. The victim was crossing Route 3 near the Meadowlands Sports Complex when she was struck by an eastbound vehicle. The driver did not stop. Owen typed a new search. Route 3 security cameras, October 2021. Found an article about traffic monitoring systems installed by the State Transportation Department. Cameras mounted at major intersections. Footage retained for 90 days unless flagged for investigation. 4 years ago, the footage would be gone, unless the police had pulled it, unless they'd kept it as evidence in an unsolved hit and run, unless there was a recording of Owen's car driving east on Route 3, of the moment of impact, of him not stopping. He picked up his phone, dialed the number for the Hackensack Police Department, asked to speak to someone about the hit and run from October 17th, 4 years ago. The dispatcher transferred him. A detective answered, asked what information Owen had. Owen said he thought he might have been the driver. The detective was quiet. Then he asked Owen to come to the station. Owen said he would. He hung up the phone, sat at his desk looking at the wall of photographs. The woman in 12 different positions, 12 different moments, 12 different lies his mind had told itself to avoid the truth. His phone buzzed. A text from Rona. Please call me. Let me know you're okay. Owen typed a response. I'm going to the police. 3 dots appeared. Then, do you want me to come with you? Owen wrote, no. He put the phone in his pocket, stood up from his desk, walked out of the apartment, and got in his car and drove to the police station on Hackensack Avenue. Parked in the visitor lot. Sat behind the wheel for 10 minutes before going inside. The detective was waiting for him. A man in his 40s with gray hair and a tie that didn't match his shirt. He led Owen to an interview room with cinder block walls and a table bolted to the floor. The detective asked Owen to explain why he thought he'd been involved in the hit and run. Owen said he had a photograph. Showed him the image from Route 3, the woman in the road, the headlights, the rain. The detective studied the screen, asked what time the photo was taken. Owen told him 11:43 p.m. The detective said the hit and run occurred at approximately 11:50 p.m. Owen's fingers went numb. The detective asked if Owen had any other evidence. Damage to his vehicle. Memory of the impact. Anything beyond the photograph. Owen said no. Just the photograph. And the woman who kept appearing in his other photographs. The woman who looked like the victim. The detective asked to see those photographs. Owen pulled them up on his phone, showed him the stadium shots, the woman in the crowd, wet, watching, getting closer. The detective looked at each image. Then he handed the phone back and said he didn't see anyone matching the victim's description. Owen said she was right there. Section 118, row 3. The detective said he saw a crowd, normal faces, nothing unusual. Owen zoomed the image. Her face filled the screen. Water on her cheeks, mouth open, eyes staring. The detective said he understood Owen was going through something difficult. Said if Owen wanted to make a formal statement, they could do that. But based on the evidence, a blurry photograph that might show someone in the road, and a series of stadium photographs that showed nothing out of the ordinary, there wasn't enough to warrant charges or further investigation. The detective asked if Owen was seeing anyone. A therapist. A doctor. Owen said yes. The detective said that was good. Said sometimes guilt manifests in strange ways. Said sometimes people confess to things they didn't do because the act of confession feels like relief, even if it's relief from something imaginary. Owen asked if the victim was still alive. The detective said he couldn't share details about an open case. Owen asked if there was any security footage from that night. The detective said the footage had been reviewed. No usable images of the vehicle or driver. The case remained unsolved. Owen thanked him and left. Drove back to his apartment. Parked in his spot. Sat in the car watching the sun set behind the buildings across the street. His phone buzzed. Rona, what did they say? Owen wrote, not enough evidence. Rona, are you okay? Owen didn't respond. He got out of the car and went upstairs, sat at his desk, and opened his laptop one more time. Pulled up the photograph from Route 3. The woman in the road. He'd been driving. He'd taken the photograph. The camera had captured something. Someone in the headlights. But maybe it wasn't her. Maybe it was a shadow, a sign, a trick of light and rain and motion blur. Maybe his mind had seen what it needed to see. Had found an image ambiguous enough to hold all his formless guilt and given it shape, given it a face, given it a story. Or maybe he'd hit her. Maybe he'd killed her. Maybe she was alive but destroyed. Maybe the photographs were his mind's way of bringing her back over and over, because the alternative, forgetting completely, was worse than haunting. Owen closed the laptop, walked to the kitchen, opened the pill bottle, took one of the antipsychotics, swallowed it dry, got in his car, drove back to the hospital. Owen used the press credentials he still had in his wallet to get past the lobby. The guard barely looked at them, just waved him through to the elevators. He took the stairs instead, climbed to the 4th floor, pushed through the door marked 4C. The hallway stretched ahead. Fluorescent lights, linoleum that squeaked under his shoes. He walked to room 4C17. The door was open. The bed was empty, stripped, mattress bare. Owen stood in the doorway. The medical equipment was gone. The monitors, the tubes. Just an empty room with white walls and a window that looked out at the parking garage. He stood there for 5 minutes, trying to process what empty meant. 3 weeks vacant, the nurse had said. The woman transferred to hospice. Died October 23rd. While he'd been sitting in his apartment editing her face into photographs. While he'd been cataloging her appearances, convinced she was watching him from stadium crowds, she'd been dead. He walked back to the nurse's station, asked again about the patient in 4C17, already knowing what the answer would be. The nurse checked her computer. Confirmed, room vacant 3 weeks. Previous occupant transferred October 21st, passed away 2 days later at hospice. Owen asked what the patient's name was. The nurse said she couldn't share that information without proper authorization. Owen nodded. Didn't ask anything else. Walked back to room 4C17 and stood in the doorway again. The empty bed, the bare mattress, the window looking out at rows of parked cars reflecting afternoon light. He'd been here before. He knew that now. Not just from the photograph on his phone. He'd been here multiple times. Stood in this doorway. Maybe sat in the chair that wasn't there anymore. Maybe touched the bed frame. Maybe whispered things to a woman who couldn't hear him. And then he'd locked those visits away somewhere his conscious mind couldn't find them. Owen took the stairs down, walked to his car, sat behind the wheel looking at the hospital entrance. People going in, people coming out. The ordinary traffic of a Thursday afternoon. The backup drive was still in the locked drawer at home. He drove back to the apartment. The route was automatic, Route 3 West, exit at the Clifton ramp, 3 blocks to his building. He'd driven it thousands of times. Some of those times he remembered. Some he didn't. He unlocked the drawer. The backup drive was exactly where he'd left it. He plugged it into his laptop. The folder structure loaded. His archive, unedited. The files he'd backed up before he started seeing the woman, before he started making changes, before everything fractured. He opened the folder, scanned the file list, found a video file he'd never seen before. Creation date, October 21st, 3 weeks ago. The day the nurse said the woman had been transferred to hospice. File name, 4C17.mp4. Owen stared at the file name. His hand hovered over the trackpad. He clicked the file. The video player opened, loading, buffering. Then the image appeared. Handheld footage, the hospital hallway. His breathing on the audio track, shallow, rapid, catching in his throat. The camera pushed through the doorway of room 4C17. A woman in the bed, tubes in her throat, monitors beeping. Her face was slack, eyes half open, but seeing nothing. Brain dead. The camera moved closer, zoomed in on her face. Dark hair against the white pillow, pale skin. Mid-30s, though it was hard to tell with the damage, with the months or years of being kept alive by machines. The woman from the photographs. Owen's voice on the recording, barely a whisper. I'm sorry. Pause. I'm sorry. Longer pause. I'm sorry. The timestamp in the corner advanced. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. Owen fast-forwarded. The video kept going. His recorded voice continued, sometimes in bursts, sometimes with long silences between words. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. The entire video was 6 hours and 42 minutes long. 6 hours of Owen standing beside her bed, filming her face, whispering the same 2 words over and over and over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Owen stopped the video, closed the player, sat back in his chair. He'd been there. had visited her in the hospital, had stood beside her bed for nearly 7 hours on the day she was transferred to hospice. Maybe the last time anyone had been in the room with her before they moved her, had recorded it all and then hidden the file on his backup drive, buried it in a folder he'd locked away and forgotten about. Or had he known exactly what he'd done and simply couldn't let himself remember? The woman in the video looked nothing like the woman in his stadium photographs. She wasn't wet, wasn't staring, wasn't watching. She was barely alive. Tubes and wires and the mechanical rise and fall of her chest being kept going by machines until someone decided it was time to stop. But it was the same face. Owen had taken that face. The face of the woman he'd destroyed, the woman he'd left to die, alone in a hospital bed, and inserted it into his photographs. Hundreds of photographs. Made her wet because she'd been crossing the street in the rain when he hit her. Made her stare because he couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, being judged, being known for what he'd done. He'd built a haunting from his own guilt, and then he'd forgotten he'd built it. His phone rang. Rona. Owen looked at the screen. Let it ring 3 times. 4. Then answered. Owen? Her voice sounded far away, like she was calling from somewhere he couldn't quite reach anymore. I found something, he said. I need to show you. Silence on the line. Then, I'm coming over. Okay. Are you... She stopped. Started again. Are you safe right now? Owen looked at the paused video on his screen. The woman's face, the tubes, the monitors. I don't know, he said. I'm leaving now. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Okay. She hung up. Owen sat at his desk and waited. The video file was still paused on the screen. The woman's face frozen in that half-alive state, eyes open but empty, seeing nothing. His reflection in the monitor glass showed a face he almost recognized, thinner than he remembered, older. The face of someone who'd spent 6 hours and 42 minutes standing beside a dying woman, apologizing to someone who couldn't hear him, recording it all as if documentation could be atonement, as if filming her could undo what he'd done, as if whispering, I'm sorry 600 times into the silence of a hospital room could bring her back. The doorbell rang. Owen stood, walked to the door, opened it. Rona was there. She looked at him. Really looked. And Owen saw himself through her eyes, unshaved, thin, wearing the same clothes he'd worn for days, but alive. Still here. Still standing. Come in, Owen said. Rona stepped inside. Owen led her to the office, pointed to the monitor. The paused video, the woman's face. Her name was in the hospital records, Owen said. Though he hadn't checked, though he still didn't know, though maybe he'd never know. I was there when they transferred her to hospice. I recorded it. I don't remember doing it, but I was there. Rona looked at the screen, then at Owen, then back at the screen. She didn't ask if he was sure. Didn't ask if he'd made it up. Didn't ask if the video was real. She just said, show me. Owen pressed play. The recording started again from the beginning. The hallway. His breathing. The woman's face. His whispered apologies filling the room like a prayer to something that couldn't answer. Rona stood beside him and watched. And Owen finally understood what the photographs had been trying to tell him all along.